Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 596, Chapter 539. So. I look at Thor. Yes. You got arrested again. Yes. He said again rather monotonously. I had pulled up a chair and was sitting opposite the cell he was in as he leaned against the stone wall in the back, breathing calmly as if nothing was wrong. He had a black eye, funny enough. But he was most certainly not the loser of the fight. Credit to that Wakandan spy, he did get a lucky hit in on someone of Thor's caliber. Granted, when I was watching, I did notice that Thor's fighting was a bit awkward. He's most certainly not used to fighting as a mortal. However, he's also a big, towering chunk of muscle with an absurd amount of fighting skills, so he can normally just bulldoze through anyone he wants. And you got tossed again. Yes. That's kind of ironic. The irony is not lost on me. I took out an apple again before taking a moment, and I took out a second and tossed it to him through the bars. He caught it without a second thought and joined me for a morning snack. Really, I do love these Skyrim apples, they're stupidly delicious. It's weird, I don't actually know what the Wakanda spy was up to. Shouldn't he have made his presence less noticeable? But he so blatantly stood outside the building as if to challenge me. So, either two reasons off the top of my head for that. One, he was trying to bait me. Maybe get me in the same position as Thor at the moment for whatever reason. Maybe they were intimidated enough by the presence of the shield people not too far away that they couldn't just act as arrogantly as they did at the border before. So, the plan is to get me a bit more away from prying eyes so they can apprehend me or whatever bullshit they would justify their actions with. Second, it was a power play. Like, we know where you are, and we're watching you, and it was an effort to get me to go back to them to get it to stop. Like maybe, if it were a normal person, if they were constantly stalked and watched, they would get paranoid and scared and want to talk things out. Or maybe I could be utterly wrong. Maybe he was just utterly incompetent in his job. Either way, Thor beat him up. And I don't actually know what happened to him. In the chaos when the police came, he sort of managed to slip away after giving a statement. And to be honest, I didn't really care. They can play their games all they want as long as they don't actually bother me. Though, I did wonder if they managed to take down the art I left behind. It'll be a bit awkward if the government people roll in before they have the chance and swarm the place so they're stuck for good. Well, awkward for them. Can I declare it a national park and protected land? I might be able to swing that with a bit more bribery. Though, that's not really relevant right now. There was a buzzing sound, and the cell door opened. A moment later, Jane came stomping into the room as Thor got up to meet her. Lady Jane. Though, Jane wasn't looking too excited to see him. All right, they said that you're free to go after I paid your bail. Since the other guy ran off, they can't really press charges, but you're still going to have to go in front of the town's judge next week and show them that you're not some lunatic that attacks people at random. I knew I could count on you, Lady Jane. Thor smiled brightly. Why yeah. She sighed. I eyed her suspiciously. If they're not pressing charges, why does he have to appear in front of a judge? She let out another sigh after the first. It's a tiny town with like 500 people, they're not going to do the whole TV show courtroom thing. The judge is literally down the road right now doing his second job as a butcher. The sheriff just said it's to give him a scolding and whatever. Huh. Yeah, I could see that. In a small town this size, the jail is probably mostly used for when a few idiots get a bit too drunk. Rather than make a big deal of it, they're probably content to make sure Thor isn't actually someone dangerous and give him a bit of a verbal lashing and whatnot. I suppose the bail was more of the punishment in this case rather than wasting time going through proper procedures and issuing a fine that would take a bunch of paperwork and court time. Though, normally bail is refunded, it's more of a threat to keep the person from doing a runner. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just settled like this. Small towns usually handle things their own way. But, what do I know? It's not like I'm an expert in this sort of thing. Wonderful, everything has been settled. Thor smiled brightly. What shall we do now? He looked between us. I nudged him in the side, forcing him to make a sound of discomfort. Ask her what she meant by paying bail, you moron. Thor blinked, seemingly noticing Jane's face now. Lady Jane, what does he speak of? What is this bail, and what payment was forced upon you? She rubbed the bridge of her nose. It's basically a price to get someone out from jail and used as leverage to keep them from running. It's usually refunded after all the court stuff is dealt with. Which, the sheriff said, they usually process in like 2 to 3 weeks. Thor looked between her and me. This is good news, nothing is lost, yes. How are the bills until then? It was the end of the month soon. Rent's fine, she said, but looked away a little embarrassed. Just going to have to eat some instant ramen for a few weeks. Oof. Thor looked confused. What is this ramen? Why does it elicit such a look? Some of the cheapest and easiest to make food you can get. The stuff you eat when you don't have any money, I said offhandedly. Realization seemed to dawn on him and what the results of his actions were. Then I will work, Thor declared. Will you now? I shot him a look. How are you going to do that? Because he has no ID and no real workplace skills. Point me in the direction of the local tavern or blacksmith. Thor spaced rather confidently. I have spent a few days in my youth exploring both. I am sure I can pick up a craft to earn the coin needed. It's not that simple, Thor. You can't just walk up to someone, Jane blinked. Actually, I could probably ask Old Man Jensen. He hires kids and unregistered workers that need help every now and then to help on the ranch outside of town. I fixed his computer last week. He'd probably help if I asked. Perfect, I love horses, I'm great with horses. Thor's eyes lit up. I had the distinct impression that he was going to be rather disappointed later. Line break. I hummed to myself as I walked through the halls of Camartage. I had no real desire to help Thor sort out his situation. And I did have something I was interested in. Asking for directions, I found the library. And I can say I'm impressed. It wasn't comparable to, say, the College of Winterhold, but it was a pretty vast library. Strangely, there were specific books chained up in the center. Some of them felt ominous. Though, the whole ambience was thrown off because there was a laptop sitting at a nearby table. Way to ruin my immersion. Can I help you? One of the sorcerers looked up from a book. Are you the librarian? I am, he said rather plainly. I am Wong. The Ancient One gave you unrestricted access to the library. However, if I see you breaking any rules, I will expel you myself. He gave a firm warning. I have a great respect for books. I said it with full sincerity. He gave a hesitant nod. Is there anything specific you're looking for? If you want one of the sealed tomes, I will need a reason. His tone was filled with suspicion. Actually, I was wondering if you had archives on the Norse gods. He blinked, looking surprised. Fiction or non-fiction? Non-fiction, please. I was guessing they probably kept copies of the mythological stories and legends along with actual verified records. You never know when those things will come in handy. The librarian waved his hand, and a shimmering orange light appeared, like a guiding arrow. Follow that and you should find what you're looking for. He once more said with a rather plain and direct, no-nonsense tone. I could respect it. I shrugged and went on my merry way. Funny enough, the library wasn't as mundane as it seemed. Well, as mundane as one would call a magical library. As I turned a few rows, the shelves and walls shifted and twisted, bending as if to move out of my way, and more space appeared, filled with many more books and such. The light ended at a particular bookshelf, and I began to peruse. Accolades of the Asgardians. First-hand accounts of the Norse gods, translated. Tales of Thor. Invasion of the Frost Giants. None of them were in English, but I paused on that last one as it caught my attention. I quickly pulled it off the shelf and began to skim over it, picking up the bits that interested me. Apparently, frost giants invaded Midgard some thousands of years ago or so and attempted to turn the world into a frozen wasteland with some kind of ancient artifact. Odin led the fight against them, appearing in their time of need along with the forces of Asgard. How interesting. It vaguely mentioned some ancient agreements and how technically Midgard is under the protection of Asgard in regards to other forces. Not much to go on with that, so I shelved it, quite literally, for now. I skimmed through the books until I found one in particular. The History of the Asgardians. I opened it up and found that there were pages ripped out, and it clearly wasn't done recently. Ignoring the ripped pages, it basically started iterating on the history of the Aesir and Vanir tribes as they began to reconcile after a period of warring. Unsurprisingly, they didn't have a lot. Mostly, what they did here on Earth, not what happened anywhere else. Which makes sense considering the sorcerers basically only care about Earth. I grabbed the torn book and the Tales of Thor and walked back to the front. Am I allowed to bring books out of here? The librarian looked up from his own book to see what I had. We have copies of those in the London Sanctum. Don't damage them, or you will be paying a fee to repair or replace. Bring them back in a week or extend the duration with me personally. Very professional, basically like a normal library. I like it. Thank you. I said politely before heading out, hopping back over to New Mexico. Line break. I popped right back into the lab in New Mexico. I had some questions to ask Thor about the history of his family. I wasn't going to just blindly trust Hella, so I was going to investigate a little bit. And Jean still wasn't back, so I didn't have much else to do. She'd been gone, 2 days now? I wasn't worried, but I also didn't want to rush her, so I resisted the urge to check in. Having fun. I called out to Darcy. She nearly jumped out of the seat she was sitting in. The castle of cards she had stacked up came tumbling down as she hadn't noticed me popping over. Jesus Christ. Technically, he's my many times uncle. Look, it's way too early for you to give me a religious crisis. She grumbled. Did you know that hell has a pretty amazing amusement park? You're messing with me. It's called Lucifer Land. Oh my God, I can't tell if you're messing with me or not. Do you want to see a picture of an angel? I offered. Stoop. Okay, I should stop messing with her. It looked like she was ready to have a mini panic attack. Where's everyone else? They're busy or something, I don't know. Wait, wasn't the door locked? How did you get in? What about Thor? I skillfully ignored her question. Jane dropped him off at a ranch or something outside town. Apparently, he's shoveling horse shit for some cash. And just like that, every thought of mine came to a screeching halt. Come again. Yeah, Jane got him a job or something. He's shoveling horse shit at the ranch outside of town. She didn't add much else. I could feel myself smiling very widely. Where is this ranch, exactly? South. She shrugged. I think I wasn't really paying much attention. If it's not the work stuff, I'm not filling in my paperwork for my credits, so I don't care. Well, that's all I needed to hear. I was out the door quicker than you could say Shuinpa. At a cursory glance, I didn't see any Wakandon, so many Thor scared them off. Regardless, I moved at nearly my fastest speed to the point where I nearly ran into a cactus. And I realized that Darcy's directions were a bit off. If it weren't for my good eyesight, I wouldn't have been able to glimpse a fence that was several miles off to the east. More southeast rather than just south. But I found it easy enough. The desert is pretty flat, and I could move faster than a car. I assumed I was at the right place when I saw the entrance to a ranch. How many ranches are there in this place? It couldn't be a lot. Can I help you, son? I had barely taken a few steps inside as a man climbed down from a tractor he had been working on. Perhaps, I'm looking for a friend. I heard he was hired to shovel the stables. I think that's probably what he's doing. The old man walked up and looked me over, his back slightly hunched, skin suntanned from years of work, and some well-worn cowboy boots. Show me your hands. I blinked, confused as to why he asked, but I did. He grabbed my hands, pulling open my fingers and looking at them properly. We get a lot of them rich folk who want to try playing cowboy out here. He spat it out with a clear bit of disdain. I'm sure I probably look the part. I chuckled, realizing I was still wearing my normal attire. These aren't the hands of a man who hasn't sweat blood. He let go. Your friend is over in the stables if you want, go give him a hard time. He waved off, walking away. If anyone stops you, just tell him that Old Man Jensen gave you permission. Did I just pass some sort of test? I guess if I was what he described, he'd have told me to pound sand. Regardless, I could find the stables easily enough. The big barn-like building was a rather big giveaway, not to mention the smell when I got closer. That and the cursing I could hear coming from inside, it was distinctly Old Norse. I walked in to see Thor, shovel in hand, and quite literally covered in shit. Yup, I'm glad I came. I am the Prince of Asgard. He grumbled, flinging some of it away. I am Thor, God of Thunder. Why must I do something so pathetic? He continued to work. Was that talk about living as a human all fake then? I leaned up against the nearby fence, watching him. Thor twitched, jerking his body to see me standing there. You understood my words. Of course, a demon. He muttered under his breath. Have you come to mock me? The great Thor, reduced to this. He enunciated it by flicking a shovel of horse poop away. You definitely talked a big game before. I snorted, knowing it was mostly just empty talk. It's like someone hyping themselves up to start dieting or working out, telling themselves they're going to do this and that. And when it finally comes time, they resist it to the end. But yes, I came to mock you. He scowled, silently shoveling another load of horse dung to the side. That was a joke. I rolled my eyes. To be honest, while hilarious, I do respect you for putting your pride aside to do something like this. I do not need your pity, demon. Thor grunted. You know not what it is like. I had everything, I was going to be king. I would have ruled, and the universe would have come to pay their respects. Now, I am covered in filth, a mortal, and even now I must work for scraps. Right, he sounded oh so mature and heroic when the girl was nearby, didn't he? Oh boo-hoo. I rolled my eyes at this point. How long are you going to throw a pity party for yourself? Though, despite his words, he was still doing the work. How about, instead of? Something wet and slimy smacked against my face and across the front of my body. And it smelled. Slowly, I wiped the horse crap off my face and looked at Thor. My hand slipped. He said with the shovel extended towards me. Musutingai, I need you. I'm here. My Zanpakuto spirit replied. Since you're basically the manifestation of my soul and living inside my soul, can you shatter my own aura from within me? This is the most egregious question I believe you've ever asked me. I'm not even going to ask you why, for I fear you'll give me an answer that makes me want to hit my head against the wall. Shatter my aura and pull all my Ryatsu inward and use it to press down on my own soul so it's as debilitating as possible. Pull everything in as much as you can. Just fuck all my shit up as best as you can. Musutingai let out a sigh, and then I felt it. The rebound and physical shock at having my aura shattered nearly knocked me on my ass, and I stumbled slightly, blood dripping out of my nose and down the corners of my eyes. My Ryatsu rampaged within my own body at the ushering of Musutingai, and I felt everything thrown completely out of whack, and I intentionally didn't do anything to fix it. I wiped away the blood with my hand. Perfect. I growled, jumping over the fence and tackling Thor. He seemed surprised but welcomed it all the same. You want to try me? Very well, demon. He bellowed and threw me off of him. At this point, I felt so utterly weak from my own intentional, albeit temporary, mystical mutilations, I wouldn't be surprised if I could count as almost human for the moment. He threw a quick jab that I blocked and kneed him in the stomach. I hadn't even been hit yet, but I was dizzy as fuck and barely saw his own fist follow up, landing on my cheek. I think my body moved on its own as I grabbed his head and rammed him into the side of the wooden wall. But the world flipped upside down, and I realized he had lifted me up and tossed me at one of the horse pen gates, bursting through it and hitting a particularly large mound of horse poop and sliding across the ground. I climbed to my feet, my dizziness hadn't subsided yet, but that wasn't going to stop me, even if I had trouble standing straight properly. This time, Thor hit me with a roar, attempting to tackle me. As he grabbed me, I elbowed him in the back, kicked his leg, and slammed him into the ground after he lost his momentum and footing. I took a particular amount of glee as I pushed his face into the shit this time. I think he shouted about how it got into his mouth, but I was too caught up to notice. I lost my grip on him, and he managed to get back up. I quickly followed, and it was just a flurry of fists we kept throwing at one another. At this point, neither of us even tried to block or dodge, we were just taking turns punching each other until the other fell. And eventually, Thor hit the ground. He groaned on the ground, trying to push himself back up, but he slipped, and his face fell into the horse poop again. I admit, I couldn't help but laugh and fell over myself, finding a sturdy wooden column to slide down against before I hit my butt. Is this my new life, demon? Thor asked, merely rolling over onto his back, staring up at the ceiling. Have I been reduced to this, truly? You know, there's a saying around here. What's that? When you dig a hole as far as it can go, the only way left to go is up. I was paraphrasing. Thor took my meaning. I don't think there is anywhere further to fall than being covered in shit and blood. Right, covered in horse crap and bleeding and bruised, this is a low point even for me, and I wasn't even depressed or going through some sort of emotional journey. I relaxed, letting my body try to start healing properly and settling everything back. Was it stupid? Most assuredly. Did it feel good to punch Thor on equal terms? Without a doubt. I let out a sigh, annoyed at my own bleeding heart. I tossed a healing potion his way. Ow. He cried out as it hit his stomach and bounced off. Why would you throw something at me? That is very dishonorable, we have stopped fighting. It's a healing potion, you dumbass, drink it. He uncorked it and poured it down his throat without a second thought. The fact that he was mortal now, well, his wounds began to heal rather visibly. Well, the black eye, the bruises, and the bloody nose, they disappeared at least. It doesn't heal emotional damage, just a heads up. I made sure to specify. He threw the bottle back at me, narrowly missing me. Thank you, demon. He said rather genuinely. This kindness when I am reduced to such a state, I will not forget it. So, you'll repay me when you're a god and prince again, Thor grunted, pushing himself up off the ground and finding the shovel from before. I know not if that will ever happen, but I will do what I can to repay this debt regardless. Wow, that almost felt like it came from the heart. Maybe the reality of his situation was finally beginning to set in. So, what job were you hired to do? I asked him. I am to shovel the stables, and if I finish today, I will be paid. Thor spoke, as if repeating words verbatim. The entire stables. I looked around, and the stables were big enough to house probably 40 horses. He nodded darkly. Tell Lady Jane that I will return later tonight. But despite that, he forced a smile. And it reminded me far too much of Thorum's big goofy smile. I let out a sigh, getting to my feet. I began to unbutton my vest and my shirt, tossing them to the side. "What are you doing?" he asked suspiciously. "I want to get naked around you, what does it look like I'm doing?" I snorted. "Get me a shovel, we'll knock this out in a few hours together." Line break. When was the last time I did manual labor like this? I fought and trained until my body felt like it was going to fall apart. I can honestly say I much prefer that to shoveling horse shit for the entire afternoon. Well, the only good thing is that I'm not scrunching my nose at the smell anymore. Maybe that's because I'm still completely covered in it. With everything that happened, I forgot to ask Thor about the books. Well, I can do that later, I'm kind of tired now. I let out a tired sigh as he finished talking to the owner of the ranch and came back towards me with a big grin on his face. "It was successful, I have acquired the money for Lady Jane," he said proudly. "Out of curiosity, how much did you make?" "This much." He showed me, and I sort of slowly shifted through it with my fingers. $880. "Is it a lot?" Thor asked. "Will it help, Lady Jane?" "Yeah, it'll help. It would alleviate a little bit of the damage. At the very least, they could afford some groceries with that. Half of it is yours." Thor suddenly spoke. "Pardon." I was caught off guard. "You assisted, half of it is yours by right," he said rather firmly. "Really? After all the trouble, lowering yourself to shovel shit for a day, you're willing to give up half your earnings to me?" I looked at him with genuine surprise. "It is right," he said again. "I will not accept refusal." Thor. "Yes. The clothes of mine that you splattered shit all over. You would have to do this every day for months to just cover the cost of those," I told him, pushing the money back towards him. "Oh." He seemed taken aback by that. "Yup. I will return tomorrow and begin repayment." The funny thing was, I think he was being fully serious. Thor. "Yes." I kicked him lightly on the butt. "Let's get going. I was told I should call for Lady Jane. Shall I do that now?" he asked. "Do you have a phone?" I would be shocked if he adapted that quickly. "No, what is that?" "Right. Come along." I grabbed his sleeve and dragged him towards the exit. "Are we walking?" "It's quite the hike, my friend. And the heat is harsh even for a former god such as myself. Just until we get out of view, and I'll use magic to take us back." "Marvelous." Thor's eyes brightened as we got some distance down the road. "Could you use magic to wash me?" I held my hand up, forming the magic circle right in front of him, and it turned into a geyser of water, knocking him off his feet and tumbling down, forcing him to roll a few times before coming to a stop. He stood up, dripping a bit, and gave me a really unamused look. "Was that for?" "Yes, that was for throwing shit at me." I snorted, flicking my hand and producing a portal. Thor marveled at it for a moment before stepping through without my ushering. We popped out near the lab, a block or so down and behind a building. Thor dusted himself off and wiped his face, pushing his hair back. I do like that Midgard has the hot showers so readily available. I will partake when we return. Thor idly stated as we walked him back to his home. "Do you believe?" Thor stopped. I stopped next to him. Outside and in front of the building, there were a bunch of black SUVs and a lot of agents that looked reminiscent of the ones from before. Though, more eye-catching were the group of people wearing armor and weapons. 1 woman and 3 different men of varying sizes. However, for me, the one who grabbed my attention the most was Jean, standing there with them, but she was wearing a gorgeous dress and had a tiara on her head. "Will!" Jean shouted, waving at me from down the road. And then my eyes landed on Agent Coulson. He lowered his sunglasses, meeting my gaze. And he had the most smug smile on his face. What a shitty day. Line break. A/N. Just some good old-fashioned male bonding. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Wakanda has entered the find out stage over here if you're interested. Chapter 597, Chapter 540. Nicholas Fury, Director of SHIELD POV. Hill, what's the status on Branner? I glanced at her reflection in the window as I looked out. He's in the wind, sir. Hill reported, setting more papers on my desk. We subtly nudged him away from the direction of New Mexico like you ordered. He's heading south towards Mexico, and we're going to gently guide him towards the Middle East. Good. Avoid China, they've been watching things a bit too closely. I grunted. Will do, sir. I'll make sure all ships heading to China from Mexico are blocked or full if he tries. Hill nodded. And the status on Harlem? We're blaming it on a multitude of gas leaks, sir. We're throwing a few shady businesses under the bus to cover everything. The ones that had been bribing the right people in the mayor's office to avoid legal trouble are going to suffer the worst of it. Couldn't happen to better people. If there's any good thing to happen from a roided-up rage monster tearing about Harlem, I guess it's that those assholes get what's coming to them. How much attention is it getting on the news and online? We're having trouble keeping up. There were a lot of phones recording, sir. She replied. Annoying, but not unexpected. What's Stark's situation with the expo? The terrorist attack has been dealt with. Hammer Industries and Justin Hammer are taking the fall while we hide away the tech that was used. Agent Romanoff reports that she was able to pocket some important files that Ivan had hidden from Justin on Stark's arc reactor technology. It's been sent to the labs to analyze, but first looks don't seem promising, they said. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. But I guess even a few breadcrumbs are better than nothing. And how's Stark himself doing? After you talked to him, he seems to have gotten his act together, sir. He refused a medical check after the incident, but from the looks of things, he should be healthy. He better damn be with the week I've had so far. If I have to drag my ass back down there to give that grown man a pep talk again, it's going to be with an ass-kicking. Use the Stark Expo incident and Stark's involvement to cover Banner's little brawl with General Ross's science experiment. If Stark wants to hog all the spotlight, let him. Plaster his face everywhere, make sure all the news is talking about the Stark Expo and the terrorist attack to cover for it. And I had a good thought. And contact Stark, tell him he better get his charity sent over to Harlem and stuff their pockets to help out as punishment for the bullshit he put us through. That should at least get me some breathing room. The council isn't going to be happy that I let Banner go to a runner. Speaking of. Do we have General Ross in custody yet? The White House is blocking us, Hill replied. Of course they are. Damn idiots. Make it clear that if Ross or any of his people go within 100 miles of Banner, they're getting put down with no warning. I'll make sure they receive the message, sir. I'm not dealing with Banner rampaging again because Ross can't get over him like a bad ex. Do we have an update on the issue in New Mexico? I finally asked, hoping this would be the last of a very long week of headaches, including problems. Agent Coulson is on line 4, ready to give you a report. Send it through. I gestured for her to continue. She walked over to my phone and turned it on speaker. Agent Coulson. Director Fury. He greeted back. If you have time, I have the update you requested. Go ahead. I gave him permission. John Doe, alias given, Kurosaki Ichigo. Stated name, Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, unverifiable. Presumably Japanese with mixed Eastern European heritage. Estimated age, Agent Coulson began reading the report from his end. I nodded along, knowing this already. Skip to the new parts, Coulson. I'll read the details later. Yes, sir. From the last report, I believe I mentioned the issue in Nigeria may be linked to him. I approved your request to send a team to investigate the land purchase along the Nigeria-Wakanda border and to potentially discover the source of the gold influx into the country. Interpol, CIA, FBI, MI6, Mossad, how many more had been up my ass because of the sudden influx of gold that threatened to destabilize the market? If this week wasn't already enough of a headache, I didn't want to add economic stability to the growing list of annoyances. We were able to acquire a handful of the gold coins used and sent them to various experts. We had a few of our own people note a very faint but noticeable energy signature that they couldn't identify. However, they said it was completely harmless after several tests. And the historians and history professors we have contact with said that they can't identify any of the markings or symbols on the coins. So we have nothing on them then. To be blunt, that's correct. Coulson didn't deny it. Well, knowing that we know nothing is something, fortunately. But you didn't send a bunch of agents on a gold rush, Coulson. What else did you find out? That's difficult to say, sir. I let out a slight groan. It's one of those, isn't it? I'm afraid so. Just give it to me straight, Coulson. I felt another headache coming on. I believe I know why he showed an amused reaction when I told him we were sending agents to investigate the land purchase. Coulson seemed to take a deep breath in the end. For about 200 kilometers, at various intervals across the border, there were many large male genitals erected from wood and other materials. Pardon the pun. Come again, agent. They also spewed water when any of our agents approached. Agent. I enunciated because I wasn't sure I heard correctly. Coulson. I corrected it. You're one of the few agents I trust almost blindly. Please repeat what you said without any embellishments. Even Maria had a confused look on her face. Coulson let out a sigh. There are dozens of giant wooden phalluses propped up across the border, sir. He said it more plainly. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Why? I don't know, sir. And they spray water when you approach. Yes, sir. Does it happen how I assume it does? Unfortunately, sir. Coulson replied. We're just happy it's only water. Small mercies. And you trust the report from the agents? I have video and pictures added. Coulson stated. And I trust them, sir. Coulson. Yes, sir. What the hell suddenly happened to the world this week? Last week was completely normal. And now, suddenly, we have presumably aliens falling from the sky, rage monsters tearing up parts of New York, and Stark flying around playing superhero. What has the world turned into? I'm afraid I'm not done, sir. Of course you're not, it would have been too easy. Proceed, Agent. Thankfully, I hid a full bottle of whiskey in my desk yesterday. There are some strange phenomena occurring around them as well. I said that they sprayed water when the agents approached, but if they attempt to get too close, they seemingly get confused and lost. They attempted to shoot at one of them, but all their shots were off from Misa aiming. One of them had the idea to throw a grenade at one, and, well, he almost forgot to let go of it before it exploded. His squad managed to get it out of his hand and safely away before it exploded. Back to boot camp or permanent desk duty, make them choose. I do not need an agent in the field that throws explosives at unknown variables. They could use another round at boot camp, sir. Coulson agreed. Anything else concerning the mystery dicks that now blanket Nigeria's border, Agent? Something to look into later, sir. The agents noticed that the locals were acting strange. They weren't alone when they arrived. Unexpectedly, quite a few Wakandon were present and attempting to dismantle them as well. Strange how? I asked. Strange, like they noted a few quirks aligned with what they would expect from other intelligence agencies. And considering we have no knowledge of a Wakanda intelligence agency, much less them having the resources to train one, I believe it's worth mentioning. Well, they saved their paychecks at least. If it turns out to be something, I'll let them keep their current pay when they get out of boot camp for the second time. I'll pass it to another team. You have your hands full right now. It can't be coincidence if the giant dicks around Wakanda appeared and Wakanda is showing some strange signs. Where's your mystery man now? And the other one you mentioned? I let both of them go. He said simply. If it were anyone else, I would not have merely raised an eyebrow. Taking the soft approach, Coulson. That's right, sir. Coulson confirmed. Both of them had different attitudes that made it difficult to get cooperation. And it turns out that the one named Thor is acquainted with one of the scientists that was on the short list for the top secret project you were recruiting for. The cube. Yes, sir. I hummed at his reasoning. I had no reason to distrust him, and he almost always brought results. And the missing hammer? Still missing. I grunted again. I assume they're still under surveillance. Correct. He said quickly. They seem to be living together at the moment, or at least as far as we can tell. The agents we had following them had lost track of John Doe, Wilhelm several times and for quite a few hours. And your thoughts on everything? Give me your judgment as it stands now. Probably aliens, sir. The readings we got from the hammer were like nothing on Earth. However, it doesn't appear the two of them knew each other beforehand. Not to mention that neither of them showed up properly on any country's major databases. But you noted that one of them might be Japanese. Country of origin, but perhaps not planet of origin. Coulson responded. If he or others like him are on Earth, they may be living in Japan and picked up certain things. I couldn't argue with the hypothesis at least. And what are they up to now? Because I sure damn hope it's not another Stark situation. Nothing much, sir. Thor recently got arrested by the local sheriff for fighting with someone in the streets, but it didn't seem worth getting involved in. I frowned and looked back out the window. Who did he fight with, Agent? One moment, sir. Coulson spoke, and I could hear him saying something in the background with some papers being shuffled around. It appears that the victim was neither named nor given a statement. From the report, it says that the victim ran as soon as the police arrived and turned their back on them after tossing Thor. There was an ATM across the street that caught some things. I can pull the picture if you want. Do it. Something didn't sit right with me. From what Coulson said, this Thor tore through a dozen or so agents with ease, yet he just randomly gets into a street brawl. That doesn't seem right. Several moments passed, and I noticed the silence. Speak to me, Agent. Sorry, sir, I was reviewing the footage and noticed something particular. Coulson replied. On the victim's right shoulder, his shirt was torn, and you can faintly see a small corner of a tattoo of some sort. A few dots and something else indiscernible at a glance that looked rather similar to the tattoos that the agents over at the Nigerian border snuck from the Wakandon. I can't say I'm familiar with the cultures across Africa, and I don't want to make assumptions, but coincidences like this aren't something to overlook. I'll prioritize the group that's going to investigate Wakanda. My instinct is never wrong, I knew it was something. Considering who was involved, it's unlikely they were there for Thor. What's your take on this Wilhelm person, Coulson? Arrogant. Coulson immediately replied. Different than Stark. It's a more subtle arrogance that comes from an almost unwavering confidence. He wasn't concerned when guns were pointed at him, there wasn't a hint of fear. And he treated the arrest as a joke the entire time. I am of the thought that he could have escaped whenever he wanted, regardless of if we tried to stop him. Even with Agent Hawkeye there. Call it instinct, sir. Coulson replied. I can't very well dismiss his own instinct when I was just praising my own. But this is why Coulson is one of my top agents. Is he an immediate threat? I finally asked. I don't believe so, sir. Coulson replied after giving it a moment of thought. I attempted to use his own arrogance against him and see what I could learn. And while I did learn a few things that I believe he didn't intend to give me, he did say that he only showed up to see the hammer. And contrary to most of what he said when I interrogated him, I believe he was speaking the truth about that. I'll trust your judgment for now, Coulson. It sounded like he had the current situation as handled as it could be. It wasn't the approach I would go with, but he gets results, so I would let him do it his way. I need you to. Hang on, Director. There were various sounds coming from his end that started to make the call start buzzing. We're experiencing another atmospheric anomaly. Can I call you back, sir? Within the hour, or we assume the worst, Agent. I told him, and the cut abruptly cut off. Now, Hill, tell me again about those supposed vampires in New York. And the Vatican is stonewalling us. Line break. Jean POV. This dress is really pretty, are you sure it's okay for me to wear it? I looked at myself in the mirror, I wasn't used to wearing something so beautiful and elaborate. Oh my dear daughter, this is far from what you are worth. Frigga reassured me, but I just felt a little embarrassed. And if it makes you feel better, this is one of my old dresses that has some sentimental value to me. It suits her. Sif also said. See. Even Sif over there, who refuses to participate, also agrees. Frigga shot her a look, making the other girl huff. A dress is difficult to move around in while fighting. Sif defended. Here, hold my sword, try to swing it. She practically shoved it in my hands. I paused, actually feeling the sword. This is heavier than I thought it would be, but it's very well balanced. What's this thing inside? I inspected it closely as curiosity got the better of me. Sif seemed to perk up. You have a good eye for weapons. I saw some of how the mortals across the universe wage war, and I had a mechanism integrated into my blade. She held it up, and both sides of the blade pulled apart, and energy began to gather between them before dissipating, and the blade shifted back seamlessly. It gathers my divine power and releases it in a blast. It's very impressive. I clapped in awe. I'm surprised, though, that seems. I didn't know the right word. Sif and Frigga shared a look and let out a little laugh. Did you think we were unaware of the advancements of technology with the mortals? Frigga smiled coyly. Admittedly, some of us are completely oblivious. I believe Thor never cared to learn about anything he could destroy with his hammer. Sif grumbled. We keep to our roots and traditions because we choose to. Frigga smiled warmly. And most important, we are gods. It is the prerogative of mortals to continue forward unwavering. As gods, we simply watch over them and offer help when it's needed. Well, that's true. Even as a servant, firearms and that stuff couldn't harm me, nor could they even hit me if I was trying. I could only imagine it's the same for actual gods. Perhaps we have neglected Midgard considering it is part of the 9 realms. Sif muttered. Perhaps. It's easy to forget the passage of the years the same way the mortals do. It feels like just yesterday that you all went down there and played around. Frigga looked nostalgic. But it's also not a very good idea for us to overly involve ourselves either. It would be rather crass of us to make a big show of it now, especially when all the other gods also left Midgard some time ago. The days of old are still reminisced about in the taverns. Sif nodded. But that's in the past. Frigga shook her head. Now, to more important things. Such as, does my daughter have a boy she fancies? Frigga looked at me. Nay. I was surprised by the question. There's nothing like that. Sif pursed her lips, and Frigga did the same. Oh dear, it seems that she's already smitten. So it appears. Sif agreed. It's not like that. I pouted. Wilhelm and I are just friends. Ah, a name to put on the mysterious boy then. Frigga smiled. He must be a valiant warrior if you fancy him. Sif nodded. What deeds has he accomplished that make him worthy of you? What? He doesn't need to do anything to be worthy of me, my eyes widened. I mean, it's not like that. They both shared a knowing look and smile, laughing at me. He always says that he's not a good person, but he's always helping me and other people. I covered my face because I couldn't bear to look at them. He bullies me all the time. But he also goes out of his way to make me happy. And even Mama liked him. And when we're together, I get a warm feeling in my chest, and he always makes me smile. Well, I certainly hope I get to meet him at some point. Frigga giggled. Why not now? Sif asked. Frigga shot her another look, but this time with a frown. Sif, do you think that would really work? Sif awkwardly crossed her arms. It was worth a shot. Frigga shook her head. I can't go against my husband's own decrees to visit Thor, at least not yet. Perhaps if it takes years, then maybe I can sneak away without Odin getting upset. But for now, I must keep my distance as much as it makes my heart ache. You could write him a letter, couldn't you? And I could give it to him for you. I offered. Frigga smiled and fixed a little crease on the dress. It's the reasoning behind it. Thor needs a chance to step away and grow as a person. She paused and looked off into the distance. However, that only pertains to me. It's about time for you and your friends to plan your daring escape. Queen Mother. Sif furrowed her brow in confusion. Frigga stood up. Well, I believe it's time for me to go attend to some queenly duties or such. And wouldn't you know, Loki is currently preoccupied with a dignitary from Alfheim. She hummed, getting up. The three of your companions are currently pacing outside of the gardens. Please do let them know that Loki will be occupied for at least another hour so as to not bother him. Thank you, Queen Mother. Sif seemed to realize what was going on. Don't thank me, Sif. Frigga let out a sigh. Know that I will stand by my son as he acts as regent, and that whatever actions you take, they do come with consequences. If you so choose to walk that path, know that you will be at his mercy should things not go the way you want. She warned lightly. But please see my newest daughter home safely. We've kept her away from Midgard long enough. Thank you for the lovely time, Miss Frigga. I bowed my head. Oh sweetheart, you of all people never have to bow your head within Asgard. She pulled me into a hug fast enough that it left me surprised. And this isn't goodbye, but let us settle some things first and have Odin come out from his sleep, and then you can get the proper experience as a princess. The queen quickly left, leaving just me and Sif. Come, we shall take you back to Midgard. And bring Thor's hammer. She made sure to remind me as I almost forgot it on the table. Just as she said, the three from earlier were waiting right outside for us. No time to talk, we need to get to the Bifrost. Sif cut them off before they had time to speak. I have a skyer ready on the other side of the palace. Hogun spoke up. I remembered his name, but it was the first time I heard him speak. In fact, he just had stood there every time, looking intimidating and rather stoic. But the others looked at him strangely. What? I was going to go fishing. I have hobbies. Line break. I don't mean to question it, but isn't the Bifrost on the other side of Asgard? And this is a boat. I looked around, following their lead as I climbed into the boat. It was like the ones the Grail gave me from memory from the Viking era. They shared looks between them and chuckled. I forgot she was a Midgardian. Fandral laughed, patting the wooden side. Remember what was said. Sif spoke gently, grabbing a rope that went to the sails. We keep traditions and our roots because we choose to. The boat lifted up into the air, a faint humming underneath it, and I could faintly see the air being displaced. And rather quickly, it soared over the water and around the palace really quickly. If we had time, we could just take her right to the stars and take the long way to Midgard. Fandral smiled merrily. I'm sure the Kree in the next system over wouldn't mind letting us use their star lanes. That'll take over a week, we don't have that time. Sif frowned, pulling the rope, and the sail turned, jerking the boat to quickly turn as it headed towards the place I appeared initially. It didn't take long at all to reach it, we didn't even have to walk across the beautiful Rainbow Bridge. Though the landing was a bit rough and hasty, that's to be expected. I hope we don't get in trouble for doing this. Heimdall, please open the Bifrost to Midgard. Sif called out, marching right in as soon as the boat stopped sliding. I and the others were quickly jumping off to keep up. Heimdall didn't even look back. I am under orders not to open the Bifrost for anyone. Whose orders? Sif scowled. The king's. Heimdall said simply, and it looked like Sif wanted to say something but held back. Do you swear allegiance to Loki now? I swear allegiance to Asgard, Lady Sif. You would do well to remember that. He glared at her, making her slightly reel back. Loki is acting king, and I follow his orders as long as Asgard is not in danger. Sif looked at the others, and slowly, their grips on their weapons seemed to tighten. Heimdall noticed it, of course, and his grip on his own sword tightened, preparing for a fight. Mr. Heimdall. I went between them, not wanting them to fight. He just said that you're not allowed to open it, right? Then can I open it? The others went still and silent. I have received no order to reject you. Heimdall smiled welcomingly, and he turned around, lowering himself to a knee and presenting his sword to me. Princess, my sword is at your disposal. If it was that easy, why didn't you just say so? Volstagg huffed. And here I thought we were going to have to fight. He let out a hearty laugh. Only she among you has the authority to request such an action. If any of you were to try the same, I would have denied you. He said sternly before turning to me. Please. He said again, holding the sword out to me. Thank you, Mr. Heimdall. I gracefully took the sword from his hands. It's very heavy. I held it up. It is heavy with the weight of responsibility. For the Bifrost has the power to move to anywhere in the universe, but it also holds the power to destroy worlds if one is cruel enough. Heimdall spoke with an air of authority and pride. How do I use it? I asked. Heimdall smiled again. Simply insert it into the mechanism, it's already locked onto the same spot that you were originally retrieved from. How convenient. Sif shot him a look, but Heimdall simply acted aloof. Know that I am not allowed to retrieve you until I receive new orders, Princess. Heimdall spoke again as I held the sword up over the mechanism, ready to insert it. But, I believe that won't be a problem for you. He said with a knowing look in his eyes. Ah, he must have seen Wilhelm. I slid the sword in, and the golden walls around us began to rotate and thrum with power and purpose. Come, let's not waste time. Sif grabbed me and pulled me into the light that shot off into the depths of the stars, and I felt myself being pulled along with it. I vaguely recalled the feeling beforehand, but I was more prepared for it now and felt the rainbow light whisk me away as the star passed by like fireflies. So much distance traveled, suns and moons, stars and planets that were uncountable, yet I could blink, and thousands of them passed by until I felt gravity take hold again and everything jerked back into place. I hit the ground, almost not catching myself, and I was right back where I came from. In the same room too, and all the machines and the tent and people around us. Oh, Midgardians. Volstagg happily said, waving at them. Hello. I looked around at them, and my eyes landed on who I thought was in charge. Sif was quiet, looking at me, then at them. Hello to you as well. The men at the first smiled. Welcome to Earth. Is it your first time? No. I was born here. I said kind of awkwardly. We don't have time for this, we must find Thor. Move out of the way, Midgardians. Sif said rather impatiently. Sif, be nice. It's their country. I pulled on her sleeve. She stiffened and looked like she relented. The men at the front continued to smile, but all their weapons were still pointing at us. I'm Agent Phil Coulson. May I know who I'm speaking to? You speak to Princess Jean d'Arc. Sif held her chin high, answering for me before I could get a word in. Agent Coulson blinked in surprise, looking at her then at me. Funny, that's the same name as a famous saintess from France. Well, I don't really consider myself a saintess. It was embarrassing when people said that to me. At least when I wasn't doing important things, I was taken off guard by everything, so I wasn't in the right mindset. Now, they were looking at me weirdly too. If it isn't too much trouble, could we ask for directions? We're looking for a couple of people. Thor, Wilhelm, or both. Agent Coulson spoke up. You know where Thor is? Sif's eyes lit up. Agent Coulson smiled brightly for some reason. I know exactly where they are. Why don't I give you all a ride? It seems I underestimate you, Midgardian. Sif looked pleased, yet dismissive of the entire situation. Should I leave the hammer back here? I asked him. I didn't mean to take it before, I'm sorry. Agent Coulson seemed to study me carefully. You know what, why don't you bring it with you? Okay. I'm glad that I wasn't in trouble. Did you meet Wilhelm? Oh yes, we're acquainted. You might even call us friends. That's great. I smiled happily. Yes, great. Coulson continued to smile. Why don't we talk about him some more on the drive into town? Line break. A/N. Just rounding things out before shit hits the fan. Fury's week gets even weirder because of Wilhelm. And Jean is a cinnamon roll like usual. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 598, Chapter 541. Loki POV. Another sibling. I shouldn't have expected anything different. Of course when I'm finally acknowledged, when I'm the one sitting on the throne, there is someone else to kick me off of it. Some Midgardian, or whatever she was. How long had it been since a mortal was taken to the Golden City like she was? Invited, welcomed even. Mother was always gentle about it, but father was adamant that Asgard was not a place for mortals. Yet, against that, mother brought one here and adopted her. Was I the same? Was I some pity project that they simply felt bad for? No, in her case, she was worthy. It was no secret that Mjolnir was a temperamental weapon. Not even father could wield the hammer without it showing resistance. And I would have had to be blind to not see the enchantment he added to the hammer when he tossed it to Midgard together with Thor. Not only did the weapon accept her, a monumental feat that only a handful could truly claim. But Odin also acknowledged her even by accident. She was worthy. And the hammer wouldn't even budge for me. I was not worthy. Of course, I shouldn't have expected any different. I was the monster under the bed, the stories that fathers told their children so they would behave. A frost giant. How comical that a frost giant held Asgard together with both king and prince away. Who was it that handled all the diplomats that came strolling in when they heard about Thor's banishment and the Allfather's Odin's sleep? Who was it that showed the 9 realms that Asgard is still capable, despite the ridicule under their innocent smiles? In just the several days away, I had to quell several near uprisings from various places in the 9 realms that thought it was the perfect opportunity to get out from under Asgard's thumb. Not to mention the questions on Asgard's continued strength from our supposed allies. It was the frost giant who made sure that Asgard's relations remained strong. That we still showed strength and guile when needed. And did I get any respect or acknowledgement? Mother was playing with her mortal. The others steered clear of me while I sat upon the throne, fearful or mockingly. And even Thor's friends directly went against my orders. Did they think I wouldn't recognize the signs of the Bifrost being activated? I could be anywhere on Asgard, and I could feel the magic and cosmic power reverberate throughout the entire realm. Loki. Mother, I acknowledged her presence as she entered the throne room. You look good on that chair, she said with a bit of a smile. In any other circumstance, I would have been over the moon at such a compliment, but right now, it had been soured. Mother. I said again, closing my eyes. I think it's best that you tend to father while he sleeps. She seemed surprised. Loki. What do you? Mother. I cut her off. Do you think I don't know? I asked her, and she went silent. Your mortal has left. And her eyes seemed to flash with acknowledgement. As have Thor's friends. Against my explicit orders. Loki. What is the normal punishment for directly disobeying an order from the king, Mother? I asked her, and she decidedly remained silent. I let out a sigh, rubbing the bridge of my nose. Mother, go tend to father while he rests. Mother also let out a sigh, as we both know the answer to my question. Until your father awakes, I will go tend to him. She stated, turning and going to the chambers where the Allfather was in his Odin sleep. If it were anyone else, they would not have been forgiven. However, Thor's friends won't receive the same mercy from me. Who knows how long the Allfather will be sleeping this time? Recently, his Odin sleeps have been getting longer and the time between shorter. And it doesn't help when he pulls upon a large amount of cosmic power, usually accelerating the need for another Odin sleep. Regardless, I needed to secure my rightful spot. Once he awakens, once he sees what I have accomplished, he will acknowledge me for more than a stray pup he took pity on while in Jotunheim. A rightful king of Asgard. A worthy king. I just needed any variables out of the way. Line break. My king. Heimdall greeted me as I approached. Am I your king? He slowly turned to look at me, his all-seeing gaze shining bright. You are the king. I questioned that, Heimdall. I told him, for you see, I gave an order, as king, that you were not to open the Bifrost. He turned back around, gazing out towards the stars. I did not disobey your orders. No. I acknowledged that much. There were loopholes that were easily exploitable, I just didn't think he would be one to do so. But you knew that it went against my wishes. Perhaps. He spoke calmly. Just as I allowed you to venture into Jotunheim against the wishes of the Allfather. His tone told me a lot. Did you know all along? I finally asked him, as it felt pointless to carry on the charade. Who in Asgard possesses the same ability to hide from my sight? Heimdall asked back. I do not believe the Queen Mother to be one to bring frost giants into Asgard for a jest. Then why did you let us go to Jotunheim? I see many things, young king. If I focus, I can even see the strands of fate woven by the Norns. He spoke cryptically. You can see the future. That was something even the Allfather couldn't claim for all his power. Heimdall laughed. You overestimate me, young king. I can see but small pieces of a greater puzzle. Then why didn't you say anything? If you knew everything was going to happen like this, why didn't you stop Thor? Unless, you wanted Thor to go to Jotunheim and set everything in motion. You believe I have a scheme or a plan. He chuckled again. Once more, you overestimate me, young king. I didn't speak simply because it was not my place. Do you think the Allfather was unaware of your actions? Think, young king, how quickly the Allfather cancelled the ceremony to crown Thor despite all the glamour and revelry. And it was not only Thor who had a fate with Jotunheim that day, was it? He glanced at me out of the corner of his eye. I felt myself tense up for a moment before forcing myself back to my calm. He didn't think Thor was ready. Heimdall nodded slightly. Your actions were merely an excuse for him to postpone. Frightening. He was truly a frightening god. Has the Allfather ever questioned your power, Heimdall? I narrowed my eyes. His grip around his sword tightened as the air tensed. He has never had a reason to question me, for my loyalty has never been in doubt. He responded, and we both knew what was going to happen. You went to the relic vault. Yes. I didn't deny it, he was an opponent that I felt oddly respectful towards. You are more alike with Thor than you realize. And how is that? I scrunched my nose, being compared with him again. You both are often blinded by your own arrogance. He spoke still with a calm and cool tone. Though, his arrogance comes with hard-headedness and pride. And where does my arrogance come from, Heimdall? I asked him. Cunning. He replied without missing a beat. It will serve you well as a king. But it needs to be tempered with humility. I will keep your words under consideration. I spoke honestly despite the tension. And I was the first to move. I flung my cape back and summoned the casket of ancient winters. The core treasure and relic of Jotunheim and the frost giants. The box can only be held and opened by a frost giant, and when legends say it is opened, it can even freeze a star. Immediately, an indescribable cold burst out. It felt as if all light and warmth in the world died in that moment. I sucked in a cold breath that wasn't due to the casket. Slowly, I closed it and wiped away the blood dripping down my neck. I glanced to the side to see a frozen Heimdall, blade extended, pressed against my neck. A fraction of a second too late and my head would have rolled. It was a necessary risk. For my plans to succeed, I needed Heimdall to be taken off the board, at least temporarily. I walked into the room that housed the Bifrost mechanism, and I aimed it at Jotunheim before activating it. Line break. It was no wonder that I'd never been concerned with the cold before. And even the harsh winds of Jotunheim were welcoming in a way. I didn't need to trek through the snow for long. And they should be thankful that my patience was as generous as it was. I had the original thought to just open the Bifrost and point it at Jotunheim and allow this wretched realm to be destroyed that way. Laufey. I called out to the Frost Giant King, knowing they were watching me. You have the courage to return here, King of Asgard. The Frost Giant King mocked as his red eyes appeared behind the cold mists, stepping out from behind. There were many more, hundreds, perhaps thousands, in the surroundings, watching. What courage! Aren't we back to a neutral standing after my brother was banished? I quipped back. At least the letters the Allfather sent were returned without any wardage of continued hostility. The Frost Giant King remained unmoved. Or were you just cowed and looking for a reason to abandon that silly declaration of war? I spoke again, earning a much more intense stare. The sound of ice blades forming in hands was easily heard. And the king himself conjured a large icy dagger and raised it just a hair's breadth from my forehead. I looked him in the eyes and grabbed it. He was startled as my skin began to turn blue, matching his own. Yes, normally, a frost giant's icy weapons freeze someone inside out, an almost damning death and something unignorable even for a god if the frost giant was particularly strong. So you're the runt that went missing all those years ago. He wasn't the king for nothing, able to make several guesses in that moment. The snake within the Allfather's court finally shows himself. He dropped the icy blade. That's right, I'm the runt, the little frost giant no bigger than any other Asgardian. And as a babe, the Allfather took me back to Asgard when his war with the frost giants had him pushing them back to the heart of Jotunheim. Would you like me to call you father? I nearly scowled even making the joke, as it left a poor taste in my mouth. Oddly enough, the frost giant king made a face that I nearly would have. Why have you come? He finally asked. You didn't abandon the war declaration out of assuaged ego. It's a matter of survival, you're more than aware that you can't survive another war with Asgard. I summarized, noting his look and knowing I guessed correctly. Of course, as king, you needed a proper reason to keep your people from seeking revenge for Thor's foolishness. He didn't answer, he didn't seem like the type to talk incessantly, so I continued as was my forte. But that doesn't mean you don't want revenge, does it? I asked, seeing a slight change on his face. I swung my cape back and produced the casket of ancient winters, earning quick murmurs and excitement around me as every one of these frost giants could sense its authenticity. It was their sacred relic, the heart of Jotunheim, and if legends speak true, it's the source of their cold. If you help me, I will return this. What's to stop us from taking it here and now? King. The thousands of frost giants all around me made their presence known. I rolled my eyes. Do you take me for an idiot? Do you think I would just come down here without any contingencies? I wonder how Jotunheim would fare if the Bifrost was open fully, pointed right at your wasteland, and not shut off. The king was no fool, he could recognize my threat. The Bifrost was as much a weapon as it was a tool for travel. You would die as well. Would I? I asked back, knowing that my reputation was known even here. He pondered it for a long several moments. I admit, I didn't want to enact any contingencies that I devised. Mostly because it was not the time to use the Bifrost in such a way. And especially so because it would be quite difficult to escape unscathed. What are your terms? My oaf of a brother is on Midgard, playing mortal. And my mother adopted another child, a Midgardian woman who could wield Mjolnir. Take the casket, and I'll send you and your lot to Midgard to cause havoc, and I want you to kill them both. Likewise, I want a group of your frost giants to attack Asgard. If you prove successful in killing Thor and the mortal, I will open a path for you after your job is done right to the Allfather's chambers so you can exact your revenge. You would kill your own family. They are no family of mine. I spat it out. However, you will not harm the queen. His lips curled up mockingly. We have a deal, runt. He reached out his hand. We have a deal. I grasped it as my hand turned the same blue as his, and I dropped the casket into the snow before walking away. Relish your time well, monster. Attack Midgard, attack Asgard, then I will have all the justification I need, and everyone will recognize me when I destroy Jotunheim. If I save the Allfather from your assassination attempt, I will be a hero. Hundreds, thousands of years later, no one will even remember what a frost giant was. Line break. Wilhelm POV. Well, this was certainly a situation. I admit, I resisted the urge to turn around and walk away. But my legs just seemed to carry me forward until I was in distance for Jean to throw herself at me, and I opened up for a hug. Well, it didn't matter. Now that I was in front of her, there were other things different. Her hair, while still in the same way, was done up a bit. And she was wearing makeup that was subtle but highlighted her natural beauty. You look beautiful. I said it with full sincerity. Ah. Well. She looked away with a growing flush. It was the first time I'd ever seen her dress up like this. My friends. Thor bellowed, running towards the others that came with Jean. It was because of his loud, boisterous shout that I realized everyone was staring at Jean and me. Mr. Schweinord, we meet again. Coulson looked at me with that same smug smile. It seems I found your companion. I've never met this woman before in my life. I returned without missing a beat. Nay. Jean hit my shoulder. Be nice to Mr. Coulson, he helped us come back. I think it was slightly, but I felt like Agent Coulson's smile grew just a tiny bit wider. I did in fact do that. And we had a nice chat on the way back. I looked down at Jean, and she looked back up at me with an expression like, don't worry, I didn't say anything important. It was cute, enough that I couldn't bring myself to sigh knowing that just broadcasting that was kind of just as bad. But why did it feel like I lost against him? Urge to pull Jean's cheeks were rising. But I also didn't want to mess up the makeup that probably took a lot of convincing to get her to wear. So I kissed her forehead instead. Our little reunion was cut short with the others running out of the building. Jane, Darcy, and Eric. I'm recording. Darcy immediately shouted, her phone out, pointing at everyone. Please stop recording, Miss Lewis. Coulson said rather politely. It's my right. I'm recording. It is her right, she will record how she pleases. Thor defended her. I genuinely question if Thor even knew what he just said or the context involved in it. Though Agent Coulson didn't even react, he just stood there with the same passive expression as if this were a normal day occurrence for him. Come, Lady Jane, meet my friends. This is Lady Sif, one of the greatest warriors of Asgard. And these are the Warriors 3, my friends who have accompanied me on many adventures. Hogan, Fandral, and Volstagg. Jesus Christ, you weren't making shit up. Jane blurted it out, and even Eric was sort of gaping. I thought we already acknowledged that with the demon over there. Dracy quipped, gesturing right at me. Suddenly, everyone turned to look at me. A demon. The woman, named Sif, presumably the goddess from myths, was the first to react. A demon. She drew her weapon, as if to pounce on me, and the other three grabbed their weapons. Peace. Peace, Lady Sif. Thor stepped in front of them. Let us not make a misunderstanding. He is a friend. They hesitated. It's all right, Sif. He's Wilhelm. Jean shyly tugged on my sleeve, rubbing up next to me. For some reason, Sif looked at me rather strangely, but slowly, she lowered her weapon. I glanced at Agent Coulson, and he just gave me a little wave with that same smile of his. Smug bastard. I'm sure he was more than happy to just watch and hear everything that happened. If the princess says so. Sif spoke, but it sounded like she was still unsure. But I certainly caught some of that. Princess? I asked. Princess. Thor repeated at nearly the same time. Thor's eyes also trailed down to what Jean was holding. Particularly, she was holding a certain hammer. The fact that he hadn't demanded it or reached for it already must have taken substantial self-restraint with how he was screaming about it when we first met. Sif held her head up high. The Queen Mother adopted her. Thor blinked, I blinked, and we both looked at her, then at Jean, who was blushing a little bit. I see. He spoke. I had dreams, visions, I recognized you and saw you with Mother. He said, looking at Jean. There was a strange tone in his voice. And you have my hammer. He finally acknowledged the proverbial elephant in the room. I brought it back for you. Jean held it up for him to take. Thor's expression changed again. You are giving it up? He asked incredulously. It's yours, isn't it? Jean smiled warmly. Thor was silent for several moments. Mother adopted you because you can wield the hammer. As something like that. Jean seemed confused by it as well. I, however, was completely in the dark about what was going on. But I'm sure I would get an explanation later. Mjolnir chose you. Thor whispered, slightly reaching out for it but pulling back and shaking his head. Mjolnir chose you. He said it again, and it was like he was saying it to himself. Keep the hammer well, newest sister. She is temperamental, but a greater companion you will not wield. Thor. Sif looked at him with surprise, same as his friends. He smiled awkwardly and then let out a chuckle. It's fine, I know my mistakes. Mjolnir chose someone else. Mjolnir chose her, yet she would hand it back to me so easily, how could I accept it? He shook his head again. I have been rude. I am Thor Odinson, my newest sister. May I hear your name? Jean Dark. She answered, awkwardly unsure of what to do with the hammer. She didn't want the hammer. I resisted the urge to facepalm. It seemed like Thor was having a moment of maturity and growth from what little I knew of him at this point, so I didn't want to spoil it. But I really wanted to hit him and tell him to stop being an idiot. Thor still smiled regardless. I am happy to have a new sister. If Mother adopted you, then you are welcomed by me. Jean flushed again. I think she was still processing the whole adopted thing in her head just as I was. Huh, you have the same name as that one famous chick from France. Darcy said rather casually. The one that got burned and was a saintess or something. I remember from my French classes. Sif turned to Jean. You did not tell us that you were famous on Midgard. I wish to hear these stories. Ah. Jesus Christ, are you that Joan of Arc? Jane had the same reaction as before, looking at Jean. Welp, that cat's out of the bag. But embarrassed Jean is cute Jean. Though, our visitors were completely oblivious to everything. Thor, you need to come back to Asgard right away. Sif finally began. What troubles are there in Asgard? Is father still alive? The Allfather is fine. Sif seemed surprised by his question. The question that came about was because Loki tried to tell him that Odin was dead. But it's Loki. What about Loki? What trouble has he caused? Well, we simply need you to come back. Miss Frigga said he was doing a good job ruling. Jean spoke up. But he refused to let us come to you. Sif followed up. I was banished. Thor responded. I am happy, believe me, my friends, but Loki was right. Father banished me for a reason. If Loki overruled that, what would everyone think of it? Sif and the others were staring at him strangely. In fact, Sif started poking him rather aggressively. Thor, are you okay? The big guy, I think Thor named him Volstagg. Why are you not filled with righteous fury? You reject your hammer and return to Asgard triumphantly. Thor looked at his hammer again. I spoke to a mortal not long ago when I was imprisoned. The elder bestowed on me words of wisdom that forced me to think. He told me that when all one has is a hammer, all problems look like nails. Was that when he got arrested and got a talking to by the sheriff? How introspective. I wonder if I can sneak off while everyone is paying attention to him. Take Jean and do a runner real quick. Ahem. Agent Coulson cleared his throat. Oddly enough, the other agents were relaxed. Well, they were on guard, but they weren't tense. I don't mean to disrupt your reunion, and it sounds like you all have a lot of important things to talk about. But I'm here representing the government. We would like to respectfully extend our hand in friendship and politely ask about your purpose and details of your stay on Earth. Wow, they really have done something like this before, haven't they? You stole Lady Jane's things. Thor pointed his finger at Coulson. Borrowed. Stole. Jane accused him as well. Borrowed. Agent Coulson replied without missing a beat. And it will be returned. Please understand our perspective and position, considering. He gestured to Thor and company. Jane furrowed her brow. I want a bribe. Agent Coulson blinked. Pardon. For keeping my mouth shut. Jane crossed her arms. Are you trying to extort the government, Miss Foster? Agent Coulson looked at her. And I want my student loans paid off. Darcy added as both of them looked at her incredulously. What? I deserve something. I deserve an apology. Jane crossed her arms, staring Agent Coulson down. Coulson turned his attention back to Jane. I'll talk to some people and have some grant sent your way with, no strings attached. Oh wow. Balls on her. As for the more pressing concerns. He turned his attention back to Thor, then to Sif, the latter of whom was looking Jane up and down as if to evaluate her. Our visitors. Fear not, mortal. We come not with sword pointed your way. We have come to retrieve the prince and secure the princess's return home. Sif spoke after a moment. Right. Coulson nodded along as if that explained everything. If you represent the mortals here, then know that any harm that befalls the princess will be met with swift retribution by the full might of Asgard. So says the Queen Mother. Sif added. Coulson looked at Jean and, with a rare bit of emotion, frowned slightly. Well, looks like we're not needed anymore. I clapped my hands. Why don't we get out of your way, and you can have your discussions in private. I put my hands on Jean's shoulders in an attempt to pull her away, but she shot me a pout, and it made me lose all my strength. We have quite a few more questions for you, Mr. Schweinorg. Particularly, we had agents investigate the land you purchased in Nigeria. I coughed awkwardly. That's not mine. How strange, the deeds show your name and face. Will, what did you do? Jean looked up at me. Nothing. What did you do? She put her hands on her hips, looking at me accusatorily. I didn't do anything. I looked at Coulson for anything, and he had that same smug smile as he looked back at me. You need not worry, Miss Ark, he didn't do anything illegal. Coulson stated. Jean lightened up, and I felt my heart relax. I don't know why, but Jean's look like that hits me in a very particular way that makes it hard to feign ignorance or bullshit. Disappointed Jean was too strong for me. Agent Coulson, I owe you one. Before I could speak up again, I felt something strange. I immediately looked up to the sky, and I felt the space vibrate in a very familiar and specific way. Someone else is coming. I said, accompanied by a rainbow light hitting the street not far away. Who did you come to fetch us, Lady Sif? Thor asked. Heimdall said that we were on our own. She responded. And very quickly, the temperature dropped drastically. Ice began to cover the ground and streets. A misty, cold air burst out, accompanied by many sets of towering red eyes. Are those who I think they are? Fandral, I believe he was called. He pulls out his weapons with a short tremor in his voice. They were tall, ranging from 6 to 10 meters in height. They looked like they were made from frost and ice, and they emitted a chilling air that literally froze the surroundings. Frost giants. Thor whispered. Laufey, what is the meaning of this? Thor bellowed as the frost giants parted, revealing one in particular that they all seemed to differ to. Odinson. The frost giant's tone was just as one would expect, just his words alone caused the temperature to drop slightly even more. You break the ancient treaties. Thor threw his hand out in anger. If I recall, you broke them first. He responded with a menacing grin. And here you stand, a god no more. His words were clearly mocking. More friends of yours? Agent Coulson asked, pulling his gun out and gesturing to the other agents. It wasn't just us around either, our presence had drawn a commotion. Off the top of my head, I counted over 400 of them, frost giants, that is. But that was just what I could see immediately in front of me, there seemed to be over twice that number in total. One of the larger of their number swung his fist at a nearby building, it turned to ice and shattered, collapsing onto itself. They were smaller, ironically enough, compared to the variant I was familiar with. Weaker too, but that was all relative, as they existed seemingly in a pretty large number. Son of a cow, take the other mortals and retreat, this battle is beyond your kin. Sif stated, drawing her blade in preparation. Well, that's going to be a little hard. He laughed decrepitly, behind us was turned to ice too, and quite a few more frost giants were there as well. Anything we should take note of? Don't let them touch you. Especially don't let them touch you with one of their ice weapons, you will freeze from the inside out. Thor spoke. They have strength enough to match an Asgardian as well. Ah, wonderful. A woman screamed, and out of one of the buildings, we could all see a human woman being dragged out by her hair by one of the frost giants. It seems he was taking effort not to immediately kill her, as the icy grip of his stopped at freezing her hair at the immediate touch. The leader, Laufey, smiled. Our conquest will start here before we move on to Asgard. She wasn't the only one. They were dragging over all the humans in the immediate area before they could scatter. They all tensed, and ironically, it was the least expected person to make a move as a bullet hit the frost giant in the head, the one holding the woman. It didn't do much. I wouldn't say it bounced off, but it was like the equivalent of a flick. There was a strange silence as a bit of smoke wafted off Agent Coulson's gun, still leveled at that one particular frost giant, the one who gripped the woman's hair. Kill that one first. Laufey commanded. The frost giant seemed capable of conjuring frost weapons. Many of them had bows and arrows, though the arrows were more like spears comparatively. I met Jean's gaze, and she nodded at me. The immediate concern was the humans in the area. As the arrows went flying, everyone turned to look towards Coulson. I took that chance to shoot but to the frost giant holding the human hostage, and with Mirage in my hand, I cut off his arm and the hair of the human just below the frozen bits before slashing his head before he could utter a word. Quickly, I did my best to get all the humans out of the area. I looked back, and I saw Jean step forward, but to my surprise, Coulson stepped ahead of her and pulled her out of harm's way. There was a scream, then several more. Princess! Son of Cowl! A shield came up from Sif to block the next arrow, and the sound of steel deflected a few more. I reached through the air and snatched one of the last ones before it could find its mark because Jean was a little preoccupied holding Coulson in her arms after what just happened. The frost giant stopped for a moment, perhaps because they had about 24 heads of their kin tossed through the air and hitting the ground right in front of them from me. I stood over Agent Coulson, who was now missing everything below his elbow on his right arm, which was turning blue and covered in ice. He threw himself towards Jean in an effort to protect her. I grabbed the stump of his arm as his comrades came swarming over, but I ignored them and started casting a strong healing spell to counteract the frost from where the arrow, more like a ballista shot, had just torn away part of his arm. Agent Coulson. I spoke to him with a strange silence in the air. I think they were surprised that a bunch of their kin had died so quickly that they were taken aback. Rarely do I find a genuinely good-hearted person. He smiled meekly, maybe he was in shock. The suddenness of losing his arm was probably still being processed mentally. It's what we're trained to do. He responded despite the situation. You know, when I helped Thor shovel horse shit earlier, this is not how I thought my day would go. I'm happy I didn't hurt myself in a way that couldn't be healed quickly from before. The other agents with Coulson helped him up and began to do their own first aid as best as possible. Jean didn't stop them. He wasn't going to die at least. But now, I owed him a debt. Would Jean have been okay? Most assuredly. Did he know that? He did not. Kindness like that needs to be repaid. Will, are you done? Jean tugged on my sleeve. Ah, she knows me so well. I'm done, I told her while everyone stared at us silently. At my words, a massive spell circle emerged below us. It was bright enough that through the cold mists, it shined brightly and expanded outwards. A large ethereal dome rose up from the ground and covered not only us but the frost giants as well. The second shield sprang out of the ground around just us immediately to protect the regular humans in our little group. What magic? Sif whispered. You, a demon. Laufey spoke, directed at me. I have no quarrel with your kind, why do you interfere? I hummed, stepping forward, and I intentionally stomped down on one of the severed heads of his kin, turning it into a bloody paste. Funny, you say that after attacking someone I care deeply about. He watched me cautiously, and his fellow frost giants tensed as well. Sister. Thor whispered, but I could still hear him from where I was. You must use the hammer. Call upon the power of my lightning and thunder, only that way. Jean dropped the hammer onto the ground, abruptly cutting off his words, and simply smiled at him. She summoned her servant attire and banner and immediately ran forward with a surge of strength and smacked one of the frost giants across the face, lifting him off his feet and sending him soaring into a nearby building. Did any of you know she could do that? Thor whispered to the others, and they all shook their heads. But her action seemed to serve as the start. The other Asgardians, bar Thor, rushed forward, and the frost giants attacked as well. My barrier showed its prowess right away as it held off multiple stray attacks, or some directed attacks, while the regular humans hid inside. Laufey still leveled his gaze at me. I let the staff of Magnus drop into my hand, and he finally reacted. With one hand, I pointed the staff at him, and a large magic circle revealed itself, a torrent of fire unleashed in his direction. It was met with an equally large blast of frost that collided, creating a burst of steam. In my other hand, I began casting other spells. Ebony skin. Everyone around me was enveloped in an armor-like, shimmering magical construct that looked like ebony from Skyrim. Frost shield. Fire cloak. A second shield-like effect enveloped everyone, giving them a firm resistance against cold-based phenomena. Thirdly, their weapons were enveloped in magical fire. Could I easily start a slaughter? Sure, but my main concern was still the bunch of normal humans caught in the middle. So, I'll just play a support. Lightning Rune. I cast far behind me as a frost giant stepped on it, causing him to get electrocuted and fall to his knees. One of the agents, who was about to be smashed into paste by him, then grabbed a knife from his boot and stabbed him in the neck with the added strength of my spell, killing him. Besides, the friends that Thor claimed were actually doing very well. Sif, as a goddess, was doing her work to tear through the fodder. The other three, despite not being gods themselves, were much stronger than a normal human and were able to keep up as a group. I let my spiritual power spread out, and I did my best to sense everyone under the dome. Besides us, there were still quite a few town residents stuck in with us. And not all the frost giants were tunnel visioning just us. I began calculating. Dozens of new spell circles shimmered around as I played tug-of-war with Laufey and continued to release fire spells his way. A fireball shot off towards the sky, it arced and hit the back of the head of a frost giant chasing after him and running down 2 streets to the right. Several more found him before a spike of earth shot up and finished him off. A hole opened up, enveloping another frost giant, then closing around him as he was about to stab a young lady a couple of buildings over. I grasped with my hand, making a different frost giant trip with the use of telekinesis. A lightning bolt split and arced between the buildings before crashing into another. Bricks were transmuted into chains, dragging another 2 frost giants away. A palm of wind fell from the sky and slammed onto another, smashing him into the ground continuously. A shield spawned up on the side of Fandral, blocking a stab of an ice dagger. He looked my way in thanks before stabbing his blade into another frost giant. A blade of fire narrowly missed a particularly large frost giant that Volstagg was fighting, giving the Asgardian the chance to swing his large axe right into its groin, sweat pouring down his forehead. The last one, he hadn't spoken, Hogan. The man was different than the other 2, he was much more swift, not letting himself be put in a position where he was overwhelmed or forced into an engagement. His weapons became enveloped in wind, becoming swifter and deadlier. Thor, in his stupid but good-natured mind, thought it was wise to tackle a frost giant to the ground and start punching the ever-loving shit out of him. Of course, Thor was human at the moment, and after the initial days wore off, the frost giant wasn't going to get beaten up in a brawl with a human. Granted, he currently had an ebony skin spell cast on him, but that still didn't put him at the strength of one of these frost giants. I let a random steel blade fly out of my storage and guided it to stab into the giant. The frost giant let out a strange noise even amidst the chaos of the abrupt battlefield. It may or may not have impaled him in the ass. Thor ducked under a haphazard swing of its arm and grabbed the sword free. I almost choked as Darcy tried to taste the frost giant, distracting him again for Thor to get a few more stabs into its legs, finally bringing it down. I'm impressed by the audacity, but likewise, I grabbed hold of her with a bit of telekinesis and gently threw her back into the safety of the shield. Laufey pushed through my fire spell with the encompassing wave of frost crashing towards me. Greater Ward. I cast, spinning my staff, absorbing and negating it before launching the remainder of my carefully calculated spells. Dozens of different effects were actualized, a flurry of lights and sounds erupted all together. I let out a breath, leaning against my staff as a strange lull overcame the fighting. Lots of bodies piled up, and the Asgardians were breathing heavily. Just from size and strength, it seems that every frost giant was middle class, more or less. Which is rather impressive considering there's a whole realm of these guys, and they didn't seem like the cream of the crop. If my guesses were correct, an entire species where the minimum power of the middle class is a fearsome thing indeed, depending on their numbers. The Ancient One did say they had enough to form an actual army in the past. Jean stood at the front, many dead frost giants left in her wake, enough that everyone noticed that her side had been nearly cleared as she focused on Laufey alongside me. At this point, I couldn't sense any humans within the shield that were immediately in harm's way. You are a fearsome sorcerer. Laufey spoke. The speed and precision of your spells, I cannot name more than 10 across the 9 realms who could match it. And you have been sandbagging. I raised my staff, pointing at him. You have confidence in something, I wonder what it is. I created a new runic circle. Let's try this, Fires of Muspelheim. One of my first created spells, it's very simple, but that's often only what you need. A wave of fire erupted, but it was much stronger than the normal fire I had been playing with before. Though, I had no doubt he could survive this. Laufey was the king of a race that fought gods. There had to be something he was relying on. He held his hand out, and something appeared in his hand, and I immediately felt an intense sense of danger. It was a box of some sort, and when it opened, immediately it felt like the world had all its warmth sucked out. My flames were snuffed out like they were a matchstick inside a blizzard. Dangerous. That thing was immensely dangerous. Jean. I shouted, slamming my staff onto the ground. With the quickest speed I could muster, I pulled everyone around us as tightly together as possible, not having the chance to be gentle. My banner, protect my brethren, luminescite eternel. A cold air the likes of that could only be compared to the Winter Queen. No, it may be on a higher level than her cold. Everything in the vicinity immediately froze solid. My barrier spells, they froze over and began to crack. Jean's noble phantasm was the only thing keeping it at bay from the others, but even still, a layer of frost and ice began creeping up despite her holy light acting as a barrier. The casket of ancient winters. Thor yelled, the cold air making it hard to hear. If it is left open, the entire world will be frozen. It should be locked away in Asgard. Sif yelled back, her shield lifted up in an attempt to keep the cold air at bay. That was hyperbole, right? Right. Though, oddly, I felt like he wasn't exaggerating. The sense of danger I felt from that thing was immense. However, I had no time to ponder it because the barriers around us completely broke apart, and even I was starting to get covered in frost. Jean's noble phantasm wasn't going to last forever. So I made a decision, putting the staff of Magnus away. A second sun appeared overhead as the bow of Oriel entered my hands. A surge of warmth that could contend with the deathly cold that spewed out of the casket of ancient winters. Thankfully, we're in the middle of the desert, so I didn't have to worry about collateral damage. The second sun turned into an arrow as I pulled the string back, and I could feel the intense gazes locked onto my actions. Particularly, Laufey's glowing red eyes could be seen amidst the frost and ice being unleashed. At one end, the sun erupted in a torrent of bright light, on the other, a deathly cold and winter threatened to consume everything. Jean's noble phantasm finally dissipated, and in that moment, I released the arrow. The force of it was enough that all the buildings that were just frozen ice had shattered. All the ice and frost along the path had evaporated immediately, and the arrow pushed through the flood of cold that spewed forth. In front of us, everything was completely disintegrated, all the frost giants turned to ash as the arrow soared down the street and off into the distance. For a single moment, all the cold completely disappeared until the arrow itself also disappeared from view, ending with an eruption of explosive fire that blanketed the horizon. Laufey, the frost giant king, was no longer there. The only thing that did remain was the casket of ancient winters, and it was still open. The deluge of cold didn't cease, it was a momentary respite brought about by Oriel's bow being used, and as soon as the intense heat was gone, it resumed, ushering in a new ice age into the surroundings. Maybe it was because it was no longer being controlled, but it felt like the release of frost was intensified several margins because it wasn't being direct anymore. I threw up haphazard spells as quick as possible, and almost as quickly, they froze and shattered. Each one that took me a fraction of a second to cast lasted for not even twice as long. Fires I cast were snuffed out immediately. Finally, I raised Oriel's bow in front of me and pushed against the blizzard that made seeing a few feet in front of me nearly impossible. The residual authority of the sun associated with the bow, even without activating it, allowed for a reprieve, enough that I could take steps forward even as my body was slowly getting enveloped in ice and frost. My semblance activated to help fight against it, the lightning that surged within me did its best to counteract the cold that filled the world. I had no idea what the hell this thing actually was, but it was enough that it could honestly kill me if left alone. Each step felt excruciatingly slow, and the closer I got, the more intense the cold became. It felt like the very concept of cold, winter, ice, frost was all gathering into a single box and used together. I could no longer even see a few inches in front of my eyes as I took several more steps forward, pushing against the chilling winds. Instinctively, I swung the bow forward and smacked something. Instantly, the cold subsides, the source cut off as the box had been closed. My legs wobbled, and I fell to the ground with a sense of exhaustion, letting out cold breaths. My heart was beating rapidly because I was honestly surprised at the appearance of this thing. Cold, cold, cold. What a terrifying weapon. If I was even feeling cold, I couldn't imagine how the others were feeling. Thankfully, Jean was there helping hold things off from her end. I held my hands out and began to cast numerous fire spells into the surroundings to bring some warmth back around. They seemed all concerned with each other, which was nice. However, my eyes landed on the casket next to me. Yoink. This is mine now. Line break. A/N. Casket of Ancient Winters, op. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 599, Chapter 542. I learned from past mistakes. As in, I didn't leave the dangerous box unattended inside my storage this time. I made sure to slap on quite a few seals just in case before adjusting it inside my storage. We don't need another damn Pandora's box fiasco. But, you know, ignoring everything that just happened, my greedy devil nature is tickled right now. Just from the perspective of coming to this world, if I gained nothing else, the trip was now worth it. And I wasn't even finished. But I pushed those kinds of thoughts away because it seemed really shitty to be thinking about that sort of thing with everything that happened around us. A frosty haze still hung in the air. Despite the fire spells I had cast to start warming the area, they weren't doing a very good job. I held up my staff of Magnus, pointing it at the sky right above the town that was covered in snow and ice. I didn't need substance, I didn't need anything carefully designed or powerful. I just needed big. A gigantic magic circle, detailed enough at first glance, but perhaps one of the roughest magic circles I've ever made since reaching this point, but it was cheap, easy, and got the job done. It was designed simply to create a large ball of fire and contain it so it didn't cause harm to the surroundings, just releasing a large amount of heat. Finally, it was enough that the walk back to the others wasn't disrupted by large swathes of snow on the ground. There was still a small matter to deal with. Probably about 100 or so frost giants remained, and they were now looking rather fearful. On one side, I held up my staff, pointing it at them. On the other, Sif and the other Asgardians took certain spots around them as they were forced into a singular group. Gradually, any conjured weapons were dropped and dispersed, and one after another, they began to silently surrender. I dragged the staff against the ground, making a small wall of earth rise up to mark a boundary around them. The intent was clear, I didn't need to voice to them that they would not be crossing the threshold. Jean gave me a soft smile as I got back, she was helping the others who were having difficulties. If it weren't for her, honestly, several of them probably would have died. It would have taken me several more moments to get a shield off strong enough to not freeze over instead. And if even I could feel the cold like that and get affected by it, some of them stood no chance. Even so, the ones around us weren't doing well. The humans, that is, the Asgardians, were handling it much better. Though, it seems like the ebony armor on them staved off a good amount of the danger. However, I think I noticed signs of hypothermia. Maybe even a bit of frostbite at first glance. They all shot me varying looks, some were a bit scared, some appreciative, and others weren't something I could discern at a glance. Agent Coulson, I hope you're not right-handed. He was up at this point, missing an arm, which was wrapped up tightly, and shivering from the cold, but he was standing and handling matters with the other agents that came with him. He turned to me, smiling awkwardly. I was. Oof. Drink this. I handed him a regeneration potion specifically. It'll help with the frostbite and other cold-related ailments. Though, despite the name, it wouldn't regenerate his arm. Tastes like a more earthy vegetable juice. He noted with a hint of an amused tone. You just drank it without any question. I had thought I would have to convince him. If you wanted to hurt me, there are simpler ways. He said rather nonchalantly. True. I took out a few more, setting them on the ground. Have your people helped themselves? Thank you. He spoke with clear genuineness before snapping to someone near him, who obviously overheard us talking. They began to hand out the potions to each member around, not even hesitating to drink at Coulson's directions. Do you need to call some stuff in? I can lend you my phone if yours is now broken. I find it hard to believe that his phone would have survived the cold that he just experienced. Your offer is appreciated, but unnecessary. Before the fighting started, I had already sent out several distress messages. They should have been evacuating the town while the fighting was happening. He replied coolly. That's good at least. I couldn't really pay attention to things too far away. Thank you for protecting me, Mr. Coulson. Jean bowed her head towards him. Despite it not being needed, Jean would not let the act go unthanked. It's my job. Coulson said again without an iota of hesitation. Though, I wish I had known it wasn't needed beforehand. His expression softened a little, and his normally neutral smile turned a bit more genuine. Now I just feel silly. Or that could be the painkillers. Agent Coulson. I continued. The lengths I would go to in order to protect Jean are something you cannot fathom. So please understand me when I say that despite it being unneeded, you have my gratitude and thanks. I flicked my fingers and produced a talisman, handing it to him. It was a special talisman made with a combination of my magic and other principles. It's not too dissimilar to the beacon that I gave Venelana a while ago when the whole Kokobeel thing happened. If you rip that, no matter where you are or what's happening, I'll come. I informed him. He looked it over with a strange glint in his eyes before pocketing it. I'll gladly accept. Truthfully, I liked Coulson for a while now, he seemed like a nice guy despite him interrogating me before. And if you want to wait a bit, I can bring someone over to heal your arm. I pat his shoulder. And give up the chance for a cool robot one. He pretended to be thinking it over. I felt Jean tug on my sleeve a little, looking a bit more bashful than when I normally tease her. The cute way her cheeks puffed up with a pink tint to them, and she pushed her head into my side. Sister, are you unharmed? Thor came over, inspecting her closely. I'm fine. Jean smiled, regaining her cheerfulness. Thor laughed and patted her shoulders. Good, and a wonderful fight. Truly you are my sister if you possess such skill in battle. He really is a simple-minded person, isn't he? Not in a bad way either, just very direct and straightforward. He then coughed a little awkwardly, looking my way. I would like to request the same potions you provided for Jane and the others, if possible. He took another moment. Please. He added. They weren't far enough away to not hear, and they were clearly waiting expectantly. Shivering and clutching their hands, the residual ice and snow still melting away even if I put a giant fireball up in the sky, they were just normal humans. Of course. I held 3 bottles out. Come on, girls, and Eric. I dangled them. Thank you so much. Darcy all but snatched one out of my hand and gulped it down. Wait, what's in it? Jane asked, eyeing it skeptically despite her own shivering and pale complexion. Is it drugs? Eric also asked rather quietly. God, I hope so. Darcy downed it without a second thought. Maybe I can trick myself into thinking this is a bad trip. The others looked at her. Eric then shrugged and downed his too. Definitely not acid. Eric. What? He looked at Jane. Do you think I didn't go to college? Jane shook her head and pinched her nose before drinking it down in one gulp. It tastes like tomato juice. You know, a lot of people say that. I rubbed my chin. I personally feel like it tastes more like beets. I shoved one into Thor's arms too. He didn't ask for one himself, but he was also shivering and not looking too well. Got a few questions, if you don't mind, Thor. Ask, and I shall answer anything to the best of my ability. He spoke before drinking his own potion. Frost giants are supposed to be the enemies of the Aesir and Vanir, right? I started off. Aye, they are long enemies of our people. He nodded. Why are they that weak? I got right to the point. Jane nearly choked. That was weak. Thor glanced at her, then back at me. The casket. He paused as if realization dawned on him. Where is the casket? All eyes landed on me. How strange, it just disappeared. I said helplessly. Jean smacked my shoulder. No lying. I could see Thor's lips twitch like he wanted to laugh. It's mine now. Maybe Thor wanted to say a few things, but he seemed to reluctantly relent. It's best if it's kept safe regardless of the source for now. Thor seemed to go deep in thought, pursing his lips as he considered my question. I recall some things my father once spoke. Just as the Odin force is the heart of Asgard, the cosmic energy that runs through Yggdrasil itself, so too is the casket of ancient winters the heart of Jotunheim. Long ago, when my father led the forces of Asgard deep into Jotunheim and pushed them back, he retrieved the casket. He never told me why he spared them, only that they were no longer a threat. Huh, is he saying that without the casket of ancient winters, they degraded over the centuries? While I doubt that was the cream of the crop for the frost giants, it was a bit too lackluster to be accompanying their supposed king. I remember when I sat on the throne of Asgard and had the pool of energy I could draw from. Is the casket a sort of variation of that? Like a literal heart of their world given a crystallized form? In that case, it would certainly explain a lot. And the casket as well, you said that it can freeze a star. Is that an exaggeration or not? I wanted a bit more detail before I started playing around with the thing. Thor shook his head. I know little about it, my father wove the tales to me as a child. He did tell me that it was not a weapon, not meant to be. And that the longer it remained open, the more power is released. He shifted a little awkwardly. Father scolded me and Loki when we tried to open it on a hot summer day. So, that wasn't its full power, that makes more sense now. He said it wasn't a weapon, and considering the frost giants as a species, it sounds more like a terraforming object than anything else. Regardless, it's mine now. The frost giants have been secured. Sif came marching over. They agreed to formally surrender and will act as prisoners in return for being treated as such. Are they trustworthy? Coulson was the first to ask, despite everything. Sif gave him a scrutinizing look. It held a newfound respect for him if I was reading right. They are monstrous, willing to freeze all of Midgard for their own gains. However, they have their own honor, and they have held to the previous treaties for eons. Her eyes briefly swept over me. And they speak with fear that the demon wields the power of the sun. They all looked at me. Ah, the weapon of mass destruction in the shape of a bow casually used by someone who for all intents and purposes doesn't exist. Coulson deadpanned. That will be an interesting conversation to have with my superiors. Now, who is going to be held responsible for this attack? Sif crossed her arms and stared at Thor. Yes, Thor, who do you believe is responsible for utilizing the Bifrost to send frost giants down here to Midgard? You do not know. Thor was quick to defend. For all we know, Loki might be in danger, Asgard under siege. The same Loki who appeared and told you that your father was dead. I asked. He did what? Sif's nostrils flared. Thor. I looked up at the sky. Something is coming again. See. Asgard sends aid. Thor said happily as the Bifrost was in the ground again, not far away. It distinctly missed the same cold and frost air with the arrival of the frost giants, but there was something else this time. A metal fist hit the ground as a towering figure pushed itself up straight. Ha, I was right. Loki sent the destroyer to aid us. Thor clapped. The destroyer? That sounds like a name the devils would come up with. Sif looked at me and spoke in a low voice before turning back towards the supposed destroyer with her weapon clutched tightly. It is one of the mightiest weapons of Asgard. An autonomous weapon meant to guard Asgard, but it's mainly used to guard the inside of the treasure vaults. They say it was crafted from the essence of many a fallen god during the early years of the Allfather's conquests. A godly magical robot. I want it. The timing does not fill me with confidence. Jean spoke up, and despite usually being hopeful and optimistic, she didn't show that right now. Son of Cowl, tell your warriors to retreat, this is not a fight for you. Sif whispered. Right. He heeded her warning quickly this time as he began barking orders. The agents grabbed Jane, Darcy, and Eric before quickly getting out of the sight of the towering metal construct. The other three are keeping the frost giants contained. It seems we must fight the destroyer ourselves. Sif went on. It will be a glorious battle. Lady Sif, let me talk to him. Clearly, it is Loki operating it as king. He is my brother, I can reason with him. Thor also didn't have the same optimism from a moment ago. And to be honest, I think he was trying to convince himself more than anything. There's an easy way to test if Loki is hostile or not. I said rather confidently. And how is that? Sif asked me. I cleared my throat, taking a few steps to the side of everyone. Horsefucker. The destroyer stilled, everyone went silent. All of a sudden, the air vibrated and shifted as a beam of power erupted from the head of the godly armor, hitting me square on, and I felt the world begin to flip upside down before realizing I was outside of the town, smushed into a mound of dirt after skipping across the ground for several hundred feet. Ow wow. Regret. You were asking for that one, Drake commented. Yeah, I couldn't deny that. I take full responsibility for that one. Who are you talking to? I glanced up from my prone position to see the Ancient One standing over me. The dragon that lives in my soul. Neat. She barely even reacted. Are you all right? I held a shaky thumbs up. That had a lot more concussive force than I expected from a laser. I got up, brushing myself off. Well, back into it then. Hold on for a moment. She put a hand on my shoulder. Why, what's wrong? Oh, Thor is just giving a self-sacrificing speech to Loki, it's rather beautiful. Apparently, Loki sent the destroyer to kill everyone to cover up the whole frost giant thing. And he plans on using the frost giants as an excuse and claim he sent it to save them and act the hero. Thor's telling Loki to leave everyone else alone and, if he must, kill him instead and that he cares not for the throne. Loki rejected him because Loki believes he must also kill Miss Ark as she was adopted. Oh, quite a lot has happened, hasn't it? She recited. I just didn't want you to ruin it. Was it important or something? I certainly didn't miss the parts about Loki apparently coming to kill Jean for whatever stupid reason. But I kept my temper under control for the moment. Well, as important as getting a bunch of unruly godly children off my lawn. She snorted. I'd rather not have Thor running around causing problems any more than I have to. Ah, I thought I tasted a faint, godly lightning in the air. Did he get his hammer back? How convenient. You can join in now. She gestured. Does Thor have it handled? I asked. Oh yes, the destroyer is a frightening weapon, but Loki does not have the proper power to wield it. He can only bring out a fraction of its strength, so Thor can handle it tidily if needed. I stood up, stretching. Wonderful, then I'll leave it to him. I took out Mirage and stabbed it into the ground while looking up at the sky. What are you doing now? She tilted her head. Calculating. Calculating what? The return path. I grabbed Mirage and swiped it through the air, cutting open a portal. Is that Asgard? Yes, it is. I took out a different staff, one I don't use that often, and pointed it at the hole. Drake started laughing. Beck Z Zoer Frollo. I shouted, the Thursday I'm forcing the world to shift around it. Disginiad Year I'm Rauder. And like that, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the world, and a massive black dragon appeared, flying right towards Asgard. Is that a dragon? Yes, it is. I answered again. Did you summon a dragon into Asgard? Yes, I did. I looked her right in the eyes. Fuck Loki. I said rather pointedly before closing the portal. Drake knows what I want. I glanced back at the town where a thunderstorm rampaged and a bunch of those same lasers were shooting all over the sky, a cyclone having pulled it up off the ground. Thunderous blows rang out, lightning danced with the ringing of steel. I clapped my hands with a job well done. I did warn Heimdall what would happen if any of them tried to harm Jean. Loki doesn't get a pass, but Drake knows that my ire is only with Loki at the moment, and I trust him. Regardless, I admit to nothing, and nobody can prove anything. I'm going back home. The Ancient One decided without so much as a by your leave. I dusted myself off one last time and shooed back over to the town where everything was seemingly getting settled. Will. Jean ran up and hugged me even though I was far from actually harmed. Admittedly, it did hurt. But I was never going to reject a hug from Jean. Thor stood there, clad in armor, a cap, and his godly power radiating off. And Jane was practically drooling all over him. All's well that ends well, I suppose. You are unharmed. Thor laughed, clasping my shoulders. Truly, you are a powerful warrior. He uses magic, he would be a seer. Sif corrected, looking me over. But to take a blast from the destroyer and not show harm, it is a wonder. Even Thor felt the need to block it with Mjolnir. I shrugged, not caring to explain. So what now? Now, we must return to Asgard and stop whatever plans Loki has. If he wanted the throne, I would have given it to him, but his actions are unacceptable. Thor said rather sternly. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. He shouted. Did it work? I asked, and Thor gave me a flat look. Heimdall. Thor bellowed again, but there was no response. Loki must have done something. Sif stated. Then how are we supposed to return? Thor frowned. Will. Jean pulled on my sleeve, giving me a look, and the others caught on. Help them go back home. Fine. I huffed. But for a price. A price. Thor asked. You shall be rewarded in as much gold. I want that. I pointed to the dented and deformed destroyer that lay on the ground unmoving. It is broken. Thor blinked. As mighty as it was, it is but scrap metal now. Did he not know what that thing was? Even without the Ancient One telling me something about it, I could tell it was far from simple. Yup. Thor shrugged. The spoils of battle belong to you. Wonderful. I clapped my hands and produced a new portal right to Asgard. There you go. Thor looked through and then back at me. Your magical prowess is worthy of song and legend. I thank you for your assistance. Lady Sif, please stay here with the Warriors 3 to assist the Midgardians with the Frost Giants. I will return back soon once everything is settled. He gave her no chance to retort before flying through. Sif looked annoyed but didn't argue. Why did you call Loki a horse fucker? She put her hands on her hips. There's a story about Loki turning into a horse so another horse can fuck him, and he births a horse for Odin to ride, the eight-legged Sleipnir. I answered with a rather abridged version of the tale. Her lips twitched, I think she was trying to hold herself back from laughing. That horse is older than him. She said with a shake of her head. But I will certainly remember this one. I was about to say something else, but a dragon's roar was heard from the other side of the portal, and I quickly snapped it shut. What was that? Did that sound like a dragon? Jean tilted her head. You must be imagining things. I turned around to collect my spoils before throwing Jean over my shoulder and opening a new portal. Time to go, thanks for the fun, bye. And I quickly brought her to leave. I needed to get in touch with Orihime to see about healing Coulson, but I didn't want to get caught up in any bureaucratic nonsense. Though, oddly enough, I felt like I was going to be further dragged into the circus that was whatever was happening in Asgard at the moment. Line break. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty if you can't read the above under the same name. Chapter 600, Chapter 543. Loki POV. Well, this was not an ideal situation. I was thankful that I was not in court when this happened because I had a sudden release of emotions. No, I was in my private chambers, pacing as I do when I need to think clearly. The view from my window that overlooks much of Asgard was always a welcome calm. Laufey and his frost giants are dead. Sure, there are hundreds of thousands, millions more where that came from, but I'm afraid they wouldn't listen to me. And now, the destroyer is also destroyed. That was most certainly a letdown. I heard stories of its feats during Asgard's conquests, and even the Allfather spoke of its power. Yet, it wasn't even strong enough to defeat Thor. Did Father leave a failsafe that prevented me from utilizing its full capabilities? Did he always distrust me so much? The situation has yet to spiral out of control, thankfully. Heimdall is still contained, and they have no way to return to Asgard immediately, so I have time to contemplate my next move. Where did I go wrong? It was a well-thought-out plan, and it should have succeeded. No, it wasn't my fault. It was the variables that were presented so late that I didn't have time to properly evaluate them. My supposed sister that Mother had seen to adopt on what appeared to be a whim. She was far more than meets the eye, and she was able to handle frost giants with ease that spoke of godly heritage, yet was definitively not an Asgardian. And then there was that sorcerer. I recognized him from when I visited Thor, but I thought nothing about it. A god does not care about an insect that jumps around outside of one's home. Even with the might of Asgard, the full view of Midgard was beyond me, but I could still glimpse enough to spectate the fighting, and the sorcerer displayed impressive prowess. Of course, I do not believe I fall behind him in any regard. I am a god of magic. But for a mortal, he was without a doubt someone of interest. It's unfortunate that my vision got disrupted at the moment of Laufey's defeat. I couldn't clearly see what happened, but the remains of what occurred spoke of something spectacular. I was annoyed that I was being wary of a mortal. But Father always spoke that even gods have to care about the mortals under their rule. The 9 realms, the majority of them house mortal creatures as well, and yet the All-Father kept to a self-imposed rule of managing them softly. Perhaps there is wisdom there that I should consider, as I will be the true king after dealing with Thor and the girl. Regardless, I do not believe him to be an issue. He was, a happenstance, a bystander. And I have time to plan my next course of action. No one else knows what occurred on Midgard, and I just need to remove any evidence, and my original plan can commence. Once I report the deaths of Thor, his friends, and even Mother's newest token of affection, I will have all the support I need to destroy Jotunheim for good. Perhaps. I don't even need to wait. Yes, I, as king, noticed the frost giants sneaking upon Midgard and sent the destroyer to meet them in haste before I had time to rally the forces of Asgard. If they snuck into Asgard once, they could do so again, therefore, they can be blamed for Heimdall's upcoming untimely death. I merely need to use the Bifrost and aim it at Midgard. I don't even need to destroy the mortal realm either, simply leave it open for a certain amount of time, directed right at Thor and his friends, and the job will be done. Who cares if the mortals lose a city or two? It's merely the consequences of the infamous destroyer going into battle. Who would know? I just need to smooth around the edges and compile it properly so it doesn't sound so fanciful when I make my move. I just need to. I stopped. What was that thing in the sky? It was black, flying rather fast and... I heard a sound outside. It rattled the windows, but they were insulated enough that I couldn't quite make it out. And it was getting closer. And it was big. And it was coming right at me. And sweet merciful Norns, is that a dragon? Loki. It roared loud and close enough that my window vibrated and shattered. What the foo? I didn't even have time to finish my thought as I jumped to the side and the massive creature barreled right into my room, tearing it apart along with a large part of the building. If the palace itself weren't so sturdy, magical, and otherwise fortified, there would have been significantly more damage. Even still, its massive body was shouldering the weight of a lot of rubble that should have started tumbling down on top of us. It stopped. It had barged into my chambers, destroyed everything around it, the ceiling nearly caved in, and it sat there, staring at me. Rows and rows of sharp, visible teeth tapped against each other. The creature's power radiated outwards. A visible miasma leaked from its maw. Do I know you? It seemed intelligent enough to converse. Hey, how's it going? I'm Nidhogger. The dragon spoke fluently. Oh no. Your illustrious name precedes you. How dare you? The dragon growled. I, Nidhogger, am a shitty dragon, don't compliment me. Oh, how pleasant. Not only is it the legendary dragon that is spoken of in tales, the beast that gnaws on the world tree's roots, but it's also damaged in the head. How may I assist you? And by time to call for aid. The sounds of horns were very clear, they were already roused below. I've got a bit of a problem, I need your help rectifying. Oh. Or perhaps other means can be used. If it were Thor, he would have already been swinging his hammer. But for me, I can manage to handle a dragon with but words. If I knew what troubles you, I believe we could achieve a satisfactory conclusion through words. Oh, that's nice to hear. He said with an almost joyful tone. You see, I'm a bit pissed off. You don't say. Yeah. So, let me regale you with a tale. I have a partner. I've been with him for a while. We've had our ups and downs, but he's my partner, you know. He has a bunch of people around him, and I can't help but admit that the time they've spent together, well, I can't say my heart is made of stone. I can't say I care for them in the same way he does, well, I'd also happily burn down a few kingdoms if it meant keeping them safe. I see. I did not see, I had absolutely no idea what this creature was talking about. Good, good. The dragon nodded its large head. There's one girl of his, a sweet thing. Pure and kind enough that even I, as a dragon, get moved by it sometimes. Now, imagine this scenario. Some upstart little shit of a god sent a bunch of frost giants and a divine robot to try and kill her. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? Oh dear. I swallowed. I have an answer that may satisfy you. I smiled without showing a hint of fear. Oh. Do tell. I cleared my throat, taking a few steps to the side. Distance to the ground. Calculating that is easy, spells ready, illusion released, and out the window I go. I released an illusion of myself to keep talking and grab its attention as I unceremoniously jumped right out of the gaping hole in the side of the palace far up where my quarters once stood. Oof, my legs wobbled slightly as I hit the ground. Taking a quick glance upwards, the room exploded again. Loki. The dragon roared and burst out of the side of the palace, and it spotted me immediately. It sucked in a large breath, and anyone who knows anything about dragons knew what was coming. I quickly summoned Gungnir and thrust it upwards, summoning a mighty shield with the help of Asgard as a wretched and venomous miasma came down like a waterfall. The golden light released from the divine spear pierced through it easily, dispersing the bile the dragon spewed, but the very ground and glittering gold around me had been eroded away, revealing how monstrous that simple attack was. I looked up and, why was the dragon smiling? Can dragons smile? Fuss Roda. A wave of something invisible slammed right into me. An invisible force that collapsed the earth beneath me, sending me deep into a dark hole, Gungnir lost from my grasp. Ow wow. My head was dizzy, was blood leaking from my nose. I managed to climb out of the hole and stayed still because the dragon was there, waiting for me. On a scale of 1 to 10, how fucked do you think you are right now? The dragon asked me. My anger boiled over. I am a god, I am a king, I will not be mocked by an overgrown lizard. Fire and frost answered my call. I never knew until recently why I had such an attachment to frost, but the answer was now obvious. My spells collided with the beast, but the tales of its mighty scales proved true, and much of the damage had been negated. The worst possible matchup for someone who relies so heavily upon magic. Its claws raked out, and I managed to dodge dozens of illusions of mind splitting, each of them also casting their own spells. They formed into a proper circle as the beast rampaged about, its tail whipping about wildly and that bile of his leaking out every time it opened its mouth. My illusory clones all cast together, chains of fire and frost manifested, tying the mighty beast down. The chains bound it in every which way, first its wings so it couldn't move, then it pulled its claws and tail down, binding them to the earth so they couldn't flail about. Lastly, the chains wrapped its mouth closed. Humph, I am Loki, god of magic, why must I run from a dragon? I stood in front of the beast. Would you like me to answer your question now? I mocked him, hearing the sounds of Asgard's warriors nearly here. The dragon, though, didn't display the fury I expected. No, I could hear that full-body chuckle, its maw having just ever so slightly the breath to release sounds. Would not guess. All my chains broke in an instant, and the dragon turned into a whirlwind, shooting forward. The next thing I knew, I was on my back, staring up at the sky. Ow. I squeaked out, noticing the rubble around me was not the same stone that made up the walls and ground around the keep. Why was I in the lower district? Wasn't that several buildings and several walls away from the palace? Why did a dragon know magic? I managed to push myself up to my feet, wiping a mix of blood and sweat from my brow as I pushed my hair out of the way. Where was everyone? Had they been evacuated? That's good. I suppose. Yatur Shul. The dragon's roar sounded out, and I clenched my teeth. I swung my arms around, casting the spells needed. The dragon's flames released from its mouth collided with my hastily cast spells that I reinforced. What a fearsome fire! It most certainly wasn't normal fire, it was as if it was the concept of fire manifested. I redirected the torrent of flames upward rather than blocking. Your Majesty. Many sounds came out as the warriors finally arrived. It seems they prioritized evacuating. I will have words with them later, I'm just happy they're finally here. There's a reason that nearly every story regarding dragon slaying involved large pointy objects. Dragon scales are notoriously resistant to magic, almost unfairly so. Yes, hundreds of Asgardian warriors stormed the beast, weapons drawn. Asgardian steel can easily cut. Zune Hail Vike. The dragon's strange magic sounded out again, and all the weapons they had went soaring out of their hands. Well. I believe they have it covered. I will assist them, from the back. Very, very far in the back. With hundreds more illusions conjured, I made a hasty and strategic retreat far away from the creature. I had managed to get to the Rainbow Bridge without problems. Perhaps Heimdall may be so kind as to slay it properly. Hopefully, he won't be upset about the whole ice thing. Well, it's not as if this situation could get any worse. Loki. Another roar reverberated through Asgard, and it most certainly wasn't the dragon. It was accompanied by the crackle of lightning and the boom of thunder. Dear brother. I smiled as Thor hit the ground right in front of me, the hammer about to hit my face. There's a dragon here. I quickly blurted out as Mjolnir stopped a hair's breadth from my face. The sheer absurdity of it was enough to quell his obvious rage. You will not distract me with. The dragon roared at the perfect time. Loki. Thor blinked in surprise. It tried to kill Mother. I blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. Thor's eyes widened, and the fury he showed a moment ago paled in comparison. Thor launched off right at the beast. Have at thee, foul creature. I can't believe that worked. Right, Bifrost, what to do? At the very least, if everything comes tumbling down, I would destroy Jotunheim for good. That wretched place doesn't. Are you looking for something, my young king? Heimdall asked patiently, standing in the corner. I gulped again. Heimdall, you're looking good. Distinctly not frozen as well. The prince was kind enough to unfreeze me. He said without showing a shred of emotion. The Bifrost is unfortunately inoperable at the moment, if you were intending on using it. I am still king. I narrowed my eyes. Yes, you are. He agreed, despite everything. Once more, I didn't think that would work. I order you to turn it on. As you are king, I am honor-bound to listen to your orders. However, there is a problem, young king. And what's that? He threw his sword into the mechanism of it. Cosmic energy burst out in an array of colors as the grinding of gears could be heard from some part of it. It's broken. Part of me thinks you're holding a grudge, Heimdall. Of course not, young king. Heimdall smiled politely. I am forever in the service of Asgard. Loki. Thor's voice rang out again, and he quickly returned with another thunderous boom, landing right outside the Bifrost. No more tricks, no more escaping, you will answer for your crimes. I looked around, and my eyes landed on Heimdall. As king, I order you to disarm Thor and put him into prison. Apologies, young king. As decreed by the All-Father, I have decided to take my allowed vacation for this century. I will not be available for duties until the morn tomorrow. Heimdall spoke, turning away as if nothing were happening. Very well, then I must do everything myself. I held my hand up and summoned Gungnir. It wasn't the same as Thor's hammer, but it would answer the call of Asgard's king if needed. The divine spear once more entered my hand as I was ready to fight my brother. The tension was palpable. The fate of Asgard would be decided. Silently, both of us moved at the same time. He swung his hammer, and I swung the spear. Zune Hailvike. The spear was no longer in my hands. Why was the world flipped upside down? I felt an aching in my jaw, and I believe blood filled my mouth. I could vaguely see the rainbow bridge getting further away and Thor shouting my name. It all disappeared as the void consumed me. At *****. Agent Coulson POV. Sir, we got a connection. The director is on the line. Set it up. I told the agent, brushing off the medics around me. Give us some privacy. They left in a huff. My arm wasn't going to get worse, so it didn't matter. I turned to look at the computer set up haphazardly in the back of the SUV as Director Fury's face came onto the screen. Coulson, what the hell happened to your arm? Nice to see you too, Director. I greeted him with a smile. Fury frowned like he normally does. Coulson, report. I keep getting all kinds of noise coming from your location, and I've had to keep the military from rolling in. Tell me you have the situation under control. Yes, sir. We have the situation under control. I nodded. You're on the good stuff, aren't you? He sighed. Do I need to send backup? I shook my head. We just received enough reinforcements to handle the immediate concerns. So far, any fighting has stopped, and we're now trying to secure the town properly. With just my own men, I had only been able to contain the town itself. Now with the extra hands, we're sweeping through and finding any civilians. What are the casualties so far? He grunted. So far, 0. Come again. He paused. Are you telling me, in what could be considered an invasion, that we have 0 civilian casualties? That's correct, so far, sir. And I wouldn't call it a proper invasion. He raised a hand to his face, rubbing his eye. Hold on the first part, explain the second. It seems more like a squabble over succession rights between heirs from what I could gather, sir. Fury grunted again, most likely not liking the answer, but it's better than the alternative. Okay, an internal conflict that just happened to be taken here to Earth. I can work with that. Because admitting that we were invaded would be opening another whole can of worms. If we could just wrap it up as a singular incident, then we could keep things calm and keep it in our hands to handle. Now, explain how in God's name we have a town nearly leveled with reports of nuclear detonation without a single death. Did you read the full reports with the entirety of the conversation I sent back previously, sir? The one involving our John Doe, aka Wilhelm Schweinorg. I read it. Do you recall the part where he jokingly called himself a magician? Vaguely. It wasn't a joke. A series of expletives flew out from the other side of the screen. Magic. Magic, sir. I hate magic. He scowled. I was surprised. You've had run-ins with magic before. How come I've never heard anything about this? It was before I was director, and my previous bosses weren't so open-minded. He waved his hand. It got shuffled and stored as whatever bullshit they could make up at the time. Huh. I guess I shouldn't be surprised when you reported a literal Norse god had presumably touched down in New Mexico. He grumbled again. Start from the beginning, just the outline, and anything I need to know immediately. Yes, sir. I replied. It started from our last call when what I now am calling the Bifrost touched down again in the quarantine zone. I'll make a note of the terminology, continue. Our experts are calling it an Einstein-Rosen bridge, or a wormhole in layman's terms. Basically, mass teleportation from another world. With it came the arrival of several people, including the unidentified woman who was accompanying our magical friend. Do we have an ID now? Yes. Fury sighed again. Just spit it out, it can't be any more ridiculous than anything else I've heard today. How familiar are you with the story of Joan of Arc? Are you fucking kidding me? Fury cursed again. It appears not. Okay, so we have a canonized saintess walking around that should have died hundreds of years ago. With superhuman abilities. I added. She seemed capable of some sort of magic as well because her dress turned into a different dress. But one with armor and such. She also had a flag, and she had a mean swing, sending a frost giant through the air. Fury snorted. I'll be reading the detailed report, Agent. And I sincerely hope that this is just the drugs talking right now, but continue. She arrived with several now-named Asgardians, who referred to her as Princess. From what I was able to eavesdrop on, she was adopted by the Queen of Asgard, though I am unclear about the details. I offered to take them to their lost companion to minimize any risks and to see if I could get any information. Anything worth noting? Nothing, I believe, sir. But I already submitted a copy of the transcripts for someone else to pore over. And when did this sibling squabble start? It wasn't long after that. The Bifrost arrived again, and with it the arrival of the alien species recognized as frost giants. I sent plenty of pictures along with everything else related. They seemed to range between 20 to 30 feet in height and possess superhuman abilities beyond just their size. I assumed something ice-based. You would assume correctly, sir. The town immediately began freezing. Their leader, whom Thor named as Laufey, claimed he was there to kill both the prince and princess. I included a detailed examination of their abilities based on the encounter and what I was told. They were able to create ice weapons that could freeze anything at a touch. Some of them made ice bows and arrows, and well. I held up my stumpy arm. I wasn't aware at the time that Miss Ark had superhuman capabilities and deemed it imperative that the princess of an alien godly race wasn't killed on our world. Fury raised an eyebrow. What was their reaction? I believe I earned quite a bit of goodwill. Especially from Wilhelm Schweinorg. I made mention in my report, I apologize that I didn't physically write it myself as per protocol. But I believe that they may share a romantic bond based on their interactions. He expressed a very obvious protectiveness of her. He also gave me a slip of paper that he told me if I rip it, it can call him regardless of where I am. Well done, Agent. Thank you, sir. I smiled. It's my job, after all. You kept the paper you got out of your report, right? Yes, sir, it isn't my first rodeo. Good. He nodded again. We'll keep that just between us. Don't need any inflated heads thinking they can call in a favor that isn't theirs. He grunted. Continue on, sir. Wilhelm seemed to cast spells. I'm fine with the terminology, proceed. Right. He seemed to cast several spells that I noted. One was a giant barrier-like dome over everything that contained the majority of the mess at the start. A second one was some sort of ethereal armor over everyone's bodies. It provided a superhuman boost in strength and durability. It allowed some of our agents to physically contend with frost giants in a pinch. Interesting. He kept a stoic demeanor. And highly dangerous. He displayed heroic tendencies at least. Things took a turn for the worse when the king, Laufey, revealed a WMD that Thor called the Casket of Ancient Winters, claiming it can freeze an entire world if utilized correctly. His face changed drastically. Was it secured? It's in the possession of Wilhelm. Fury didn't say anything, but it was clear his mind was racing. How was it dealt with? You must have heard about the second WMD, the news of atomic detonations. He revealed a bow that seemed to have the power of fire in some way, be it magical or not, I don't know. He shot an arrow from it, and it killed the majority of the frost giants and exploded on the horizon. And both of those are in the hands of someone you compared to Stark. I would retract that statement, sir, if it makes you feel better. Oh. And how would you describe him now? I hummed. I would say he's more like Stark and Banner combined. That doesn't fill me with confidence, Agent. He groaned. So the arrogance of Stark, with the unstoppable rage monster of Banner. Wonderful. Jokes aside, sir, I would like to amend my earlier report. While he doesn't lose out on the arrogance in comparison to Stark, he does seem to have a modest side that doesn't need to be forced out. And your evaluation of him? Give me one word you would use. One word. After everything that happened. I gave it some thought. Reliable. Reliable. Yes, sir. It seemed like the situation never spiraled out of his ability to control even as no variables were introduced that caused significant concern. Compared to Stark, I would say he's more reliable as a teammate. Of course, I wasn't dismissing Stark's intelligence or abilities. But he didn't play well with others. But I knew what the director was thinking when asking me that question. His initiative he's trying to build isn't a secret. Are you sure he's human? No. I said immediately. I forgot to mention, and I kept it out of the report for your own discretion on how to deal with it. But several times, the Asgardians, along with Thor, referred to him as a demon. Of course they did. Fury sighed. And from what you said, this supposed demon and the supposed saintess are sweethearts. He said dryly. So it would appear. Biblical or something else? I'm afraid I don't know, sir. Good, keep that to yourself then. We don't need some idiots up above causing problems because of some dumb beliefs. Fury grunted. Goddamn magical bullshit. At the very least, it would be beneficial to have an expert on magic in our corner. One of the few bright sides to this whole clusterfuck. Fury agreed. If we can secure a reliable partnership. He did promise to get someone to heal my arm, so I don't believe it's impossible. I informed him. Fury's eyes landed on my arm. You will submit yourself to medical examination after it's done, Agent. I want a full-body examination done, you're not getting out of it. Do you want me to ask them if they do eyes, sir? He snorted, barely containing a laugh. Don't get smart with me, Cuslin. Finish up the report, I know you're not done. The remaining frost giants surrendered after their king died, they're currently being treated as prisoners by the Asgardians. In the spirit of not pissing off the mythological gods and monsters, I believed it prudent to allow them to do things their way. Good call, I'll smooth things over if anyone kicks up a fuss. Fury agreed. Lastly, we received one more guest. Thor called it the Destroyer. Apparently, a powerful weapon of theirs was so fearsome that even Thor showed fear. It seemed to be some sort of magical automaton commanded by his brother. Thor was able to regain his powers, the hammer, from the previous report, and deal with it without any casualties. How convenient. He said dryly again. And where is it not? There should be remains of this thing, right? It was collected by Wilhelm again, sir. Fury let out another long groan. I don't know who I'm more annoyed with, this Loki for causing this big mess, or your magician for being in the middle of it at every turn. If it makes you feel better, sir. We have a recording of Wilhelm being blasted out of the town by the Destroyer after calling Loki, and I quote, a horse fucker. Send it to my personal device. Will do. And he's fine. He appeared mostly unharmed. It's already noted in his file. And everything is cleaned up. Not quite. The frost giants are still being contained by the Asgardians. Thor returned to Asgard to confront Loki while the others remain to help us out. So they have some kind of consciousness at least. Fury's expression loosened slightly. Good, that's something we can maybe use. One last thing that I also kept out of the report, sir. It was Wilhelm who helped Thor return to Asgard. He was able to seemingly open a portal, presumably through magic, and helped him return to his world. For which, he also used to leave before anyone could protest. Several of my agents saw everything, but they know to keep their mouths shut. Being able to teleport anywhere was a frightening concept for many, and it would just paint a picture on the back of his head. At the very least, I could keep that out of any reports so nobody gets any additional ideas. After you get healed and send in your report, take a few days, you earned it, Coulson. The connection from his side cut off. A few days. I wonder what face he's going to make when he realizes I snuck in my 3 months of vacation under his nose. I forgot to ask if there was any update on the Wakanda situation. Oh well, I'm sure it's much less significant than what's going on here. At ******. Wilhelm POV. The sun was shining. The birds were chirping. Nay. And Jean's booty was just as wonderful as always. Stop hitting my butt. She wiggled in my arms as I carried her over my shoulder until she squirmed out of my hands and fell onto the ground. I looked at her and raised an eyebrow. Black is a bold color on you. She let out another loud squeak as she shuffled to pull her dress down that had pulled up over her hips when she fell down. You know, I don't think I realized just how many times I've been flashed. Granted, quite a few of them have been from Jean, but it's something that seems to happen often. Come here, held my arms open for her, her cheeks puffed up cutely. I carefully helped her make sure no dirt got on her dress and that it wasn't torn or damaged in any way. I doubted that a dress she got from a literal goddess would get damaged so easily, but this was very clearly something very important to Jean. Do you want to keep wearing the dress or change to something else? Jean looked a little panicked. I wanted to show Orihime my dress, but I don't want to ruin it. I forgot that she became friends with Orihime until now. The fact that they met in Yokai Kyoto when Izzy brought her over. I knelt down and held my arms to the side. Hop up, I'll carry you properly. She awkwardly climbed up onto my back, and I lifted her up. Her arms wrapped around my neck tight as her head pressed up against mine. Thank you, she said quietly, and I felt her lips press against my cheek briefly. I couldn't see the expression she was making, but I'm sure I could guess. I took a deep breath, feeling the reishi in the air. It feels like it's been forever since I've been back in this world. Strangely, it felt like my own Ryatsu was happy to be back. Thankfully, this time around, Karakura town wasn't under attack, there were no explosions going on. I would probably be a bit more upset if my time with Jean was interrupted because some idiot wanted to do something stupid again. It's nice to just have a peaceful time even after the whole nonsense that happened previously. On a side note, I wonder if I should pretend like I'm not keeping a path open for Drake's soul to properly return to the boosted gear. Maybe give him a little bit of a panic attack. Hey, Will. What's up? I responded. I was wondering something. Hypothetically speaking, would you ever be interested in settling down and having children with your, lovers, in the future? You know, I've asked myself that question plenty of times. I don't think I'm the type of person who can forever sit still. But, a much bigger piece of me wants a bunch of kids running around from each of my girls, and I could never not be a father to them. If they want kids, I'm more than happy to have as many as they want. I answered her. I felt her grip tighten around me and her head bury into my back, as if hiding from me despite the fact that I couldn't see her anyways. What about marriage? They all have their own thoughts, but I would happily marry each and every one of them. I answered without a second thought. You wouldn't ever think about abandoning any of them, would you? Jean, there's something you need to understand about me. I'm greedier than you can imagine. Once they became mine, I was never going to give them up. I'm going to take care of and cherish them forever. She made a noise that I think was something happy. She didn't say anything else for the remainder of the walk. Oh hey, look who dropped by. Yoruchi jumped off the roof of Urahara's candy shop. We weren't expecting you. Oh, stop bullshitting, you sensed me the moment I popped into town. I was being polite. She hummed. Who's this? Yoruchi, in her cat form, jumped up onto my shoulder and right into Jean's face. Oh, is she sick? Her face is really red. I'm fine. Jean squeaked. Yoruchi chucked for some reason, jumping off. Introductions. New friend or another one of your imaginary harem? Friend. Jean quickly blurted out. And my harem isn't imaginary. I deadpanned. I don't believe you. Yoruchi hummed. Anyways, I'm Yoruchi Shihoin. You can just call me Yoruchi. I'm Jean Dark, please call me Jean. It's nice to meet one of Wilhelm's friends. Jean carefully slid off my back onto her feet. Because he doesn't have many? Well, I don't want to say anything impolite. Oh, you two are hilarious. I rolled my eyes, but it's rare that Jean takes the piss out of me. I sensed Orihime's Ryatsu here, I need her help with something, and Jean wanted to catch up. Oh, you're the girl she talked about. Yoruchi's eyes lit up. Orihime said she made some friends. Alright, come on in. Yoruchi led us inside. They're downstairs training. Downstairs. Jean tilted her head. They got a pretty big basement. I shrugged as the hatch opened, and Jean got her first look. Bewildered Jean was bewildered. How is this a basement? She looked out at the literal canyon. It's under the house, duh. She hit my shoulder. I looked up as we scaled down the ladder. She was still wearing her dress and came down behind me. This more than makes up for getting blasted by the magical divine robot from earlier. There were quite a few people here at the moment. Urahara, Tessai, Ichigo, and his friends, and those Shinigami that were in town from before. They all seemed to stop and come gathering over as we entered. Jean. Orihime. Both Jean and Oriheim ignored everything else and nearly ran at each other. Oh my gosh, that's such a pretty dress, you're like a princess. Thank you, I like it very much. Jean smiled brightly. Do you want to see my cactus? Do I? Jean quickly took her cactus out and showed Oriheim, and the two gushed over it. Holy shit, there are two of them. Yoruchi hopped back onto my shoulder, staring at the scene in shock. It's like a wholesome singularity that devours any negativity in its vicinity. I bet if I threw these two at Goetia, he might just give up right then and there. At ****** at A/N. Loki meets Uncle Drake. Loki does not have a good time. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't read the above under the same name. Chapter 601, Chapter 544. They named the cactus. The cactus was now Hubert. Oriheim just told her as if it were a matter of fact that the cactus should have a name, and Jean believed her. I shook my head and watched as the others came over. Schweinordkuin Urahara greeted me, his fan out, waving happily. Urahara. My lips thinned, not because I dislike him, but because I felt like I would want to hit the hat off his head any moment. But before he could say another word, Tessai put a hand on top of his head and smushed his face right into the ground. Skynward Dano. He greeted me politely, despite holding the struggling Urahara against the dirt. Hello, Tessai. I smiled back. How have you been? I've been well. He returned with the same polite tone. It is too early for a checkup on my patient, have you returned for a different matter? Speaking of his patient, Urahara tried to speak, but Tessai just smashed his face into the ground, his expression never changing. I came for something else. I needed to borrow Oriheim, actually. Someone lost an arm, and I owe them a bit of a debt. Normally, I would ask Artoria and use Avalon, but she's still busy. Tessai nodded in understanding. Hey yo, bastard, you can't just waltz in and grab Oriheim when it's convenient for you. Ichigo came stomping over, hearing my conversation. It's not like I was keeping it a secret or being discreet. However, I just completely ignored him. Chad, Yuryu. I greeted his two other friends. You both have gotten stronger. I could sense their Ryatsu, it's quite a bit higher than before. It's thanks to my training. Yoruchi hopped onto Ichigo's head just as the kid was going to throw a tantrum. He didn't actually seem upset or angry, it's more like his default response when being protective. He fumed a little, arms crossed with his normal scowl. I patted Chad's shoulder. I bet you can throw one hell of a punch now. Chad smiled and blinked as if remembering something. I forgot to return this. He handed me the ring I gave him a while ago. I looked at it nostalgically, it had really been a while ago, a lot of things happened since then. Honestly, it wasn't that impressive of a mystic code I picked up in Skyrim. Sure, it was quite good, but it's not something I couldn't make myself. It essentially just increased your speed to a certain extent. Unfortunately, it's not a game where it would be like you move 50% faster regardless of any other parameters. Mystic codes of this variety have an upper limit on what they can do unless they break through certain levels of crafting. Has it stopped being effective? I asked him curiously. Chad nodded. I don't feel it anymore. Have you been speed training? The basics. Yoruchi chimed in. I've been trying to teach him Shuinpa, but it's not easy. Fascinating. I rubbed my chin. So in likelihood your Ryatsu acclimatized to your physical abilities amplified by the ring. Like a balloon that was stretched out, the air, your Ryatsu, filled it naturally. Era, Schweinordkuin, you have a good mind. Urahara slapped his fan against his palm. I had the same thought. It's because he's a living body compared to a spirit, isn't it? I said thoughtfully. Exactly, he smiled happily. A living person's body limits their soul. But if you pull on the container in certain ways, their spiritual aspect has to accommodate it. Of course, this only works when you have a human with such high Ryatsu like Chad here. That sounds a lot like Kaido in how it works. They heal the soul, and they even can heal physical beings because the soul and body are so interconnected. I glanced at Ichigo. You look like you have something you want to say, Strawberry. Is it about Oriheim? No, well, yes. He blew out of his nostrils. But it's something different. How come Chad can't learn Shuinpa? Come again. Yoruchi said that he can't learn it. Yoruchi smacked his head. No, you idiot, I said that he can't adapt to it. What's the difference? Ichigo huffed. He learned it, didn't he? He's a living person, I think. Ichigo gestured to me. I cheated. I said it outright. Don't use me as a measuring stick. For him, it's a difficult ladder to climb. For me, it was a lateral step that I only needed to work out. I glanced at Chad, who looked stoic, but there was a flicker of something, like he wanted answers too. I think I may understand the problem. What, you think you can teach better than me? Yoruchi hopped onto my shoulder. Don't forget who taught you. She swatted at my head playfully. I think you're used to teaching people who can pick it up without issue, at least eventually. I had plenty of problems on my end that I had to work out myself too, don't forget that. At the end of the day, Shuinpa is a movement technique designed for Shinigami by Shinigami. So Nido or Hirenkyaku? Urahara casually asked. I grunted. Right, you would understand. Era, Yoruchi won't let me meddle even though I already had thoughts about this. He hummed playfully. I don't understand. Ichigo frowned. I'll dumb it down. Chad is probably just not suited for Shuinpa, he should try either Sonido or Hirenkyaku. I shrugged. Though, I don't think he's suited for Hirenkyaku either, he might have more difficulty with it to be honest. The 3 movement techniques, from what I was told and understand, Hirenkyaku is the slowest. Is that a challenge? Yuryu interrupted, pushing his glasses up. Oh, don't start, Mr. Quincy Pride. I rolled my eyes. Let me rephrase. If everything were equal, Hirenkyaku would be the slowest. However, it's the most versatile. Think, turning, and changing directions. It has the other 2 thoroughly beat in those departments. If it assuages your pride, I'll call it the most elegant of the 3. Yuryu let out an umph, but he didn't interrupt me again. Right, and for Shuinpa, it's the most practical. It's neither the fastest nor as versatile. It's made for a military force. Are you following along so far? I looked at Ichigo as I was given this impromptu lesson with all of them listening. Jesus, I wasn't even supposed to be an expert here. But maybe because of that, I could explain it better than literal geniuses in the field. I got it. What about Sonido? It's what the hollows use, right? Yeah, Sonido. Sonido is the most. I tapped my chin. Aggressive of the 3, but also the most simple. Think of it this way, if Hirenkyaku were a person, they would be the sophisticated and elegant sort, fanciful but with depth, the nobleman. Shuinpa would be the military person, obviously. Very practical and direct in its uses without any superfluous nonsense. Sonido would be the thug. The kind of person that would break your legs for not repaying a debt. It's aggressive and much more overbearing than Shuinpa. Out of the 3, when moving from point A to point B, it's the fastest. However, it also has the least amount of versatility. Ichigo turned to Yoruchi. Why have you never explained it that easily? Because I didn't think you were that much of an idiot, but I guess that's my fault. Yoruchi sighed in exasperation. But keep in mind, that's in a vacuum. Yoruchi here isn't going to lose out against a hollow in pure speed despite what I said. I gestured to her. Damn right. Yoruchi nodded enthusiastically. So I should learn Sonido? Chad asked. I don't think it would hurt, but also. I scratched my head. Does anyone here actually know how to use it? Ichigo slowly raised his hand. My hollow said he knows it. That sounds kind of ominous. Don't worry, the soul-eating monster inside my soul knows it. Shut up. He huffed. Now, tell me what you want Orihime for, you're not allowed to just use her because she'll agree with anything. Ah, there's that protective side. I pat him on the head, much to his chagrin. Don't worry yourself, Strawberry, unlike certain people, I glared at the Shinigami who were silently waiting at the side while we were talking. I'm not going to take advantage of her. I will, of course, be compensating her for her time and effort. And I'm not going to twist her arm either, I do have a backup, but they're just busy at the moment so I came here. He scowled, but it was a different scowl. He was a person who had different scowls for different emotions. I think he relented. Thanks for taking care of her, she's been talking non-stop about her visit to Kyoto. She's never gotten to do something like that before. He grunted it out. Tell that to Izzy, she's the one who adores Orihime. Not that I don't either. But Izzy has been doting on her quite a bit. It was funny to watch them collectively stiffen at the mention of Izzy. By the way, where's your girlfriend? Rukia isn't my girlfriend. Odd that you immediately assumed I was speaking about Rukia. Wait, tell him what happened. Yoruchi jumped onto Ichigo's head. Shut up. Ichigo grabbed her and threw her across the canyon with some impressive strength, only for her to reappear a moment later. It's hilarious, so picture this. Someone spread rumors that Rukia is pregnant, and guess who the father is? No. Yoruchi started laughing. It wasn't even me. Someone else did it. And now little Byakuya won't leave her alone, and I heard he's been threatening to force Ichigo to marry her now that his precious sister is ruined by him. Ichigo turned bright red, huffing indignantly. It took a lot of effort to keep my face straight. But I put a hand on Ichigo's shoulder. Do you want advice on being a father? Rah. Ichigo finally flipped out and started throwing rather large rocks at both of us. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Yuryu push his glasses up with a smirk. Cheeky little bastard. Ahem. We stopped our shenanigans as one of the Shinigami very blatantly cleared his throat. Captain Hitsugaya, right? I think he was on the 10th squad. He gave a curt nod. You mentioned, is she coming? No need to get the brown pants, Izzy isn't coming for the moment. I informed him, and it seemed like they collectively relaxed again. Why, is there anything important I should pass on? He shook his head. Just, cautious. Well, I have a question if you don't mind. Ask. He said bluntly. Why are you all stronger? Pardon. He seemed confused. Maybe I could have asked that better, let me rephrase. You all are old, not in a rude way. Shinigami are beings that live a long time, and to reach your positions, it takes time. Why is it that in the span of however long it's been since I've last been around here, you are all noticeably stronger? It's rather easy to gauge someone's strength just by the feel of their ryatsu. I can't say it's 100% certain, but I could get a rough feel for it. I'd throw in Strawberry too, but he seems more an outlier. I gestured to Ichigo. I have a feeling he's going to be on an upward climb for a long time. Because he was also noticeably stronger than last time. That kid is going to be a monster by the time he tops out. Yeah, that's right, and just wait until I can kick your ass. He preened happily. And don't call me Strawberry. The Shinigami awkwardly looked at each other. What an interesting question, Schweinord-kun. Urahara spoke up as the others looked a bit too embarrassed to answer. It's as you say, as long-lived beings, some things are looked at from a different perspective. Many of the Shinigami that hold seated positions never experienced a conflict more than the occasional Minos running around. Stagnant water rots, huh? I could understand now. It's just that they've been in a peaceful state for so long and never had the need to push themselves before. There's training, and then there's training for survival. Oh well, it's not really my place to say anything. Besides that, since I'm here, why not fill me in on what's been happening real quick? Don't plan on staying long. Yoruchi asked, catching my meaning that this was just a quick pit stop. I'm busy with some things, I just came over for Orihime. I didn't hide it. We've been ordered to assist in any way we can. Captain Hitsugaya let out a small sigh. If it's just reports you want, that's simple enough. I don't need a full-on report, but the thought is appreciated. Just a quick summary. I do like to be kept in the loop. Not much has happened since you left, honestly. Yoruchi ignored him and started going on herself. A few little fights here or there, but no one has committed yet. Captain Hitsugaya breathed out in irritation. There have been 12 hollow attacks of a Jucha or Arankar. And there have also been 3 instances of fights involving Quincy's. It seems like everyone's just slightly poking each other, waiting for someone else to start something. Yoruchi chimed in again. The side that starts is probably going to be at a disadvantage. But the longer things take, the better spot Soul Society will be in. However, I have no idea if the other sides are also growing at the same rate. So, who knows what's going on? Oh, and there's the thing with the Captain Commander. Yoruchi excitedly slapped Ichigo's head from where she was standing, much to his annoyance. Apparently Shunsui gave him something, and there are rumors that he lost a bunch of wrinkles and even had a few strands of black hair in his beard. I did give him a bottle of my wine, didn't I? And I did tell him to share it with the old man. Didn't think it would have that much of an effect, but who knows with Shinigami physiology. Huh. Will, Jean ambushed me. Orihime said she'll help. She grabbed onto my arm with a big smile on her face. Kurosaki-kun, I'm going to go visit America. Orihime did the same thing to Ichigo. Well, it looks like Jean convinced her. Though I imagine the entire convincing equated to just asking her, and she agreed. And I'm not going to be a hypocrite or a liar, I would happily pay her for her help. If there's nothing else important, I'll have her back by dinner at the latest. I offered. There is one thing. Urahara spoke up. If I could just get some of the young lady's blood. Ichigo kicked him right in the face. That's fine. Have fun, Orihime. He put on a smile, despite stomping on Urahara. Just a little bit of blood, her ryatsu is so strange, I want to study it. Bye, Urahara. I waved to him as Jean just looked at him strangely. Alright, don't be a stranger. Yoruchi waved her little paw from atop Ichigo's head. No one was concerned about Urahara being beaten. I gave my last goodbyes before taking both Orihime and Jean away. At *********. They seemed nice. Jean beamed. They're really nice. Orihime agreed as we stepped out of the portal. Yoruchi even lets me rub her belly. Ah, it looked so soft. Jean cooed. Well, no one really bothered with Jean. They all seemed to notice something strange with her, if their looks were something to go by. But after the whole Izzy thing, I think they were being politely distant. Well, it hasn't even been that long since they discovered that they had a goddess walking among them, so I couldn't blame them for their attitudes. It's good to know that nothing bad has happened yet. I suspected as much considering that Yoruchi hadn't called me, but it's good to double-check. What happened here? Oriheim looked around. Did something bad happen? Ah, there was a bit of fighting, and the town got a little bit destroyed. Jean said sadly. But it's okay, I don't think anyone was too badly hurt. Jean perked up. Yeah, Jean would have been much less upbeat if things had gone badly. I'm fairly sure there weren't any deaths based on my own spellcasting. But as soon as we arrived, there were plenty of eyes on us. Perhaps they were warned of our sudden arrival because the people who looked like government agents didn't come out immediately to harass us. Mr. Coulson. Jean was the first to spot them. And Sif. They were talking between themselves, perhaps something political based on the expressions they had. But it was obvious that Thor hadn't returned yet, so they were probably just trying to keep everything going smoothly without causing any more incidents. Princess. Sif greeted her back. I was not aware you were departing so quickly. I was concerned at your abrupt departure. Oh, right, I'm sorry, I should have said goodbye first, I was rude. Jean responded quickly. Sif, though, softened a little. You need not worry, you are a Midgardian, this is Midgard, it is not my place to tell you where you can and cannot go. Miss Jean. Coulson politely greeted her. This is my friend Oriheim. Jean gestured to her. She's really good at healing, and she said she'll help heal your arm, Mr. Coulson. A friend of the princess is welcomed. Sif stated. Well met, mortal. Hello, I'm Oriheim Inoue. She returned the polite greeting with a slight bow of her head. Are you a goddess too? Too. Sif quirked an eyebrow, looking at Jean then back to Oriheim. Have you met a goddess before? Yes. Oriheim smiled brightly, matching Jean's own. Miss Izzy is very nice to me and helps me a lot. Sif turned to me questioningly. What, do you think you Asgardians are the only gods around? I rolled my eyes. It's like she never even considered the possibility. Sif seemingly didn't know what to say to that. That's a statement I wouldn't mind some context for, but I believe I am utterly lost. Coulson spoke up. I'm afraid I don't speak Japanese beyond a couple of phrases. I blinked in realization. I completely forgot about that. Sif pursed her lips. I often forget that mortals cannot communicate as easily. Oh, should I speak English? I'm not very good at it. Oriheim asked. Hello, this Oriheim. She spoke in broken English. Though, no one made fun of her. Hello, I am Coulson. He replied to her in equally broken Japanese. I don't think he even knew the word for agent, so he just went with his last name. Oriheim, though, smiled brightly despite it. Let me help you. I hummed, looking through my ring, and I found a brush and some washable ink. Don't worry, this won't leave a mark. I lightly dipped the brush and then slowly drew a few runes on her forehead after moving her bangs out of the way. It was a simple runic sequence to pass on knowledge, if only temporary. Your knowledge of runes is surprising. Sif gave me another scrutinizing gaze. That tickles. Oriheim giggled. Coulson perked up. Well, I believe the problem has been corrected. Nice to meet you again. I am Agent Phil Coulson with S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson properly introduced himself this time. Oriheim clapped her hands. Oh, I can understand you now. I'm Oriheim Inoue. If it's all right, I'll heal your arm, Mr. Coulson. Healing limbs is no easy feat, Sif spoke up. Are you sure you are up to the task? She can do it, she's very good at healing. Jean nodded her head in place of Oriheim. Well, it's not like I have much to lose. I don't believe I can lose this arm again if something goes wrong. Coulson chuckled. And I thank you regardless of what happens, young lady. How would you like me to proceed? Do you need medical equipment? Oh no, just right there is fine. Oriheim didn't even blink, holding her hand up towards his missing arm. Soten Kishin, I reject. Her hairpiece glowed, and two figures shot off it, forming a shield-like construct around Coulson's arm. Visible to the naked eye, the pieces of Coulson's arm began to reappear. Neither Coulson nor Sif could hide their astonishment. And especially Sif, she was looking at the scene in utter shock. Honestly, even for me, it was something utterly absurd to witness. Mostly because I knew exactly how it worked, which just further made it absurd. To be able to overturn cause and effect, to pick a piece and reject the causality distortion. Everything happened, all the sequences of events line up, yet she basically told the world that he didn't lose his arm, despite everything screaming to the contrary. To be honest, it borders heavily on several concepts monopolized by true magic. I'm honestly thankful that Orihime is such a sweet and kind girl. The things she could do with her powers were frightening if she were malevolent. It didn't take long for Coulson's arm to return. Full flesh and blood, without any scar or indication it was ever gone in the first place. Do you still get to apply for workers' comp even if you got your arm healed? I tried my best to break the awkward tension. Coulson shook his head and fixed his expression back to normal. I'm sure I'll be able to find out, he said jokingly. Thank you very much, Miss Orihime. I won't have to retire now. Orihime seemed completely oblivious to the tension in the air and still just looked so bright and happy. It's no problem. If you ever need healing again, I don't mind helping. I'll keep that in mind. You did well. Jean praised her excitedly. Do you want to go meet the others too? Oh, and there are frost giants. They're not nice, but they're behaving now. How big are they? Orihime seemed to zero in on the word giant. Jean silently stood up on her tiptoes and held her hand up as if to gesture their size. Sif seemed to shake herself out of her stupor as well. If you wish to approach the prisoners, I will stand at your guard. But I'm sure those 3 fools will appreciate the company while they watch over the prisoners. The 3 of them happily walked towards where the frost giants were being kept on the other side of the block. That left me with just Coulson. How's the arm feeling? Like it's never been missing. I've been feeling phantom sensations the past few hours, but everything feels completely natural. Coulson replied evenly. She is very talented. I know a lot of people that would want to get their hands on her. It was a warning, not a threat, I could understand that much. She's been all but adopted by someone that even Thor would have to be respectful to. Ominous. Coulson said blankly. I would like to discuss something, Mr. Schweinorg, if you have a moment. I'm not giving up my magic robot. Or the casket. I crossed my arms. I wasn't going to ask that. But that is also a concern. And it's fairly obvious that we cannot contain you with the abilities you displayed. He replied without a hint of emotion. I prefer to keep a good relationship rather than grasp at something I can't have out of greed. It's hard to be haughty and lofty when you're being so accommodating. Well, I certainly apologize for doing my best to not make you my enemy. You're forgiven. He smiled again, and it was different, a bit more friendly, less practiced, and more neutral. There's an initiative, as my boss would say. An idea to bring together a group of extraordinary people to handle things that we can't. I dropped my arms because I was taken aback by what he said. Come again. I was sorta confused. Are you inviting me to a team of some sort? Of some sort. He responded. It's not a fixed thing, it's still a work in progress. Technically, more of an idea, as I said. You don't even know me. I pointed out. You willingly stepped in to protect a bunch of people you don't know. He answered in return. That's the kind of person that would fit well with what we have in mind. I shook my head. Who even would be my supposed teammate? There are a few considerations. But they're classified, for now. He said simply. I rubbed the temples of my head, and I had a realization. I recalled something I read before. The Iron Man guy over in New York. Stark is also a consideration. Coulson didn't hide that despite his words a moment before. I tilted my head. They called him a superhero in the newspaper. And things suddenly clicked. Are you putting together a superhero team? If that's what you want to call it, it's not wrong. Coulson kept his face completely serious, he wasn't joking. This isn't the first time the Earth has been threatened by something not from around here. Jesus Christ, is this really happening? Is someone asking me to be a superhero? Do you even know if I'm human or not? If you live here, does it matter? A home is a home. Coulson retorted. I let out a sigh. For the record, my mom was human, and I was born in Japan. I'll note that in your file. I let out a groan and rubbed the bridge of my nose. Coulson, I'll be very blunt. I'm not a hero, much less a superhero. The many people that can go home to their families tonight may disagree. I frowned, finding myself annoyed for some reason. I'm selfish, greedy, prideful, and arrogant sometimes. Just wait until you meet Stark. I would gladly rip the still-beating heart out of someone's chest if they pissed me off enough. I said unwavering. You want a hero? I don't even think I'm a good person. Jean is a good person. Orihime is a good person. I try to be decent at best. Coulson took out a card from his pocket and handed it to me. Specifically, it was his business card with his number on it and everything. He then took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on rather casually. Maybe the world just needs more decent people. I sighed again, knowing I wasn't going to get the last word in here. Just consider it. He turned around to leave, giving a wave of his shoulder. We'll be in touch. I shook my head. This was one of the strongest conversations I've ever had in my life. A superhero. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with this world when someone thinks I'm a good fit for that? I relaxed slightly as a pair of arms wrapped around me from behind. Will, do you want to go with Orihime and me? We're going to see if we can get Orihime a cactus too. I'd love to. At *****. Miss Jean, welcome back to Camartage. The Ancient One was there when we finally stepped back into the temple after dropping Orihime back home. I basically followed Jean and her around for a bit as they wandered about. I wasn't going to interrupt their time hanging out like normal people their age. Welcome back, Wilhelm. Oh, thanks, I appreciate the consideration. I said to myself. I would say it's a pleasure to have you back as well, but I don't like to spread lies. Oh, you're funny. I snorted. She smiled, chuckling lightly. I am assuming that you have finished your little trip. It was interesting. Jean replied. I do hope that the next time I visit that country, we don't have to fight anything again. The Ancient One looked away from her gaze. Why was I sensing some guilt from her? Nope, for my sanity, I wasn't going to ask. Right now, I was mentally checked out. It had been a long day. Shit, and Drake hadn't even come back yet. His fake body hasn't yet collapsed, what the fuck is he doing over there? Forget it, he's probably messing around or lazing around. Well, you certainly ruined any semblance of a probable future with your actions. I'm honestly impressed. The Ancient One looked at me. I dropped 2 peace signs. It's what I do. Oh, hush. She threw something at me, and I caught it out of instinct. My hat. I exclaimed happily. I managed to fix it. With a surprising amount of effort, mind you. Thank you. I forwent any sarcasm or playfulness. I really did like the hat. Though, I put it on Jean's head instead, seeing her puff up cutely was worth it. And you'll be happy to know that I finally finished my spell. You know, the one you hadn't even bothered to work on yourself that was entirely for your own benefit. She said dryly. Nice. Jean slapped my shoulder. We're thankful for your help. For real, thank you. I know you didn't have to do it, and I appreciate it. I wasn't going to ignore the effort she went through to help me. You're welcome. Her expression softened. It was interesting, if nothing else. And if you find more than you need, well, I wouldn't be against adding some more vibranium to our vaults. Well, I'm not stingy to people who help me. What are the results? About what you would expect. I did track down several significant amounts in various places in the world, based on the reaction of the spell and various rejections. Though, for the most part, I crossed them out. One of them is in a museum in England. One of them is up towards the North Pole, below an iceberg, which I prefer it to remain there for now. And a few bits and bobs in some private collections of people who don't know what they have. However, your best bet is the Gulf of Guinea, almost right at the equator, submerged in the water. I have it marked if you're interested. If they're things already forged, I have no interest regardless. And I'm especially not going to rob a museum. I appreciate and respect cultural history too much. If you say the Gulf of Guinea is the best bet, I'll take it at face value. And that's right off the coast of Nigeria, more or less. A tiny bit of a hassle, but less of a hassle than trying to reforge an already forged piece of vibranium, at least according to Gramps on the dossier he gave me regarding the metal. He told me my best bet was finding the ore raw, it would save me a significant amount of time and effort. Well, Jean. This day has been hectic, how about we have a nice and peaceful boat ride? I offered her my arm. It would be a nice way to relax after a trying day. Jean agreed, grabbing my arm. And I do love seeing the ocean. I've never been on a boat like that before either. Well, after all the nonsense before, I'm glad we can relax with something much more mundane. A peaceful ride on my ship out into the waters, then a bit of deep-sea diving for treasure, what could possibly go wrong? At *******. A/N. Happy Easter everyone. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 602, Interlude 41, Kunu's Hogwarts Adventures 4. Hermione Granger's POV. There you guys are. I was looking everywhere for you. Ron came stomping in, earning a loud shush from the librarian as he basically shouted without any consideration for everyone else. At least he looked sheepish in embarrassment. Where else would we be, Ron? Our assignment is due tomorrow. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, but we have all of tomorrow to finish it before class. Not all of us like to wait until the last minute. Come on, Harry, isn't Mione overreacting? We still have plenty of time. Ron turned to Harry, whom I had to practically drag here. Sorry, Ron, I have Quidditch practice tomorrow, I need to get this done now. Harry smiled awkwardly. I guess that makes sense, Quidditch is way more important. Ron nodded as if understanding, missing the point entirely. I sighed, rubbing my eyes, but at least he was getting his stuff out to start working with us. Hey, did you guys hear about the first years? They're saying that one of the first years, the girl with the tails, had a broom that was faster than anything on the market right now. Ron's attention span showed how remarkably finicky it is. Wait, really? Harry got distracted too. Yeah, they said that it went so fast that she went past Hogwarts grounds before any of them could even blink. Ron, don't be ridiculous. I shook my head. If a broom were that good, wouldn't it be everywhere by now? I read that broom designers take years to even get a small upgrade to their brooms before they release them to the public. I didn't care much for flying myself, but the study of it was fascinating. But what if it's some super secret broom that doesn't exist yet? Maybe she brought it from whatever country she's from. Ron argued. Japan. I iterated. She's from Japan, Ron. And Japan has its own professional Quidditch teams. Oh right, the Kyoto Dragons. Ron perked up, remembering that singular fact among everything. They are first years, Ron. Harry pointed out. Maybe they're exaggerating. You know how we were last year. Ginny was there though. She told me herself that it was true. Ron replied. She also said the Muggle professor ran up the side of the castle to catch one of the first years that fell off their broom. Ron. I sighed again. That's utterly ridiculous. All the first years are saying it. Ron, if he's a Muggle, he can't just run up the side of the castle. He's a Muggle. This whole conversation was exasperating. Maybe the... Ron leaned in. Dark Witch did something to him. Do you really think they'd hire a Dark Witch to teach one of their classes, Ron? I didn't need to say it, even Harry was having trouble believing Ron this time. And Professor Medea has had nothing but stunning reviews from everyone who has taken her class. I admit I was excited for it too, each year gets one day a week since it's an elective. I heard that everyone's too scared to ask her any questions. Harry whispered. I heard that she's teaching dark magic to anyone who asks. Ron added. Ugh, stop with those ridiculous rumors. Dumbledore personally hired her, if you can't trust her, at least trust Dumbledore. This wasn't like last year, where it was hidden. He supposedly directly interviewed her personally. I'm just saying it's weird. Dumbledore hired a famous dark witch, and she's married to a Muggle. Isn't that weird? Ron threw out the wild accusation. They're engaged, not married. I scoffed. And what's wrong with Muggles, Ron? Nothing's wrong with them, it's just weird. Ron defended without giving any actual explanation. This year has been balmy so far. We got a famous dark witch, a Muggle teacher, and even a girl with a bunch of tails and ears. At least Malfoy and his goons haven't been causing any problems. Harry pointed out. Yeah, you're right. Ron perked up. The weasel is probably too busy sucking up to the dark witch and bullying the tail girl, though. Slimy snakes are the worst. Isn't Kanu also a Slytherin? I pointed out the hypocrisy. Yeah, but she's Ginny's friend, so she's probably not bad like the rest of them. You're just saying that because she gave you a sweet roll. Ron blushed a little. It was good. And no other slimy snake would do that, so she must be good. He puffed up proudly with that Herculean bout of logic. Besides, she has the super broom, so she can't be bad. I shook my head again, there was no arguing with Ron, it was like arguing against a wall. Do you think she'll let me ride her broom? Or better yet, tell me where she got it from. Ron continued in excitement, the only thing that caught his attention was either Quidditch, and things Quidditch related, or chess, surprisingly enough. Wouldn't it have come from her parents? Harry pointed out. If she has the broom like you said, she had to have gotten it from them. You're right. Maybe I should call her parents. Ask them if they had any more to give me. It would be wicked to fly around on a broom that's so fast. What was her last name again? Schween something. Schweinorg, Ron. I corrected him absent-mindedly, but it made me pause my writing. Something's wrong, Mione, you look like you left the stove on, my mom has that same look sometimes. Ron looked at me. No, it's just. I could have sworn I heard that name before, and it's been bugging me ever since I heard it again. I shook my head. What, like she's from a famous family or something? Ron asked. Didn't Ginny say she's like a princess or something? Maybe that's it, but her last name isn't Japanese, that sounds German if anything. Why don't you just look it up? Harry offered before getting up and walking to the front of the library. He disappeared for a few minutes before coming back with a book in his hand. Madame Pants found this for me when I asked her. He set the book down in front of me. Notable wizarding families from around the world. I scoffed, partly because I was so oblivious to the obvious about just looking it up myself and partly because it only says wizard and doesn't include witches. How backwards. I still opened it up and flipped through the pages until I found what I needed. I don't know if I was surprised or not to see the name Schweinorg listed. Merlin. I whispered. What, did you find it? Ron perked up. It says here that a man known as Kisker Zelretch Schweinorg defeated Grindelwald during the Second World War, which inevitably led to his downfall at the hands of Dumbledore. I barely even touched the magical side of the Second World War, there's so much I was missing still. But I thought only Dumbledore beat Grindelwald, it's why he's so famous, right? That and, well, you know who. Ron scrunched his nose. Who's Grindelwald? Harry asked. He's a Dark Lord that came to power during the Second World War. He allied with the Axis powers, Hitler and them. I explained briefly. He's responsible for a lot of the pureblood rhetoric that you hear nowadays. He wanted to enslave all the Muggles. So she comes from a good family. Harry tilted his head. It says here that the one named Zelretch, as he was called, was a dark wizard. I read over the passages and couldn't help having my eyes widen. Grindelwald took his most trusted and personally trained soldiers and disciples and attacked Zelretch at his home in Germany. It says that Grindelwald wanted to recruit Zelretch into his army, but he refused. It concluded with Grindelwald running away, suffering serious injuries, and nearly all of the people he brought dying at Zelretch's hands. Why does that make him a dark wizard? I mean, it was a war, right? It's not like we beat the Nazis by talking to them nicely. Harry questioned. Because after what happened, the Allies, our side, began to look into him because he was unknown at the time. From what the book says, they were able to dig up some information on him, and his existence dates back over 1,000 years. It says here that rumors from the Ministry are hiding some of it and that he was even around during the time of Merlin himself. They claim he performed very dark magic and gained some type of immortality or that he's a dark creature with a long lifespan. Wait, just because he's old, they're saying he's dark? Harry furrowed his brow. Isn't Nicholas Flamel like 500 years old? He isn't considered a dark wizard either, and he has the Philosopher's Stone. I shook my head. It's what the book says, Harry. They say only the darkest of magics can let someone live that long, and there's no other explanation. So Ginny is friends with a dark witch. Ron blurted out. I have to go tell her. Ron, stop making assumptions. I hissed under my breath as he was starting to make a scene. It's still the same person as she was 5 minutes ago. Maybe we should just look into this more. Without another word, Ron turned around and started shouting his sister's name as he ran out of the library. I swear, he's frighteningly intelligent for some things, and for others, this. I looked at Harry, who looked back at me. Do you need help with the homework? Could you check it after I'm done? Professor McGonagall takes off for spelling mistakes. Sure, Harry. I smiled. Line break. Ginny Weasley POV. Hey Luna, hey Kunu. Ginny. Luna smiled brightly. Kunu and I were just talking about trolls. Did you know that they had a troll sneak into the castle last year? Yeah. Ron said he fought it or something. He made up a lot of stories. Oh, that's true. Kunu stated. They said that Ron, Harry, and Hermione teamed up and beat it. I find that hard to believe. Ron also said that Harry fought and killed the defense professor last year. Now that's just silly. Luna shook her head. Yeah, if he could beat your defense teacher, then wouldn't he be the defense teacher this year? Kunu replied. What? That makes sense. Luna seemed to agree. The stronger one should teach. Kunu nodded. That kinda makes sense. But he's Harry Potter. It doesn't count, he's the exception. I ignored it for now. Did you two do your charm homework yet? Yeah, look. Kunu took out her wand and started waving it around as sparkles followed in a trail. Oh, pretty. Luna clapped. I can't make mine change colors. How did you get it to sparkle? I looked at her in surprise. I can show you, it's easy. Kunu smiled brightly. I was worried at first, but she's actually really nice and normal. Besides the weirdness from when we first met, and other things, I'm glad we're friends. Look, the youngest of the poor Weasleys is hanging around animals. A group of girls walked by, wearing Slytherin clothes, they giggled to themselves. I frowned but noticed something out of the corner of my eye as Kunu said something under her breath and jerked her wand. Suddenly, the small group of girls yelped and slipped all together, as if the floor were ice. Did she cast the slipping jinx? I looked back at Kunu about to say something, but then I saw Luna also say something with a movement of her wand. And as the girls tried to get back up and move, their laces were tied together, and they fell over again. It became something of a spectacle that drew a crowd, laughing at them. All three of us looked around and started laughing along with everyone else. The girls quickly got up and ran away in embarrassment. I think I need to talk to them later. Kunu hummed, and I didn't know what she meant by that. Oh, little icky first years, I saw what you did, a haunting voice popped up above her. A ghost flew over, and Ron told me about it, Peeves, the poltergeist. He was the only ghost in the castle that could physically interact with anything. Naughty naughty, I'm going to tell. He held his hands out, and something that looked like balloons appeared, and he started throwing them at people. They splattered, and, was that paint? Were those water balloons filled with paint? He hit a bunch of others with them, and they were covered in all sorts of colors. Then he turned to us with a big grin. Don't. Kunu narrowed her eyes. His smile only grew wider. Ginny. Ron's distinct, shrill voice echoed down the hallway. She's an evil witch, stay away. Ron got hit right in the face by one of the balloons. He let out a cry of confusion, blinded by red paint, and he stepped right where Kunu cast the slippery jinx from earlier onto the ground and went sliding across the ground with another cry, tumbling down the stairs. Even Peeves went silent as it happened. Ron was whimpering, so he was all right. I heard that they actually enchanted the staircases so even if you fall all the way down them, you don't get overly hurt. Though my shock was broken when the aftermath of something wet splashed across my face. Only a few drops of it, as the majority of it hit Kunu, who was now partially green. Oh dear. Luna whispered. And then I noticed Kunu's expression. Line break. Dumbledore's POV. Here she is, Dumbledore. McGonagall sat our newest student right down in front of my desk with a stern expression before walking out. Auntie Medea. Kunu smiled, waving at Medea, who was standing at the side. Oh no, you're not using your cuteness on me to get out of trouble. The woman crossed her arms. Kunu clicked her tongue with a huff. Ahem. I cleared my throat. Do you know why you're here, Miss Kunu? No. Come now, there's no need for a lie. I looked at her a bit more sternly. I didn't do anything. She huffed, crossing her arms. So you didn't, and I quote from Minerva, beat Peeves until he started crying for mercy. He deserved it. She crossed her arms with another huff. You can't just go around beating up people. I approached it in a more grandfatherly tone. The green paint on her, well, it painted a rather obvious tale of what occurred even without the report I received. Ghosts aren't people. Kunu countered. I opened my mouth to respond, but I found myself not knowing what to say. Technically, she's right. Medea spoke up. I shook my head because technically, she was right by definition. Peeves has thoughts and feelings. That's why I beat him up. Kunu said as if it were obvious. Once more, I found myself speechless. How can she say something so aggressive yet with such innocence? How, exactly did you hurt him? I recall seeing her mother grab him as well. I used Tuki. Brat. Medea quickly interjected. You remember what your mom told you? She told me not to use it, my classmates. And only on humans that are trying to hurt me. Kunu quickly defended. Well, I suppose that's fine then. I'm lost, but that doesn't sound good. I voiced my concerns. What is Tuki? I think I pronounced it right. Tuki is Tuki. Kunu replied as if confused. Medea let out a sigh. You can consider it something like chi, or fighting spirit if you want to be blasé about it. I'm sorry, I don't follow. Is this the first time I've ever heard about this? Have you ever heard a story of a person accomplishing an impossible physical feat? And I'm not talking about an athlete or something like that. Say, a child lifting a car to save their parent. I may have heard some vague situations like that. They most likely tapped into their Tuki. It's an innate energy that every living person has. Yokai are predisposed to it, and she isn't an exception. But it takes a lot of time and energy to master. It's not magic, it's more a physical exertion of will. It would take me hours to go into it further, and I'm not an expert. Fascinating. I ran a hand through my beard. Based on what you said, it makes you physically stronger, yes. Stronger, faster, more durable. It can contend with magic if utilized correctly. If you coat yourself in Tuki, you may as well have a metaphysical shield of willpower surrounding you. Why have I never heard about this until now? But that was something to ponder later. I can understand your trepidation. I would also like to reiterate that you not use that on your fellow students, Kunu. I wasn't going to. She pouted. I only know how to use it a little bit anyways. I believe you. I smiled, seeing her innocent and good-natured reaction. Despite being aggressive, I could tell she had a good heart and wasn't the type to hurt people for no reason. Before I could say something else, a burst of flames erupted in the middle of the room, and Fox reappeared from his annual jaunt, flying around to wherever he likes to go. He looked around excitedly at our guests. First, his eyes landed on Medea. Marvelous. She breathed out. You would make the most marvelous research materials. Fox's wings flapped out, and he squawked in disbelief at her brazenness. It was a joke, mostly. She whispered the last part. I'm fairly sure Fox moved his wing in a gesture that was considered rude in his own language. He ignored Medea and instead hopped over to Kunu and pushed his head into her chest. You're so pretty. Kunu cooed as Fox let her pet him. And I just noticed that a certain feathered bracelet on her wrist began to let out a soft cry, the exact same phoenix cry as Fox. I wasn't aware that Fox gave out one of his feathers. What a marvelous magical item that was made. I glanced at Medea. Your work, I'm assuming. Because I could now tell it had an enchantment that rejected notice that was exceedingly powerful. If not for Fox drawing attention to it, I may have overlooked it myself. Her father also helped, a tiny bit. It was mostly me. Medea smirked. Just further proof that young Kunu here is a sweet young lady. The feather still had the touch of his magic and didn't reject her. After another few moments, Fox gently escaped her grasp and returned to his perch at the side of the room. Now. I clapped my hands. We're going to need to talk about punishment. As this is the first time I'm having to punish someone for fighting a ghost, I find myself unsure of what to do. Punish. Kunu's eyes widened. Detention probably. I stroked my beard. Perhaps with Professor Snape cleaning cauldrons. I looked at her as she fidgeted in place. Or maybe helping clean up the bathrooms. And she squirmed even more. Why not both? Medea offered. Oh ho, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. I grinned mischievously as Kunu paled. No. Kunu shot to her feet and suddenly a puff of smoke filled the room, and in her place was a small fox with 9 identical tails. It started yipping before jumping down and running away. Miss Medea. Yes, headmaster. Did Kunu just turn into a fox and run out of my office? She did. Medea answered. This is a first. I leaned back in my chair. Having one of your students turn into a fox. It's an ability that all kitsune have. No, well, yes. I corrected it. That is a first. But I was talking about having a student believe they could run away from me. Medea let out a sigh. It's partially the fault of her parents. Calling her a princess isn't wrong. She's willful and mischievous, and she's never really suffered consequences that didn't come from her parents. She's not used to other people having proper authority over her. Ah, I believe I understand. She must have been quite startled by talks of punishments then. Yes, her behavior makes a lot more sense now. A different flavor of entitlement compared to the likes of, say, young Malfoy. She's simply not used to having consequences even if she doesn't particularly do anything bad by certain standards. Are you not going to stop her? Oh, I wanted her to get her hopes up a bit more before I dashed them completely. I smiled, running a hand through my beard. Medea, of course, just cackled. And I wanted to ask why Mr. Weasley was running through the halls shouting that she was an evil witch as well. I let out a small sigh. Who knows, children can be strange and silly sometimes. I suppose it doesn't. She managed to get rather far before she slowed down and turned back to normal, but I could see her from where I was in my office. Regardless, I apologize for interrupting you. You had come to my office because you wanted to talk about your classes. Yes, after having my first couple classes, I realized that it was inefficient, and I wanted to propose a change. Oh. Do tell. Since magical theory isn't part of your OWL or NEWT curriculum, I wanted to shift around how classes work. I wanted to separate it into 3 tiers instead of each year having its own materials. 3 tiers rather than individual years associated with each class. Tell me in detail. I believe I understand what she was trying to say. Simply, instead of it being based on individual years, simply set it so it's separated into 3 tiers with escalating difficulty. Tier 1 is the introductory material, Tier 2 is the intermediate material, and of course, Tier 3 is the expert material. One must complete and pass the previous tier to move on to the next. It gives the students ease of access to the class to fit their own schedules. You would be fine with having classes with mixes of different ages. I could understand what she was asking rather easily. It wouldn't be hard. And you did say you were opening my lessons up to first and second years rather than just extracurriculars for third years. The second year class was tomorrow. It's still early enough to shift things around without causing any confusion. For this year, I'll tweak things appropriately, but I want to set this going forward. I see no problems with what you're suggesting. Run your plans along with Minerva, but I'm sure she'll agree. Then I'll go find her right away, she said happily, wasting no time leaving the room. I leaned back in my chair again. This is certainly going to be an interesting year, isn't it, Fox? My old friend looked at me and let out a happy squawk as if to agree. Well, would you mind going to fetch Miss Kunu? My faithful companion flashed away in a burst of fire, only to reappear moments later with Miss Kunu back into her chair. Welcome back, Miss Kunu. Meep. Indeed. I smiled good-naturedly. Now, let's talk about your punishment. Line break. Non-canon Omake, The Little Spider, Chapter 9. High up on Mount Olympus, you could hear a pin drop. No one spoke as they looked down upon the scene happening in the camp. Surrounded by their children and other demigods, a young girl, supposedly the child of Athena, had two resplendent wings shimmering behind her and a halo above her head. None of the gods of Olympus were stupid, even if she didn't proclaim it outright, they could all recognize the origin. Surprisingly, Ares was the one looking the least shocked or concerned. Beating Ares in a duel, that was a feat that would make any of the parents proud of their children. Even if it was only Ares basically possessing his daughter in some minor capacity. However, not even Athena opened her mouth to gloat. It was rare for something to silence all of them at once. Though that silence was ended by the sound of laughter. Dionysus started laughing on his throne, a full-stomach laughter that almost had him kneeling over. It opened the floodgates. Athena. What in the name of Tartarus did you do? Seriously, who did you mind fuck to get that? Aphrodite chimed in. Since when do those guys appear? Apollo asked in confusion, hinting at a very reclusive pantheon. Bravo, dear sister. Dionysus clapped his hands, but everyone ignored him. And here everyone was saying I was going to eventually break the rules by fucking someone from another pantheon, but surprisingly, our virgin goddess beat me to it. Aphrodite was thrown out again amidst the shouting and arguing that abruptly started. She should be killed. Hera frowned. You're welcome to try. Poseidon scoffed, with an eye roll, making the queen of the gods glare at him. I want to inspect her spear. Hephaestus stated, less concerned than everyone else, and likewise, he was ignored. Seriously, how did you land an angel? Can you teach me? Aphrodite looked at her with genuine sincerity. I did not. Athena finally lost her composure, an extremely rare occurrence in the history of Olympus. Her father was a normal human. I wonder if this is how all the fathers feel when you just appear and drop a baby in their laps. Poseidon looked at her, not missing an opportunity to take a jab at her. Athena snapped her head at him, about to retort, but a thunderous crackle reverberated throughout the halls. Enough. Zeus slammed his fist down on the throne. Athena, explain now. He demanded, looking at her with a furious gaze. You are more than aware of the ancient laws. Interpanthean children have been forbidden for thousands of years. I'm serious, I really don't know. Her father was a normal human. Athena quickly defended herself, completely confused, just as they all were. Are you sure about that? Ares raised an eyebrow. I am sure, yes. She clenched her teeth. Did you check? Athena found herself speechless. Mostly due to the ridiculousness of the question. So you didn't check, So much wisdom there. Ares's lips curled up in a mocking smile. I dare any one of you to tell me the last time you checked with any mortals yourselves. She swept her gaze around the room, and it was silent. I know a human when I feel one. There was nothing extraordinary about him. He could have hidden himself. Hermes pointed out. Why would he attend a mortal school hiding himself? Athena questioned. Why did you? Why? Hermes asked her in response. Once more Athena was silent, realizing she had said something so idiotic and ironic. She wasn't usually like this, the whole situation had her on her back foot, and she wasn't on her normal game. So did you bang an angel or not? Aphrodite asked. Athena wanted to scream. So to clarify, we have a demigod who may or may not also be an angel or part of another pantheon, who also has in her hands the monster spoken of in prophecy that can bring down the gods. Apollo looked around. Everyone went silent again. It's the spear. Hephaestus spoke up again for the second time during the meeting. An image floated in front of him, that of the spear she wielded. The spear is letting her do that, it's not natural. He was the authority on weapons, so no one questioned his words, especially when he didn't have a proverbial dog in the fight. See. Athena looked around. I had no contact with them, as per the rules. How'd she get the spear then? Ares asked. Once more Athena went silent with a scowl, without any words of response. Of course she had no idea how it happened. Athena. Zeus's stern words reverberated throughout the hall. Start from the beginning. We will hear your side before making a judgment. Athena took a deep breath, calming herself. It wasn't like her to be so emotional. I was visiting the human school as I often do. I met a young man, Annabelle's father. Arachne. Dionysus corrected, earning a glare from Athena. His name was Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, a completely mundane human. She added. Not to mention he was Japanese, visiting the country for schooling. The idea that he's connected to them is extremely unlikely considering how loath they are in the East. Her words held merit. Heaven didn't have much of a foothold in that part of the world where the mortals still openly worshipped other gods. If it was accidental, then it's forgivable. Artemis spoke up, usually on Athena's side. Despite her own disgust for the goddess of wisdom siring children the way she does, they're usually cooperative. Why wasn't this discovered until now? Hermes asked. If you will recall, I asked you to search for a missing daughter of mine some years ago. Athena quickly calculated a means to defend herself. Hermes scratched his cheek. Right, I do remember that. So, it's this one, huh? I too was asked to track her down, and I was unsuccessful. This should prove that Athena was also not at fault if whoever was responsible was able to escape so many of us. Artemis added. Zeus frowned, but his temper wasn't flaring, so Athena internally breathed a sigh of relief. I will withhold a judgment until this matter is properly settled. But it appears as though the ancient laws were not intentionally broken. He finally settled on it, but he was far from happy. In fact, his first instinct was to start throwing lightning bolts, but he held himself back for now. But the mystery still remains. Ares tapped his throne. She did mention who her mom was and who also taught him. You're the one who keeps up with foreign affairs, sister. Who is Scathach, he asked, knowing the answer himself. It's not like he's oblivious to what happens outside of their part of the world. In fact, he knows the names of almost all the impressive non-gods, even from other pantheons. If someone is a master of bloodshed, he knows them. Is that someone famous? Apollo asked. I don't recognize the name. Another god. Athena. Zeus looked at her, wanting to know the answer too. For the king of gods, he didn't keep up with such things. Precisely why he had Athena handle all of it in his stead. Athena was silent for a moment, not because she didn't know the answer, but because she was dredging up the information from her mind. As the goddess of wisdom, she never forgot any bit of information. She had read up on nearly every figure of importance across every pantheon in every part of the world and kept it stored within her mind. It only took her a fraction of a second to recall the information she needed, and she resisted the urge to facepalm. She is a famous figure originating from Ireland during the Ulster cycle. She's most famous for teaching the son of Lugh, the Celtic god of light, known as Cu Chulainn. I could give you the entire biography, but she is essentially their equivalent to Chiron. Athena summarized pointedly. Well, that makes things easier, doesn't it? Hermes looked around. We can go issue a complaint to them to settle things. Problem solved. Athena resisted the urge to sigh again. She's entirely human, so the ancient laws don't affect her. Hermes pursed his lips, understanding what she meant by that. Frankly, they were just looking for someone to blame because someone had to take the blame to smooth everything out. And it doesn't answer the question of who gave her that spear of hers. Ares pointed out. I should mention that it was able to cut away the divine power I was supplying with my daughter. It wasn't said outright, but everyone understood what that meant. A genuine god-slaying weapon was in the hands of one of their children down in camp. Just that would be enough for Zeus to usually throw a fit and show paranoia. Considering it's in the hands of both a girl presumably raised by another pantheon as well as having a certain creature at her side. Well, it was lucky that he wasn't deciding to smite now and ask questions later. There's a simple way to remove any complications regarding the girl. Artemis spoke up. What, are you going to have her join your hunters? Aphrodite responded with a clearly mocking tone. Would it be wrong? Artemis countered. If she joins my hunters, would that not mean we have an absolute claim on her, mitigating any further annoyances that come with her uncertain identity? There was a beat of silence where everyone considered that, even Athena. Athena was confident in the face of everyone's arguing that Wilhelm was human, but truthfully, her confidence was wavering at this point. There were many inconsistencies that hadn't been brought up yet that she was willing to not speak about herself lest she be put back under the spotlight. And it would also solve the problem of Mr. Blueberry that everyone is also worried about. Dionysus seemed to support her, which sent everyone snapping their heads, looking his way. Are you mocking me? Artemis was genuinely confused at why he was supporting her here. Not at all, I think you should do your best to get her to join your hunters. He raised a glass full of wine towards her with a big smile. Because I want to watch it blow up in your face. Artemis twitched slightly, ignoring him further. If anyone has any better ideas, you're welcome to voice them. You can try. Zeus gave her permission. Of course, one couldn't just demand it, as joining the hunters had to be a voluntary action on the person's part. Especially if said person apparently had links to other pantheons, it would be a smooth way to cut off any other claims if she willingly joined the hunters. I got a suggestion. Apollo raised his hand. And what brilliant idea do you have, Apollo? Artemis rolled her eyes. Why not just ask her? He said. Like, hey, where'd you come from? What have you been doing for the past how many years, and who have you been doing it with? That's crazy talk. Dionysus was the first to reply, while chugging down another glass of wine before snapping his fingers, and an image of the girl in question appeared, rather a projection screen of her down in the camp. By the way, Ares, say goodbye to your cabin. They watched as down upon camp, Arachne was climbing up the side of the Ares cabin before grabbing hold of the Ares sign that hung above the door. Are you sure you should be doing that? Percy followed along because, well, he didn't really know anyone else at the camp other than Grover. And Grover was off doing things that satyrs do, he assumed. Especially after the whole fight thing that happened a couple of hours ago, everyone else had been avoiding them. Percy was still new, though, and didn't really understand a bunch of the implications. It's my cabin now, and I want to replace the sign. Arachne huffed, nearly falling off the roof as she kept trying to pry off the signboard. For the gods of Olympus, they were taken aback by the blatant disrespect. Of course, they knew that Ares made a bet, but honestly, none of them believed any of their children were idiotic enough to actually go through with it. At the very least, even their parents would warn against doing something so debasing to another god. It would have been a good opportunity to extort something from Ares in this case. For the girl, having a cabin meant absolutely nothing. But having a promise or a boon offered by the god of war reflective of saving his face in front of the others and his actual cabin, that was significantly more valuable in their eyes. Ares, to his credit, didn't say a word of complaint. Oh, he surely seated silently on his throne as he watched his cabin, a literal temple of his, become debased so openly. He could even see some of his kids hiding inside or from a distance, just watching. Not that he believed they should stop her. He was firmly of the ideal that to the winner goes the spoils. He made a bet, he lost, thus, she claimed her rightful prize. Was he going to hold a grudge? Most assuredly, but he also wasn't going to go back on his word. In fact, Ares let out a small sigh and stopped being petty, letting the girl take off the signage without his divine power stopping her. At the very least, the god of war could use this as a way to get his kids to up their training and light a fire under their butts. Are you going to kick out all of the people living here? Percy asked as everyone listened. No, why would I do that? Arachne frowned. It's their home, ain't that mean? I'm just changing the name of the cabin. Ares' anger diminished to a noticeable degree. He made a mental decision that the next time he fights the brat, he won't permanently maim or kill her when he teaches her a lesson. Regardless of what she did, it was still technically his cabin, as it was woven with his divine power and was still a veritable temple of his. So what are you going to name the cabin now? Percy asked. I am going to name it after my aunts and uncles. Arachne dropped to the ground as the Ares sign hit the dirt. Wait, aunts and uncles, as in plural? Yeah. What do you mean? Percy asked in confusion. Monday is gonna be for Auntie Meridia since her name starts with the same letter. Arachne started, and as she called out each name, she produced a piece of wood and some paint supplies, drawing their names and symbols next to it. Tuesday is gonna be for Auntie Tiamat because the same. Wednesday is going to be for Uncle Odin because his day is Wednesday. Thursday is going to be for Auntie Izanami. Friday is going to be for Auntie Jin because it's her favorite day of the week. Saturday is going to be Auntie Raiden. And lastly, Sunday is going to be for Big Grandpa. Big Grandpa? Percy asked in confusion. Arachne finished by drawing a cross next to a literally inscribed, Big Grandpa, on her individual signboard. Percy could put two and two together. Likewise, the gods watching this little interaction also had the capability of putting together the very obvious clues. All the gods looked at Athena. Athena wanted to smack her head against the nearest wall. It's Sunday, so you need help hanging it up. Percy offered. Nah, it's all right, I can ask for help. She held up the sign to the air. Big Grandpa, can you help me with this? She shouted to the sky. Before any of the gods or anyone else watching could say a word, the clouds parted, and a gentle ray of bright light shone down around them, enveloping not only Arachne but the cabin as well. Within the blink of an eye, the signboard was displayed across the door to the former Ares cabin. In the halls of Olympus, once more, you could hear a pin drop. Hey Ares, did the biblical god just sanctify your cabin? Dionysus asked. Ares didn't answer him but instead turned to the other god of war in the room. Athena, what the fuck? Line break. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/AstoryForum. I also have a boostify. You can't use the above under the same name. There's also 2 more chapters ahead of the Arachniomax. Chapter 603, Chapter 545. Alright, we're ready to go. I waved the papers around in my hand as I climbed aboard my ship. Jean, who was waiting for me, perked up seeing me board. Did you really need those? Why couldn't we just sail out into the water? I wasn't surprised she didn't know, it's more a modern thing. Bureaucracy, the evil of the modern world. I sighed. I just wanted to cover my bases. We're going out into a popular trading lane. Lots of other ships and plenty of navies patrol these waters. I'd rather not fly my boat away when a battleship pulls us over because we stick out like a sore thumb. Now, we're legally allowed to be docking and undocking at this port and all that. And it's important in case of the battleship scenario that we can prove our identities. Did it truly matter? Probably not, but I didn't want our time interrupted again because of some government bullshit. And my ship is amazing, but I don't want to fly it away under the watchful eyes of hundreds of sailors. And keeping up a spell to conceal us the entire way would be utterly exhausting for my already fried brain. So, instead, I paid some money, bribes, and spent some time to get everything prepared. I'm surprised. About what? That you took the time and effort to do things the proper way. She responded with a smile. I responded maturely by pulling on her cheeks even as she stuck her tongue out at me. She's been pretty sassy today, and it's rather cute. I ended it with a kiss on her forehead. Alright, go below deck and change. I gave her a smack on the bottom. Nay. She puffed up. Why do I have to change and you don't? As the captain, I declare that all Jeans must wear bikinis on my ship. That or naked, I'll let you choose. She quickly turned bright red and hit my shoulder. Why you're not allowed to tell me to get naked? That's reserved for partners only. She puffed up cutely again. If it makes you feel better, I'll get naked too. I offered. She let out a cute squeak and ran below deck. Silly girl, you just have to say the right words, and it wouldn't be a problem. I let out Sir Wiggles and Lady Wiggles. I could feel through the familiar link we share that Sir Wiggles and his wife enjoy sailing on the boat. They happily scampered around everywhere, Sir Wiggles going slowly to let his little wife keep up since she was pregnant. Always adorable. I briefly wondered what Drake was doing right now, but he was apparently still maintaining his fake Nidhogger state, so I was fine to keep leaving it for now. I'll check in tomorrow and see if anything is wrong. It's rare that he gets to come out and play, I don't want to spoil anything for him. While waiting for Jean, I took out my phone and the card that Carlson gave me and began to message him. Wilhelm, hey girl, how's it going? Carlson, Stark, I told you to stop sending messages to this number. This is for official SHIELD matters only. Wilhelm, you know, the more I hear about Stark, the more I want to meet him. Wilhelm, devil emoji. Carlson, Mr. Schweinorg. Thank you for giving me your number. How reliable is this method of contact? Wilhelm, not very reliable. If I'm in other places, I won't receive your messages until I come back. Carlson, noted. Though, I did want him to have my number just in case. It wouldn't receive messages from him unless I'm in this world, but while I'm here, it's nice to keep in touch. And I forgot to give it to him beforehand. Carlson, I have a question if you have a moment. Wilhelm, shoot. Carlson, what do you know of vampires? Wilhelm, are you serious? Carlson, unfortunately. Wilhelm, in New Mexico. Sif and them should be able to handle them if they pop up. Carlson, no, it's a problem that arose in New York. It seemed something more in your wheelhouse. Wilhelm, kill them all and let God sort them out. Carlson, I was hoping for methods of dealing with them or any knowledge you may have. Wilhelm, do you not have any experts in this kind of thing? Carlson, we are currently trying to recruit any experts from the magical side of the world. It has yet to bear fruit beyond a few fortune tellers. Wilhelm, I can ask some people, maybe they can point some in your direction. Carlson, it would be appreciated. But vampires? Wilhelm, it depends on the type of vampire. You got your lowest rung, the cannon fodder, recently turned trash. They can probably be taken care of with just modern weapons. Spray them with bullets until they can't move, then double tap them in the head, that should work. Though, even the lowest run is somewhat superhuman by your standards. Carlson, and the other types? Wilhelm, mostly, it comes down to age. Vampires get stronger the longer they live. Carlson, define, stronger. Wilhelm, bullets and guns become obsolete. If you see a vampire running around with a sword, assume that bullets won't do shit. And if they can actually swing a sword around properly, they're not the normal cannon fodder. And if you see one of them wearing really old-style clothes, then assume they're a tier higher. The ancient types. But that's more just a snap judgment thing. Carlson, weaknesses. Wilhelm, for the bottom rung, just normal stuff like I said. But something sharp through the heart will usually put them down. You can cut off their heads for good measure, which works for most things. For higher levels, you're going to need special equipment. Holy items work the best, but items generally associated with divinity can work in a pinch even if they're not holy. Carlson, like a cross or holy water. Wilhelm, a cross depends on the user. If you're waving a cross around, you need someone like an actual priest that has unwavering faith and belief for it to be meaningful. For holy water, it depends too. For the lowest trash, holy water will be like acid to them, and a splash of holy water should be enough if you get them good. For older vampires, it's going to burn and debilitate them, but they may or may not be able to shrug it off and keep going. For the really old ones, the ones that have lived hundreds, if not thousands, of years, it's only going to hurt and not cause any actual damage. Carlson, and what would you suggest for the latter types? Wilhelm, contact the church and get their help, probably. The older the vampire gets, the more control they get over their blood generally. For vampires, their blood is their power. You can start expecting things like blood magic or manipulation of blood right out of a horror movie. And whatever you do, and this doesn't just involve vampires, never willingly give someone your blood. Willingly given blood can be used for much worse things than forcibly taken blood. Besides that, older vampires get harder to put down because they can regenerate as long as their blood has power still. Beyond things like their heart getting crushed or their head cut off. Carlson, how likely is it to run into the older ones? Wilhelm, unlikely. Vampires hate competition, they generally won't like other vampires or their underlings getting too strong. Usually, if you find a group and finagle your way up the tree of hierarchy, there's one old vampire at the top that usually doesn't get involved in most things. The church generally also deals with them if things get out of hand, so they know not to cause any real problems. If you say there are problems in New York with vampires, it's almost certainly some trash who have their egos inflated. But being prepared wouldn't hurt. Explosives may take down a middling type if they're unprepared. Wilhelm, tell me your coordinates, I'll give you some things. Cuslin, that's classified. Wilhelm, fine, if you don't want some holy weapons. Carlson, one moment. Carlson, link. I pressed the link, and it gave me a set of coordinates, and I began some basic calculations before opening a portal and dropping some stuff through. I gave it a moment of thought and searched my ring for one of Kokobeel's wings, pulled off a feather, and dropped it through as well. It only took a few minutes before Carlson responded again. Carlson, package received. Do you require coordinates to use a magic portal? Wilhelm, do you think I just flail my arms around and say some nonsensical words for it to happen? I'm more of an expert on theoretical astrophysics than Jane is. Carlson, did you give me a lightsaber? And I thought you said guns were obsolete. Also, what's this feather? Wilhelm, it's a lightsaber, and if George Lucas tries to sue me, I'm blaming you. It's concentrated holy power, it's not infinite in power, so don't waste it. As for the guns, they're holy guns. Both are used by church exorcists to hunt things down like vampires or other stuff. Specially made along with the ammo. They're much more powerful against heretical things, so take that into consideration. I don't exactly collect the stuff, so that's all I have on me. It's basically just what I had after my few run-ins with exorcists. Mostly during the whole Kokobeel fiasco. Carlson, we appreciate the help. And what's this feather? Wilhelm, it's from a fallen angel. It still has a lot of holy juice in it, so it can be used pretty well against something like a vampire. Though, you could probably trade it to the church in return for some sort of cooperation. Carlson, dare I ask how you got this? Wilhelm, you don't want to know. Carlson, noted, thank you for the assistance. We'll be in touch. I liked Carlson. Will. Jean came up from below deck, wearing the same bikini from our beach trip. As always, it was a beautiful sight to behold. First mate Sir Wiggles, take the wheel. I declared as I went to pull the anchor up and begin untying the ropes from the dock. The boat jerked a little as it began moving forward. Jean looked on in excitement, leaning over the edge as we left the dock and started heading out to the sea. It didn't take long before the land disappeared entirely. I may have given a little helping hand with some artificial wind to really get moving. It got a little bumpy on some larger waves, to the point where Jean, who was leaning over the edge, nearly fell over. This is amazing. Jean beamed. I've never done this before. Before, it was Jean's first time going to the ocean. Suffice to say, she had never actually ridden on an actual ship like this while it sailed across the waves. It was a nice way to end our little trip. Though, I suppose we had a few more things to take care of. Particularly, I still had some things I wanted to do, but after getting the vibranium, my main priority was completed. Do you want to try steering? I offered it to her. Really? She perked up. You wouldn't mind. I've never done it before, I don't want to mess it up. I swept my gaze around the open ocean. Do you think you're going to hit something? She cutely puffed up again, but still the excitement shined through. I'll do it. Sir Wiggles didn't even need to be told what to do. He zipped over, landing on Jean's shoulder with Lady Wiggles not far behind. Jean happily gave them both a little rub before taking the spot behind the wheel of the ship. Admittedly, she turned it rather abruptly, and the ship sort of groaned against the waters with the abrupt change. Not that it did any harm, but she looked rather sheepish when it happened. Am I doing it right? Where am I supposed to go? She looked to me for help, but she had a big smile on her face. I took out the map that the Ancient One gave me, which was rather convenient as it showed where we needed to go and where we were on the map itself. Just go towards the red X, but no rush. You can play around if you want. If you want to see if you can drift the boat, go for it. I chuckled, setting it down so she could watch it from where she was steering. Her lips twitched in amusement as she slowly started turning the wheel without any care. If someone were watching from far away, they would have seen us doing loops in the water, going up and down with barely following a certain line. Jean giggled as both rabbits flew around off her shoulders, having their own fun as the salty water splashed against the side of the ship. I found my own spot, up behind Jean, as I wrapped my arms around her and put my chin on top of her head. It's beautiful, isn't it? The open water, nothing in sight. I always wanted to see this when I was alive. I used to hear stories about this from some of my companions. Many of them served on ships or were on merchant vessels. They used to tell me stories of traveling across the ocean. Jean replied. I'm glad I could be here with you when you experience it then. What was life without new experiences? Her head tilted down slightly, and I couldn't see her expression, but she seemed to be thinking something. You keep doing this, you know. It's not easy for me. Doing what? I was confused. Taking care of me. She said very quietly. Giving me things, helping me, doing things I've always wanted. Mama said when a boy does this, that I have to do things in return too, but I don't know what to do. Jean, seeing you happy is why I do all these things. It's more than enough for me. She made a cute sound. But, what if I want to do something for you? She turned around and grabbed onto my sleeve. Close your eyes, you're not allowed to open them until I say so. I chuckled but followed along, waiting for what she was going to do. However, whatever it was, I knew it was going to be utterly adorable. You can open them. And I froze. Why, you're not allowed to stare too much. Jean was perhaps the brightest shade of red I've ever seen. Probably because her bare boobs were sitting right there and she was holding up her bikini top, flashing me. I admit, this is maybe the first time she's made me utterly speechless. Only a moment or two of silence passed before she quickly pulled her top back down and even still covered herself with her hands. Mama said that boys like boobs. She looked away. Lewd saintess. I wrapped my arms back around her. I'm not lewd. Corrupting this poor devil with her lewd body. Nay. Today was a good day. Line break. Will, it shows that we're right on top of the mark. Jean held up the map, and I lifted my head up, having been lying down on the deck of the ship, enjoying the ride. I quickly hopped over to her, inspecting the map as well. Seems we're here already. You want to go diving down with me, or stay up here? It's dark and scary down there. She fidgeted in place. If I go down, you're not allowed to leave me alone, okay? An important thing to learn was when to bully and when not to bully. I promise you I won't leave you alone, okay? I offered her a hand, being genuine with my words. With a gesture, I had the ship drop its anchor so we wouldn't move too far away. She happily grabbed my hand, and I cast the required spells for some deep diving. Something to stave away the pressure, water breathing, and a basic light spell so we could see around us even as we went deep. I may have had the thought of grabbing her and jumping in without warning, but she apparently beat me to it. Without any words, she grabbed me tight and pulled me over right into the water with a giggle. I didn't even have time to take my clothes off, but seeing her laugh like that, I couldn't even force myself to be fake upset. You know, I even forgot to ask if she could properly swim. But that question was answered rather quickly. Just because she never went to the ocean in life didn't mean they had no rivers or lakes or whatnot back in France. She pulled me down quickly, despite her admitted fear before, there was obviously excitement as well. Slowly, the light from above began to disappear, and we could no longer even see the ship. That's when she began to get a bit more tense and wouldn't venture from my side. My spells didn't take into account talking between us, so we were both surprised as we heard certain sounds this far down. Jean was startled much more than me, but I sort of recognized the sound. I held my hand out and created a ball of light that enveloped probably 15 meters in all directions and sent it off into the distance. After a moment or two, we could see where the sounds originated from. A group of humpback whales was swimming nearby. Jean grabbed my arm, giddily pointing at them with one of the biggest smiles I've ever seen on her face. We watched silently for a few minutes as they disappeared into the distance, and I dismissed the secondary light spell. It seemed like her earlier fear diminished greatly now. I gestured for her to follow, and we kept heading downward until we hit the ocean floor. It wasn't too deep here, so we didn't need to swim for too long. Now, it was just a matter of finding a needle in a haystack. Luckily, I had the equivalent of a magnet, and I began to pulse my magical energy to see if I could find any resistance. Jean was playing. She found a crab and was poking at it before a fish came up to her and kept trying to push into her face. Cute. But I couldn't get distracted, eyes on the prize. Slowly and surely, I inspected a few dozen yards of ocean floor, and still no reaction. I made sure to pulse my magical energy deep enough to catch any buried bits, but it was still a bust. It was only then that I realized that Jean wasn't at my side. Something gently touched my back, and I saw a small stone sink down and hit the sand. Turning my head, I could see Jean peek up over the edge of a rocky coral bit, silently giggling and gesturing for me to come over. She seemingly disappeared underneath, and when I came up on it and looked under, there was like an entire underwater cavern with a bunch of luminescent moss. At the deepest part, there was what looked like a hole of some sort, and I followed Jean to it. There was a moss and algae-covered rock that looked just a tad too different than everything else around, and a simple poke with magical energy, and I could feel the rejection immediately. Jean floated next to me, looking very proud of herself. Bullshit intuition is what that is. But still, I was happy we found it. A chunk of vibranium that looked about the size of a car tire. I grabbed it and hefted it up over my shoulder as we left the underwater cavern and began swimming back towards the surface. We breached the water not too far from the ship and easily made our way back to it. Jean helped me carry it up the rope ladder on the side of the ship. Is this what you were looking for? Jean poked at the chunk of vibranium. I sat on the deck. I pulled off all the moss and algae, and the metal had a glistening sheen to it despite being buried under the water for an uncountable number of years. Yup, this is exactly what I was looking for. It was a pretty good-sized chunk too. Enough for my sword and any other projects I may want to do in the future. Though, it's still a finite amount that will eventually get used up. Already forged vibranium is a bitch and a half to utilize again, so calling it a one-and-done thing isn't wrong even if it's not technically right either. I was happy and about to celebrate, but I felt something was wrong. And it wasn't just me. Jean jerked her head upwards. The clouds parted, and there seemed to be a faint distortion in the air before some winds were artificially kicked up. All around our ship, a bunch of aircraft shimmered into view, advanced cloaking technology revealing them for what they were. The distinct technology that Wakanda showed off earlier. I rubbed the bridge of my nose, letting out a sigh. Seriously? Fuck off. I glared at the nearest one. Place your hands above your head and prepare to surrender yourself into custody. A voice echoed out from one of the crafts. I looked right at the ship that sent out the demands, turned around, and walked towards the wheel of the ship and did an exaggerated spin of it as the ship slowly began to turn and the anchor was pulled up. Will, who are they? What did you do? Jean looked at me. Funnily enough, I'm actually completely innocent this time around. I grumbled. Just ignore them. Remove yourself from the vessel's controls and put your hands above your head, or we will be forced to utilize force. The voice emanated out again. I flipped them off. Were they watching us this entire time? Goddamn, just leave me the hell alone. I ignored them and turned the ship around and started steering it back towards port. This is your last warning. The ships easily kept pace, surrounding my own ship. A moment later, one of the ships fired off its laser weaponry, presumably aiming at the lower back to disable the rudder. The shield around my ship activated, leaving no damage, but it rocked the ship a little bit, making Jean yelp in surprise. Then fired at me. They actually fired at my ship. Now, I was fucking pissed. I've been very nice. I've ignored them being assholes, I only insulted them before with everything that happened. And I didn't even kick up a fuss when they were obviously following me and spying on me. And now, they escalate to this. Especially when I was spending time with Jean. Congratulations, Wakanda. You've successfully aroused my anger. Cannons. I intoned. Fire. My very medieval-looking ship had its literal cannons tilt upwards and fire off a magical barrage at the crafts. They had their own shields, but they couldn't withstand much before they were destroyed. The advanced aircraft fell into the waters one after another with fire and explosions erupting within their structures, crashing all around us. I transformed into my demonic state. I hopped off the ship, landing on the front of the ship that made the demands earlier. I landed on the glass front that was still above water and in a big enough piece to float. My hand shot through the glass, and I ripped the pilot right up through it. Fear, I saw it in his eyes. I couldn't blame him, I looked positively demonic when I had my full devil features out. I didn't raise my voice, I didn't shout. This was the second time. The second time that I had my day interrupted with Jean was because of some stupid assholes. At this point, I was livid. I don't think I was someone quick to anger. I could take abuse thrown my way, I can take insults, I can even take a beating. But I most certainly was not a saint like Jean. I had my boiling point, and I had reached it. Don't worry. I pulled him close so he could look into my demonic eyes. Your leaders are going to find out how much they fucked up soon enough. I didn't give him a chance to respond before throwing him up onto the deck of my ship, mentally controlling it to send out ropes to tie him up. It was time to pay another trip to Wakanda and have words with whoever was in charge. Line break. A/N. Wakanda next. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/AstoryForon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 604, Chapter 546. Chaka, King of Wakanda POV. Shuri. Father. My daughter stood up, greeting me with a smile as the others in the room greeted me as their king. I smiled back faintly. Daughter, I come not for our familial ties. Have you discovered the source of the anomalies out west? Shuri furrowed her brow, and in a huff, she sat back down. The atmospheric disturbances made it impossible for our satellites to see what was going on in that American town. I've been doing my best to decode the energy signatures that have appeared, but they're utterly foreign to anything I've ever seen. Yes, disturbances. What else to call the strange winter that took hold of a desert town along with an explosion that rivaled the primitive weapons of mass destruction they tout? And what of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I asked, knowing about the worldwide organization as the head of Wakanda. I've been subtly trying to get into their systems, and I succeeded, but they don't keep anything in easy reach. You told me not to make any noise, so I can't just brute force through their systems, which is taking time. She grumbled. Patience, daughter. Stealth is more important for now. I put a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I know. She sighed. Just so you know, I could have been in and out of their system in an hour if you let me go all out. Of course. I chuckled, acknowledging her prowess. However, I did not want any traces of us around that organization. I did not trust S.H.I.E.L.D., there were far too many strange occurrences about them. Not to mention, they were the ones present at the town where the person was as well. The outsider who approached us had appeared at the same place that this strange anomaly occurred, it couldn't be coincidence. I regret that I did not give the order to apply more pressure for his detainment. Perhaps I should have allowed the war dogs to operate more openly. However, with S.H.I.E.L.D. being nearby, I did not want to risk it. As King of Wakanda, I knew of their leader, Nicholas Fury, a man with the dedication, skill, and paranoia needed for his position. If he even suspected an oddity, he would spend countless resources to investigate. No, I did not make the wrong choice. Hindsight is not a valid regret. It was a far more operable maneuver to attempt to separate the person of interest from the organization by distance before moving in. It was simply unfortunate timing. And now, another incident that required our attention from beyond our lands. It was clear that whatever happened to that small town within the North American continent was something that needed investigating. Be it a weapon of some design or something else. It was imperative that Wakanda know the source and, if need be, remove it from the hands of those that would use it incorrectly. So far, we only have the reports from our own agents that were nearby and could see the aftermath of the incident. The war dogs we initially had in the small town acting as passers-by and travelers had been forced to retreat temporarily after some strange incident with a man drunkenly attacking one of them. Some kind of acquaintance with the target, but we had no identification of him either. Otherwise, the identities of the people he visited had been verified, and there were no oddities with them. It was as if they had met for the first time and proved immaterial to our investigation. It just raised further questions and concerns because we were not able to track his entrance into the country even though our spies were inserted quite thoroughly in their systems. The combined oddities with the monuments that still persisted at the border of our country were making many of us uneasy. Especially now that we confirmed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had approached and began investigating them as well. It served to confirm my belief that caution was the best course of action at the moment in how we approached this sensitive topic. Oh, I finally got something. Shuri perked up. About the colonizer that attacked our people at the border. The organization, S.H.I.E.L.D., just uploaded a file on him. But. She paused, reading over it. It's nothing that we don't already know. She scrunched her nose and grumbled under her breath. Useless. I forget sometimes that for her vast intelligence and technological prowess, she is still so young. She may have advanced some of our technology by decades in the short time she's been in charge of our science and technology division, but she has the patience of a broody teenager yet. Princess Shuri, I have something. On another screen off to the side, a man stood up, looking our way with haste in his tone. Send it to me. She replied and began to utilize the devices around her, and the images on her screen changed. Oh. She perked up, and we both saw the picture of the men we were after. "Where is this?" I asked. "Looking into it right now and..." She continued to operate the equipment. "It looks like Lagos, Nigeria. I have here, ugh." She grumbled in irritation. They could at least upload their paperwork properly. It's barely legible and all blurry. But it looks like some port documents. Nothing unusual, but he did imply that there was vibranium in the waters, right? Any chance he chartered a boat with a crew to go treasure hunting? She raised a good point. Do we have any satellites in the area available? Chameleon 4 is overhead. Shuri responded, bringing it up and adjusting the coordinates. We had a bird's eye view of the continent as the images narrowed in further until it overlooked the bustling port of our neighbors. It wasn't perfect, but we could see what was happening in real time to an extent. Look for the public docks. Through her machinations, the images narrowed in, looking above several ships, but none of them looked particularly noteworthy. That was until we found one that stuck out quite significantly. It was primitive even by their standards. Utilizing sails and made of wood. Though, the distinct red hair was unmistakable. You can't be serious. Shuri shook her head. Is that made of wood? I ignored her words and focused on the target instead. Follow him. Should we call for a strike team? Shuri asked. As soon as he's in international waters and no one's around, we can easily secure him. I considered it as well, but there was a better option. He makes claims of vibranium, let us see if his words hold true. Send word for a strike team, but they will keep their distance for now. There was something strange about this man. It is best to err on the side of caution since he has revealed capabilities to see through our stealth technology. We do not know what other means he has available. And if his words hold true regarding vibranium, it lends credence to his other words as well. We will wait until he either attempts to return or he reveals a lost deposit of vibranium, I told her. There's nowhere for him to run now, but it would be best if we secure any lost vibranium before others can steal it. However, their voyage was uneventful. Other than a strange woman we could not identify, either from poor visuals or otherwise, there was nothing to note about their trip. The oddity of their ship notwithstanding. They eventually reached a point where they stopped, and we could see them jump into the water. They stayed submerged for long enough that it seemed prudent in hindsight to time their descent. Perhaps they carried with them breathing apparatuses that were small enough that we did not notice. An hour, maybe closer to a second. I ended up having a chair delivered to wait by my daughter's side while she managed other tasks under her purview. Eventually, the two resurfaced, and they pulled with them a hefty-sized chunk of stone at first glance. The metal itself, even in its raw form, was light. But if it was truly vibranium, it would still be far too heavy for someone to carry in such a way even if they worked together to get it up onto the ship. Our concerns were met with an answer. The raw sheen of vibranium was unmistakable once any debris or algae was pushed away. Even from the angle of the satellite and the overhead and somewhat inaccurate view, we were still able to identify our sacred metal. Send them in. I ordered Shuri. It was not her usual designated task to send out commands to our military, but haste required a direct input from this position, and they knew from whom their orders were sent. Pale Eagle 04, this is Princess Shuri, under command of King Chaka. You have orders to move in and secure the target and vibranium. Shuri spoke with authority and maturity as befitting her station. She often is part of military processes by association with her position even if she's not directly involved, and her experience has paid off quite well. Orders received, Princess. Moving to surround the target and disengaging cloaking. The mighty aircraft of Wakanda appeared from the images on the screen, several of them surrounding the primitive boat with each. Give him a chance to surrender. I paused. And get scans on the ship. I wish to know if they have any hidden technology. It is clear this man has certain technology we are unaware of based on the last time we came into conflict. Pale Eagle 04, declare your intentions and order his surrender. Shuri relayed while she began to fiddle with her controls. And I'm commandeering your craft scanners. It took a moment or two before they finally finished. Father, it's completely primitive. She said with a scoff. Wood and iron and steel, but I don't pick up any power sources. Unless you're scared of them firing a cannonball at us, there's nothing to worry about. I hope that is true. The target is ignoring our commands. The pilot responded. Target is turning their vessel around and trying to depart. How do we proceed, Your Majesty? I let out a sigh. One last chance for mercy. Target responded with a gesture of his middle finger. The pilot spoke up. I felt myself twitch a little. Disable the ship and prepare to capture. If you can immobilize them without unnecessary damage, please do so. We had many questions that we would like to prioritize over their health if possible. We expect the ship to be shot, part of it sent sinking into the ocean, and then they would be forced to accept capture to survive. But no, we could see, the images on the screen showed it vividly enough even from a satellite perspective. A shield enveloped their wooden ship, powerful enough to hold off a blast from one of our most advanced aircraft. And then, it returned fire. The supposed cannons fired their own blasts of varying types. An array of colors flashed as all our ships were forced out of the air and hit the waters, turning into fiery wrecks. Silence permeated the room. Even my own daughter was completely speechless. The smoke from the destruction rose up into the air, obscuring vision considerably. But just barely, we could get a few still images that were frozen and enhanced as best as possible. We could see the men in question. However, there was something very wrong about him. Bast, are those horns? Shuri whispered. In the blink of an eye, the ship disappeared, leaving but the remains of our aircraft in the waters, startling everyone. What? What happened? Where are they? Did they also have some kind of cloaking technology? Shuri quickly tried to regain control of the situation. I'm pinging the remains of our airships, but no one's responding. Father, we're getting messages from other places. General Toy is requesting information. He was watching from the command tower during the operation. I felt a sense of unease. I rubbed the Black Panther pendant around my neck, and I faintly felt a further sense of foreboding creep down my spine. As if to answer, a boom of thunder was heard overhead. The clear and sunny skies quickly dimmed. Thunderclouds appeared unnaturally fast and boomed with a primordial fury. Shuri's frantic shouts and the commotion that erupted within the building settled because we all heard what came next. Words spoken on the winds that reach every ear within Wakanda. I knew this for a fact, deep in my heart, despite not verifying it in person. It was here, at this place, that Susanoo led 1,000 unruly deities in rebellion. 1,000 swords standing upon the earth, used as city walls to defend against the enemies. Here. Namely, the Amano-Mirakumo no Tsurugi. The steel that breaks 1,000 blades. And Wakanda shuddered. Line break. Wilhelm POV. I was angry. I contemplated decapitating all these Wakandas and dropping their heads at the feet of their leader. I felt like it would leave a strong message. However, those rather aggressive and intrusive thoughts were shunted away as I felt Jean's arms wrap around me. I sighed because she knew me too well. How was I supposed to keep my rage up if she was hugging me like this? Are you going to tell me not to do something in response? I asked her. No. She shook her head, though she didn't let go. I know you're a good person, so you won't do anything that crosses any lines. I raised an eyebrow. Are you condoning a response from me, Miss Saintess? Jean pursed her lips. Will, don't forget how I lived my life. I prefer if peaceful resolutions can be reached, but I am more than familiar with taking up arms if needed. You said that you were not at fault, I believe you. She didn't give me a chance to respond before she pushed her lips to mine. It was brief, but she kissed me. She was red in the face, but she looked like she had gathered all of her courage to do so without wanting to run away. Though that didn't stop her from grabbing her long braid and holding it up in front of her face rather cutely. My anger had lowered somewhat. But I was still utterly furious. Do you mind waiting at Kamartage for a bit? She smiled beautifully as always. I'll wait until you're done. I opened up a portal for her, letting her head back. Sir Wiggles and Lady Wiggles also went through to keep her company. With Jean gone, my anger now had focus, and I turned to my captives. They were tied up, gagged, and looking rather fearful. I had plans in my head, ways to get revenge. Ways to show my annoyance, but I realized something. Fuck it. I grabbed the captives, hoisting them up by the ropes, and put my ship away before opening a portal right over at the border of Wakanda. I didn't do it directly for my little art project because Coulson did mention he sent people to investigate. But I was more or less at the border again as I made sure to toss my captives onto the ground. Startled would be an understatement if I was reading their expression well enough. I realized a rather simple thing. Why go through the trouble and effort of something elaborate? I was pissed off, and I wanted them to know. However, a slight gleam from one of the captives caught my attention. They were messing with those beads on their wrists. Right, those were some sort of high-tech thingamajigs. Should I have confiscated them? Probably. Did I particularly care at the moment? I did not. Instead, I kicked them over as a collective group, all bound together and whatnot, then I sat on top of them and waited. The clouds of dust being kicked up were a good indication that someone had received a distress call or whatever their messages were. Several jeeps came barreling through the harsh sands of the African plains. All beaten up and rusted, carrying many more Wakandan people. And hey, I recognized one in particular. My friend, Wabi. I smiled happily despite my anger still not subsiding. Weapons were drawn on me immediately. Spears made of vibranium along with more mundane weaponry, guns, that is. Were they vibranium guns? That would be interesting. But my mind didn't wander. It's amazing how focused I become when I'm pissed off. They were frightened too. I mean, I couldn't blame them. They've probably never seen a devil in person before. I'm a patient person, Wabi. You. Shut up. My reatsa flared up, my spiritual pressure descended, and every one of them was forced to the ground. I controlled it precisely enough that they wouldn't fall unconscious, but they were forced to use all their strength to not be smashed into the dirt. Okay, admittedly, I like to believe I'm a patient person. Well, I suppose it depends on the circumstance. I'm patient when it matters, let's settle on that. I clapped my hands. He had no rebuttal. I have been very patient. Kind even. I adjusted my seating position amidst the groans underneath me. I've met really arrogant people. The ones with superinflated egos and whatnot. I don't like being like them. If some little mosquitoes buzz around my head, I can ignore it. I've met far too many gods, and I'm introspective enough to know I didn't want to be like Indra at all in that way. And he was just a singular example among many. So, I ignored it. I ignored it again. And again. Tell me, Wabi, how many times am I supposed to ignore it? Especially when it tries to bite me. I stood up from my spot, stretching my arms. It was rhetorical, I didn't expect an answer from him. Not that he could answer even if he wanted to. Sweat dripped down his brow as he struggled to even stay on his knees. It's funny, I've killed for less. Yet, how many times had they pissed me off, and I just let it go? Is it because they're humans? It's entirely possible, I can't deny that I have an attachment to humans through not just my life but my experience as Zelretch as well. My humanity may be mixed up in a slosh of devilish, demonic, draconic, and other concepts that comprise me at this point, however, my heart will always be human. Even if it is technically a dragon's heart. I feel like Drake would be taking the piss out of me for that one. I relented on Wabi, and I jerked my hand, and he was flung up into my grasp as I grabbed his collar. So, my friend. What do you have to say? I let my anger leak out until it was palpable. What are you? He spoke in terror. I chuckled, tossing him onto the ground. Storm clouds began to gather overhead. The once sunny day was immediately darkened with the thunder above, matching my own emotions right now. Have you ever read the Bible, Wabi? I whispered, squatting down next to him. Pray to whatever gods you worship, tell them that devils are at their front door. I raised my hand to the sky, letting the thunder dance among the clouds. It was here, at this place, that Susanoo led 1,000 unruly deities in rebellion. 1,000 swords standing upon the earth, used as city walls to defend against the enemies. Here. Namely, the Amano-Mirakumo no Tsurugi. The steel that breaks 1,000 blades. A streak of lightning fell from the sky, falling into my hand as my divine sword appeared in the world. I normally wouldn't call upon my authority unless I had a worthy opponent, but I was particularly mad right now and didn't want to bother with their vibranium bullshit. If I were in a better mood, I would be more than happy to test the abilities of their anti-magic metal. At this point, however, let's see if it can withstand my divine might. Under Wabi's gaze, I grabbed one of their vibranium spears, threw it up into the air, and cut it in half with my sword. I wanted him to see it. And that was the last thing he saw before I flicked his forehead, forcing him into unconsciousness. Up we go. I made pleasant use of my control over the wind to heft them all up and carry them along with me. I was going on a walk. Line break. The storm followed with each step I took. A whirlwind swept up the surroundings, and thunder and lightning crackled and boomed as I approached ever closer to Wakanda. They didn't send anyone to intercept me before I made it this far inland. How smart. Because they would have just been added to my little group of traveling companions. Yes, the several dozen Wakandan that floated beyond me, very much against their will. However, once I got closer to their hidden city, I could feel a great many presences. First, I stepped through a sort of shimmering field, revealing what lay behind it. Like a large bounded field that merely provided an illusion. I could see clearly Wakanda's expansive and bustling metropolis. I could admit that even at this distance, it looked rather majestic. There was another sort of barrier. This one looked much less accommodating. The outer perimeter as a means of camouflage and an inner barrier that was the actual defensive measure, I would assume. It's how we did things back home, and I would assume the same logic applied here. The best first line of defense was the enemy not knowing you existed. And my eyes landed on the people I sensed. A great many of them. They had an army. How cute. They were waiting for me on the other side of the barrier. And the person standing in front was wearing some sort of catsuit. It was probably made of vibranium. And, were there people riding rhinos? Wait, were those white rhinos? Weren't they supposed to be an endangered species? What the fuck was wrong with them? At first glance, they looked like a primitive society based on their weaponry and presumed battle tactics. We did this back home, the yokai and such, because conventional weapons were ineffective against us. I'm fairly sure any of them would die from a simple bullet. I ignored my annoyance, which quickly was replaced by my still simmering anger, and I walked to the edge of the barrier. I stood there and looked at the person in the front, and I slowly let. The person in the cat costume walked up to the barrier, only a handful of guards at his side. Oh wow, he was very confident in this barrier, wasn't he? I mean, credit where it's due, it's rather impressive. If I hadn't been pissed off, I would honestly praise it right to their faces. You will go no further, monster. The man in the cat costume declared. Release our people. I looked at him, tilting my head. He had a bit of a belly on him, and he didn't sound like a young man. Likewise, he didn't feel normal. I felt something very faint from him, something rather familiar. I placed a hand on the barrier, and where my skin touched, it turned red and a scorching heat emanated off it, enough that I could at least feel it. It wasn't like the holy water from before, but, weirdly, the same example felt sufficient to describe it. It was like putting my hand on a hot stove. The Great Wall of Wakanda has kept invaders at bay for millennia, creature. You will find no kindness awaiting you, release our people, and mercy may be shown. The Catman stated again. He was cautious, hesitant. Oh, he was scared. I pointed at one of the Wakandan I had captured, and had him floated off. I kept eye contact with their kid and pushed him against the barrier. To my surprise, the Wakandan just went right through without any disruption to the barrier itself. And the Catman looked at me silently as it happened, no words needed to be spoken. Apparently they have some way to identify their own automatically. I should have suspected enough, they weren't that stupid. Release. I rolled my eyes and flung the remainder of the Wakandan across the barrier. All my hostages are gone. I think he was startled into silence. You want to know why? I asked. He didn't respond, but I could guess that I hit the nail on the head. Because I want you to understand, for everything that happens, I have the moral high ground. Just to twist the knife in a little bit further. I am King Chaka. The Catman spoke. The Black Panther, protector of Wakanda. You are not welcome here, monster. Oh my, your majesty, I had no idea. I let out a faux aghast sound. Should I also say that I'm technically royalty too? I scoffed. And weren't you wanting me here? I distinctly remember all those commands to surrender myself to your people. What's wrong? I'm here now, why don't you come out and play? He was tense. I couldn't see his body, but I could read his posture. He was ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. I put a hand on the barrier, and it lit up again, and intense heat radiated out again. My aura flared up, and the collision of the two energies caused a rather interesting phenomenon. You sure are confident behind that barrier, aren't you? Wakanda's Great Wall has never been overtaken by invaders. There was a hint of pride in his tone as he repeated his earlier words despite his tension remaining. Good. I had something to crush. The barrier was energy, it was light, it was heat. I smiled. These parameters were sufficient. My shadow grew outwards unnaturally. It elongated, it extended outwards, and eventually it took a rather distinct shape. And they noticed. Riding on the winds of your father Vayu, Hanuman, steal the sun. The massive shadow stepped out off the ground, becoming more than just an absence of light. It took form, it took substance as it towered over everyone. Their gazes turned upwards, the shadowy ape form of my authority reached out, its hand wrapped around the barrier. There was a moment of tense silence, perhaps belief that even what they were seeing was not enough to breach their barrier. Relief. Then, the barrier was ripped apart. Line break. A/N. Wilhelm tends to be a bit theatrical when he's pissed off. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We have 2 chapters of Arachne ahead over there, and there's the next part to the Herda HSRO make if you're interested as well. Chapter 605, Chapter 547. It was strangely beautiful, in a way. The large energy shield should not have acted that way under mundane means. But it was quite literally torn apart by the metaphysical divine authority of mine on a conceptual level. Heat, light, energy, fire. Those were the concepts that my authority from Hanuman could contest properly. The story of Hanuman stealing the sun out of the sky, either playfully or because he thought it was a fruit. It gave the authority the ability to steal things within that same breadth. And all the humans here saw it. The barrier they had such confidence in was torn asunder right before their eyes. The pieces that weren't quite literally ripped apart, they surged and seemingly dissipated as if the power behind it was cut off and the remnants retracted back to the source. My shadow of Hanuman retracted, its job completed, leaving an utterly silent world in its wake. It's funny, despite being a devil, I rarely, if ever, played the role of the villain. Yet I took particular glee watching the realization and fear in the eyes of the many people in front of me as they now understood that they were defenseless. The irony was rather comical as well, the fact that I was not the one in the wrong. Regardless, their morale was very visibly taking a downward turn. Though, I had a strange feeling as the barrier broke down. I felt like I was being watched, but I couldn't pinpoint it. Which was strange, because my instincts were usually spot on. And it's not like being watched from a camera or from a satellite, which isn't something I can really discover. It's more like I was being directly watched, but just out of grasp from my own senses. It was very strange. Yibam. The catman at the front suddenly shouted. It traveled rather far under the palpable silence that followed my attack. My devil nature could understand it rather easily. It apparently translates to something like hold fast or stand your ground. Yibam. A flurry of shouts followed in chorus, vibranium weapons sending out a strange echo as they hit the ground in unison. Yibam. Yibam. Oh yes, they were slowly regaining their courage. And I let them. I wanted to crush it, their pride and their hope. Wakanda has never been conquered. The Catman King declared, shouting for everyone to hear. Wakanda will never be conquered. Wakanda will never bow. Wakanda forever. Wakanda forever. The combined shouts did grate a bit on my ears. I caught the silent signal the king gave off, and like that, a great many blasts of energy came right at me. Curiously, they weren't all the same. It seems they developed their weapons enough that there were different varieties of attacks. I would have loved to inspect them, to see how they work, the thoughts behind their designs, in any other circumstance. In this moment, I merely activated my semblance. The barrage of blasts of different energies all went right through me, quite literally. Various parts of my body had turned into lightning as they connected, and I merely took casual steps forward. I'm sure it must have looked terrifying. Their high-tech weapons simply passed through me harmlessly, me a very visible demon by any reasonable standard of look. And I continued towards them with steps unabated. The funny thing is, their metal would work wonders if I was merely a magician, but I was using both divinity and aura, my semblance. Not that I was unconfident in my magic in the face of their metal, simply, I didn't want to give them any reason to be hopeful. I think they're learning that using an army against an individual may not be as easy as it would appear on paper. Having to order and maneuver a large group of people can be cumbersome, especially if the singular individual is beyond human means. Similar aircraft to the ones I destroyed with my ship had appeared overhead. About a dozen of them, these ones looked a bit different, though. More military in design. Less athletics, more oomph at first glance. And the revealing of weapons confirmed my suspicions. Rotary guns that began to unleash a barrage of energy blasts at impressive speeds. I could understand why the Ancient One said they were the most advanced on the planet, technology-wise. Combined with the energy shields and this kind of firepower from a singular ship, they could take on dozens of regular aircraft by themselves if put to the test. Though, if they were smart, they would have shifted to some type of ordnance. Bombs, missiles, or anything of that nature that would cause an explosion. Yet, it seems like all their means sort of started and stopped at simply being some type of energy blasts, if of different flavors. I didn't have the patience to sit there and take it this time. With my divine sword in hand, I pointed it upward and gathered my divine lightning before slashing. The aircraft immediately began to fall from the sky as the lightning tore through the metal hulls. Unsurprisingly, the entire ship isn't made of vibranium, because I'm sure they don't have that much. They hit the ground, some parts exploding, others catching fire, and smoke wafting off the remains. Through the smoke, I heard a strange noise, and something came barreling towards me, followed by several war cries. A big chunk of metal was knocked to the side as a man riding a rhino charged me down. I just couldn't even understand what the fuck I was looking at. Why was a normal human chagrin at me on a rhino? Sure, it was wearing armor, presumably vibranium, but Jesus Christ, why? They have fucking laser technology, aircraft, and energy shields. Why am I getting charged at by a battle rhino? I grabbed its horn as it rammed into me, and my feet dug into the ground as I stopped its charge. The massive creature finally stopped after the ground was torn up a few feet, and the man on top of it tried to stab me with his spear. I grabbed it, pulled it from his grasp, and used it to knock him off the rhino. Before he could get up, I grabbed him by the collar and threw him off into the distance, uncaring of where he landed. The rhino seemed to want to start another charge, but I quickly put a hand on his head and forced him to sleep, giving him a gentle pat. I didn't want to hurt the poor thing. Unfortunately, there were quite a few more where that came from. Despite the situation and my anger at the riders, I allowed myself to calm down and focused on this specifically. I cast several spells in quick succession, the ground beneath the rhinos quickly turning into pits of mud, and they were abrupt forced to a stop in their rampaging around. Several of the riders were flung off, the sudden momentum sending them hurtling off and hitting the ground. The rhinos were okay, though, and I returned the ground beneath them back to normal, making them stuck for the time being. they could easily get freed later. Well, that's certainly a weakness I didn't know I had until now. Someone is sending an endangered species at me, so I'm forced to be gentle with them. How ridiculous. But I couldn't help it, I wasn't one to harm animals without a very good reason. Through the continued smoke and flames, something flashed out from above, leaping across the wreckage. A clawed hand went for my throat, but I caught it easily enough. Oh. I was surprised as Catman was standing in front of me, struggling in my grasp. He seemed surprised that I could stop him. Those are some normal human movements. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought he was using Tuki with the way he moved. It certainly spoke of confidence and experience, not someone who randomly got their hands on some sort of power. He didn't stay still either. When he realized I had him tightly in my grasp, he jerked his whole body, swinging it around to kick me in the side of the head. I let go to duck under it, letting him throw out a flurry of attacks. His hands carrying vibranium claws, various bits of the suit he was wearing had certain sharp edges that appeared to be vibranium as well. In fact, was his entire suit made of vibranium? That would be most impressive. Admittedly, each of his attacks carried a force far beyond a normal human's power. At the very least, it was like a magus who was using reinforcement on their entire body, perhaps a degree higher. I decided to take a page out of Rin's book. Not that I haven't used this technique before, but I essentially copied it after seeing her use it. I would freely admit that Rin is better at intertwining her aura into her martial arts than I was. I gathered my aura onto my palm and gracefully slid ever so slightly to the side to avoid his clawed hand swiping at my face and gently placed my palm onto his chest. There was the briefest moment where he looked down, and while he was masked, I could feel his confusion. With a twist of my palm, my aura was released in a shockwave. His body arched backward, his feet lifted up off the ground, and he went flying backward with the flames and smoke distorted by the aftershock. The remaining warriors saw their Cat King defeated, slumped on the ground, and then believed the proper course of action was to charge me despite their weapons clearly being ineffective not minutes ago. I stomped on the ground, utilizing my divine power over wind, and thousands upon thousands of them were flung into the air from where they once touched the earth. Like a hurricane, the winds answered my call again, sweeping around my sword, and I swung it at the floating Wakandas. Scattered was probably an apt way to describe them as they hit the ground. Like being punched by a burst of air right into the gut and falling to the ground a dozen or so feet up. Without any more resistance, I found the Cat King on the ground gasping, looking a little bit ragged. But I don't think he was in that bad of shape. In fact, he stood up like he was ready for another round. Vibranium disperses kinetic energy, doesn't it? How interesting, a full suit of it is certainly a wondrous piece of technology. Combined with superhuman prowess, it was a fairly good piece of equipment. He attacked me again, a lot less, focused this time. His swings were haphazard, erratic, and tired. He tried to swing his whole body to kick at me, and I instead hit his butt at the right moment to send him skidding across the grass a few feet. Before he could get up, I grabbed him, and curiously, I pulled the mask off. Old. He was an old man, I should have expected that. I wonder how much stronger he would have been at his prime. However, I found myself smiling. I see now, I was wondering why you felt familiar. I raised my sword up to his widening eyes and stabbed him in the chest. He gasped, expecting pain, but no blood spilled. What I stabbed wasn't his flesh or body. I went deeper. My divine sword also cuts magic, curses, and the spiritual. That is to say, what I was targeting was the divine blessings he housed in his soul. There was nothing at first, but then the sensation of being stared at intensified, and the earth beneath us began to tremble. Accompanying it, the sound of a roar reverberated. Like a lion, perhaps, maybe different. But the answer to who it belonged to was given quickly as the king's eyes glowed and a black shadow wrapped around him before darting off and shooting up from the ground. It started with two glowing eyes before the shadows formed into a towering figure that loomed over the entire battlefield. It was a cat, a very large black cat. A panther. Bast. The first whisper was heard. Many more followed. Bast. Panther goddess. Bast protects us. Shock, reverence, awe. The ones who could, they bowed. They called out the name, the divine name of the god that just appeared. The god who blessed the men who I had at my mercy. I knew the name Bast, or Bastet, the Egyptian goddess. She wasn't truly here, more like a projection, smoke and mirrors, but I knew for a fact that she could bring her full self here at the snap of the fingers if she wanted. And she was by no means weak, my Campione instincts told me that much. I met Thor at his full power not long ago, and I don't know if he would win against her. Even Chaka had hope and awe reignited in his eyes. I don't know why an Egyptian goddess was worshipped by a tribe this far away from the Nile, but frankly, I wasn't in the mood to care. Have you come to fight me, goddess? I asked, not raising my voice, though it carried nonetheless. The large cat's glowing eyes fell down on me. It lasted for a moment before she looked up at the sky, seeing my storms, looking around, and seeing everything else before landing back down on me. Why do you wield divine power, demon? The voice of the goddess was odd, almost like an echo, as if she were talking from a room across the house. I smiled. Because I killed the gods it belonged to and usurped their divine authority. The world stilled unnaturally. The claws of the panther goddess seemed to become more material, the ground gave way as they dug into the earth. Her entire body tensed up, like she were ready to pounce. Fine, if it's a fight you want, it's a fight you'll get. You want to fight? How about we have a little bit of myth reenactment? I dropped the spear of Longinus right into the dirt in front of me. Wielding it with my devil features out and about was a bad idea, I learned that a while ago. But throwing it out in front of her face to incite anger, well, I could do that. I believe you're familiar, right? Though it's only polite to do introductions. Bast, meet Yahweh. Saying his name with the spear out made my mouth dry. Annoying. I'm sure she could sense it, though, the piece of Big G in the spear. No, I didn't need to guess, her reaction said it all. Oh my, was that fear? It seems Bast remembers when Big G went to Egypt. Why are you here? The goddess kept her tone even, addressing me a bit more politely. I held my hand out, pulling the earth up and reforming it into a chair as I sat down, crossing my legs. Why don't you ask you're blessed? I gestured, and he floated up a few feet, and I flung him closer to the goddess. He's the one who initiated everything. The king, battered and beaten, looked up as the goddess he worshipped stared down at him. Chaka, mantle of the Black Panther. The goddess intoned. Why is there a demon on your doorstep? I don't know if it was because he was giving a bit of a beating or because he simply lost his voice when he met his presumed goddess of worship. Regardless, it seems he was having trouble finding his voice. Allow me to regale you with a story. I offered, though it was rhetorical. I was going to speak, and they were going to listen. You see, I came to the borders of this country, even polite enough to not trespass. I made contact with the locals. Still polite, I requested either a meeting or a chance to barter and or purchase some vibranium for a project I was working on. I did not threaten, I did not strong-arm. Just a simple request. They shot at me in response. I paused there, giving a moment for her to digest my words. You. I'm not done. I cut off the goddess, rudely, but intentionally so. I lost all inclinations of decorum at this moment. I was annoyed, but I brushed myself off and returned the insult with one of my own. A petty little thing, admittedly, erecting a few statues on the other side of the border. If you look at the direction behind me, I'm sure you'll see my handiwork. The goddess's gaze turned outwards, I assumed she could see what I was talking about. I left it at that. It's not like they're the only ones with vibranium in existence. Hell, I got some from the ocean, but I'm getting to it. So, I go about on my merry way, but they don't seem content to leave me alone. Stalking is perhaps a rather proper description of it. But still, I ignore them, very patiently so. That brings us to the straw that broke the camel's back. I went on a nice little boat ride with someone very dear to me. We went out into the ocean where we could scavenge up a piece of vibranium that had been sitting on the ocean's floor for thousands of years. Can you guess what happened? I looked at the goddess. The goddess in turn looked down at Chaka. Chaka in turn paled. Don't worry, you don't need to guess. They tried to attack me, they shot at my boat. I said rather bluntly. You claim to have been wronged. The goddess stated. I twitched a little because of the wording. Yes, I claim to have been wronged. But don't take my word for it, why don't you ask the princess of Asgard who was on the boat with me earlier today? The goddess stiffened again. Ah, so she at least recognizes Asgard enough to react to that. Yup, that's right. On top of everything, they attacked the princess of Asgard. I wonder how they'll respond when they hear. Should I mention that a few Asgardians are on the other side of the world at the moment? And Thor Odinson was just down here but earlier today due to an incident. Let's invite him over, I'm sure he can properly articulate all the reasons your people have fucked up. There was a very loud beat of silence that passed. I'm sure the humans here had no idea what I was talking about, but every word must have sounded threatening to Bast. If there was one thing I knew, it was that conflicts between godly pantheons were delicate to handle at the best of times. I wouldn't be surprised if she just up and wiped her hands of Wakanda entirely to avoid the mess they caused. How do I know what you claim is true? The goddess asked, regaining her earlier presence. She was a goddess, I expected nothing less than for her to project herself highly despite me being in the right here. Ah, was she thinking I was bluffing about Thor and Jean being princesses? I don't really know much about her, to be honest, nor her pantheon's relationship with Asgard. For all I know, what I had thrown out could have sounded like utter bullshit, and she's calling me out on it. Here's the thing. I stood up, cracking my neck. Believe it or don't. Either way, I'm pissed off, and that's now your problem if you get in my way. I felt it, the image of Bast became fuller. It was as if the goddess was well and truly standing there now. In response, the storm above thundered and crackled unexpectedly, waiting for her to make a move. I believe I can vouch for him. Another voice reached our ears, and a rather familiar portal opened up nearby, the Ancient One walking through. The thing is, it wasn't just King Chaka, myself, and Bast, there were plenty of Wakandas trying to pretend like they weren't between a devil and a goddess about to throw hands. And now, another person just randomly showed up who most certainly shouldn't know about what was going on. I am the Ancient One, the current Sorcerer Supreme and leader of Kamartaj. Bast seemed to recognize the titles. I know of you. The goddess acknowledged her. The ancient agreements are remembered. Ah yes. She smiled. Kamartaj also remembers the agreements with the Ennead of the Celestial Heliopolis. I raised my eyebrow. Celestial Heliopolis. The gods of Egypt, that you are more familiar with no doubt. She answered good-naturedly. Ah, like how the Norse are Asgard, the Egyptians are the Celestial Heliopolis, it seems. The ancient agreements state that the sorcerers of Geb do not trespass amongst these lands. The goddess's eyes flickered to me. And they do not side with demons. The Ancient One kept her good-natured expression. Ah, if you would recall, there was a clause about trespassing, as you say, when performing official duties. And it is best you not assume certain things about our friend here. I'm half human, I said firmly. If you want me to prove that to you too, I can call Izanami no Mikoto over here to verify that I was born on the land she personally raised from the ocean. Huh, did Bast recognize that name too? Because there seemed to be a hint of recognition. If the Ancient One hadn't popped up when she did, I would not have continued this talk like we were. But she had been very kind and accommodating to me, so I was more than willing to play nice for her sake. But I was losing my patience. You speak on his behalf. Bast looked at the Ancient One. Did she have that much of a status in the eyes of the goddess? There was still much about this world that I was ignorant of. I can verify that he has spoken the truth. Both about the events that transpired and about the Princess of Asgard being present when it happened. However, I do not intend to interfere. I am here on a more personal level, if you will. I would request that you both not come to blows, as the consequences would be noticeable around the world. Unfortunately, my duties and the ancient agreements, as you said, do prohibit me to a certain extent from interfering with you, Goddess Bast. That's right, the demon is here on the moral high ground. Her eyes flicked down to the spear again. And I think, regardless of her feelings, whether she is reasonable enough to converse like this or not, that the spear's presence was at a minimum, keeping her in check. That, or she knows very well that fighting me would be a bad idea. What do you want? The goddess voiced out. Oh, well, that's certainly amusing. Watching a deity have to swallow their pride. But I guess she wouldn't be a goddess if she didn't know when she was deep in a hole, even if she wasn't the one who dug it. Ignoring me and everything about me, she probably doesn't want to get on Asgard's bad side for something so insignificant. Remove the blessings you gave the king here. I looked down at King Chaka. I don't believe he deserves it any longer. Petty. Yes. It didn't matter to me if he was blessed by her or not, but my current thought was, fuck him. Very well. She replied without hesitation. She didn't do it immediately, but I didn't think she was going to lie about it, so after the fact was probably a given. Perhaps she wanted to have her own personal talk with him to tell him that he fucked up. Whatever. 10,000 kilograms of vibranium, I finally said. I'll accept that as an apology and put this matter to rest, as long as it's not repeated. And I'll make sure Asgard doesn't come knocking either. The Ancient One blinked and looked at me in shock. What, was it too much? You told me that they had a literal mountain of it. Agreed. Bast answered. Chaka, son of Tkanda. You will make amends for your errors and supply him with what he demands. The king looked up at his goddess, his expression was hard to discern because there was so much going on. Goddess Bast, we cannot. The goddess's large paw hit the ground abruptly, causing a small quake in the earth. Chaka, king of Wakanda. She addressed him like a parent calling out their child's full name. If your next words are not orders to bring forth the items demanded, your line no longer needs to rule. I admit to taking an inordinate amount of pleasure watching this unfold. I sat back in my chair. Chaka got up and started ordering his people, the ones who could stand, who could move. They began to use those communication devices of theirs, and things started to happen. Oh, and I certainly received my share of glares, but no one dared to voice any opposition to their literal goddess sending her own glares at them. It is always a reminder when I see people reacting this way when the deity they worship is present. I could see it clearly, how much Chaka wanted to shout and argue, but the mere presence of Bast cowed him into compliance. When he was so ready to most likely die to me, he was now leading the effort to hand over vibranium to me in hopes that I would leave without further problems. I sat there silently, unmoving, as the vibranium arrived. Ships came flying over, different ships, not the same combat ones, I could tell that much at a glance. They started piling it up. The ancient one stood there too, watching silently as it happened. I wasn't keeping track, an hour. Maybe a little bit longer, but eventually, the pile reached up high enough that one could make a guess if it was 10,000 kilograms or not. Why specifically 10,000 kilograms? Honestly, it didn't matter. I just threw out a large number to make it hurt. Throughout all of this, Bass too stood there, an impassive figure looking down upon her worshippers with each kilogram of vibranium that was added to the pile. Eventually, they stopped. Eventually, it appeared they deemed it enough. Bass didn't immediately tell me to take it and fuck off. She was being polite, she was being careful. She was smart. King Chaka stood there as well, he wasn't looking the picture of health, but he wasn't kneeling over out of breath. No, all eyes now turned to me, the palpable silence returned, and it was as if they were all waiting to see what I would do next. I stood up, and I grasped out towards it. The ground shook and cracked, the stacked metal shook as the earth began to part. It would have been annoying to use magic on the metal itself, so I forced the chunk of earth underneath it out of the ground. I met Chaka's hateful gaze. His army lay routed. His vaunted technology was found wanting. And the vibranium he held so dear that they were willing to attack and arrest me. I gestured and threw it to the side. The thousands of kilograms of vibranium went tumbling off, tossed aside like it were trash. I remember the first conversation I had with one of their people. Being called a colonizer and that I was there to steal their vibranium. So, I wanted him to know it was never about the vibranium. I could get vibranium elsewhere. I opened up a portal back to Kamartaj, and just before I stepped through, I swung my divine sword up one last time, and I destroyed the illusionary barrier they had over their city-state. Then I left. Line break. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/asatriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 606, Chapter 548. Nicholas Fury, Shield Director POV. Hill, I want eyes on it, tell me what I'm looking at. We have 4 different satellites looking down on the anomaly, Director. Maria Hill answered. We're commandeering another 2 weather satellites as well. I could see it on the screen, but I had no idea what I was supposed to make of this. What do we know? Our scientists are saying that it's a completely unnatural storm, she replied. We don't exactly keep meteorologists on payroll, but it's about the consensus we're getting even from the private sector that we've reached out to. So a freak storm appeared over the entirety of Wakanda in a matter of minutes without any warning. It would appear so, sir. Our agents nearby have confirmed it as well. Skies were clear and sunny, and then suddenly the clouds rolled in out of nowhere. Typical. And this week was nearly finished. Is it similar to what happened in New Mexico? I asked, frowning deeper. Every report we see shows temperatures remain within normal parameters, considering it's a normal storm, not a snowstorm. And we haven't had any similar atmospheric readings indicating another wormhole over Africa. Alright, it seems Coulson's little project still has his weapon of mass destruction under lock and key. Regardless of how that annoyed me, I could at least check that off the list. We're also not detecting any foreign crafts in our upper atmosphere, the chance of alien incursion is low, Hill noted. I grunted in response. Small mercies. If there was going to be problems arising, I'd much rather it be something of our own fault rather than aliens or whatever nonsense is crawling out of the woodwork these days. I don't believe in coincidences. And even if I did, I wouldn't miss all the red flags if I lost my other eye. Something is happening in Wakanda, something unnatural. If the large hurricane-like storm that sat on top of the country wasn't enough indication. Has NASA responded? NASA said that they have the same data, but sent it over anyways. CIA, Interpol. Hell, anything from Egypt's GIS. I'd take a farmer with a pair of binoculars, anything at this point because we were blind. No one seems to know anything, sir. Hill replied, doing her best from her own workstation. They're sending us questions too, this has already gone public. It's trending on the news and various social media. Of course it has. Also the council is wanting a response, they want to know what you're doing to cover this up. They're demanding immediate action. And what the hell do they expect me to do? Kindly ask the storm to stop. I snorted. Or maybe they want me to take out the classified weather control technology that the homeless man wearing the tinfoil hat at the corner of the block thinks we have. Though, admittedly, we had something like that locked down. It was less weather control and more chaotic weather Armageddon with a side of broken alien tech. Thankfully, I managed to squirrel that ticking time bomb away before the council got wind of it. Not something they need to know about, along with the other stuff I kept in my personal vault that only I know about. I'm surprised they haven't ordered me to nuke the damn storm yet. I rubbed my temples as I looked at the unchanging screen. Satellite images couldn't get a view of what was going on underneath and our agents hadn't entered the country yet. Hill, what's our legal status with Wakanda? They're not a signee of the UN agreement, Director. We need probable cause to enter their borders so blatantly. I don't think a freak storm is going to hold up if they take it to international court. Of course. I grunted, that would make it too easy. Though, that did raise the question. Hill, what's the GDP of Wakanda? Do you want an exact number, sir? Give me a rough estimate of where they stand worldwide. I shook my head. She messed with her systems a bit more as I continued to study the unchanging storm. They're near the bottom, low bottom. Their primary export is livestock, goats, and cattle, and sheep. I don't have the numbers, but that's enough. I cut her off. So, they're a country of farmers and herders. That's accurate, sir. Hill looked confused as to where I was going with this. And how much foreign aid have they received from the UN in the past 5 years? In the past 5 years. Hill took a moment. They've received 53 million in various aid packages through the UN. Compare that to the surrounding countries. I frowned. Compared to the surroundings, it's slightly less. Wait. What's wrong, Hill? I turned around towards her. The surrounding countries, their aid throughout the past 5 years, and if going back further, have shown a steady increase. But Wakanda's aid remains nearly the same. She looked up at me. It's strange, but I don't see what's relevant, sir. Tell me, Hill. If you were in a backwater country, a dictator, or maybe a leader wanting to help his country, would you ever just be content when people were throwing money at you? Wouldn't you maybe fudge some numbers, maybe try to scrape as much out of the bowl as you could? Maybe the current king doesn't believe in asking for handouts. She countered. Then he wouldn't be accepting aid in the first place. I snorted. We have a king who has received aid, millions of dollars, pounds, whatever currency you want to use. But he's never pushed for it to increase. Maybe he's just not a greedy person, maybe I'm overthinking it. Stranger things have happened. Hill noted. Tell me, Hill. Out of all the countries in the region, all the ones receiving aid, how many of them signed the treaties letting S.H.I.E.L.D. operate with impunity in their borders? All of them. She said quietly, looking at her own screens. All of the countries in the region that have received aid from the UN have signed the treaties, sir. And there you have it. I'm not surprised we missed this. If something like this never happened, who would have put this together or looked closely at a country of farmers? Because they're scared of losing their money. So, what does that tell you about Wakanda, Hill? That they don't care about the money. She said pointedly. That. I narrowed my eyes at the screen. And that they're hiding something. Before Hill could answer, she quickly answered a call that went through the terminal for Priority 1. Squad 24, this is a priority call, designation Alpha Alpha 2. State your purpose of urgency. This is Squad Leader Reed, code 44 Gamma. Permission to report. Code acknowledged, security protocols engaged, permission granted. Hill responded. Agent Reed, this better be important. If you don't got Priority 1 intel, I'm sending you lot back to boot camp with the idiots who threw around grenades like they were toys. I said sternly. Sir, we have a visual. Reed replied, ignoring my threat. Permission to be blunt, sir. Permission granted. There's a big-ass cat that we can see from our position. And behind it, we can see a city line that looks like nothing we've seen before. My first instinct was to call him an idiot, but this week had been testing. Explain clearly, Agent. We moved 2 clicks east of our deployment, sir, to secure the highest vantage point in the immediate area. Until a few minutes ago, we weren't able to see anything. It was odd, sir. And then, suddenly, it was like a surge of energy was pulled down from the sky, and we got visuals of objects we couldn't see before. Like they were hidden behind some type of cloaking tech. Hill and I shared a look. Send in the images. I said immediately. Direct them to one of the Priority 1 drop boxes. On the way, sir. Hill nodded, sending orders to their end on how to send the encrypted files. I'm getting them, Director. Hill stated. Bringing them up on the screen. I looked at the main screen, and I could see what he was talking about, a massive black cat, more like a panther. And the vague silhouettes of a city line that shouldn't be there. However, before I could comment, the images disappeared. Hill. That's not me, sir. Hill began to frantically operate at her station. Someone's in the system, files are being deleted, and everything we have related to Wakanda is disappearing. How deep are they? I can't tell, I'm getting locked out. Hill said in panic. Agent Reed, send the images again. I said calmly, going to my own desk and opening up a cupboard in the corner, pulling out an old printer and blowing on it to get the dust off. Sir, he was cut off. It sounded scrambled, as if someone was disrupting his signal. Switch devices, agent. I told him, despite not being able to hear his response. Damn cords, where's the damn power strip? Switch deposit location. Input code Zeta Gamma Beta Tango 434. It was one of my old and personal systems that I still kept connected to the SHIELD main systems. I sat down in my chair and put my feet up on my desk and relaxed. After a moment, the printer started up, cranking like it had been since the 90s. Files have been deleted again, sir. Hill looked up at me, then at the printer that was pumping out copies of the images. I looked at her with a big grin. And you keep giving me shit for keeping this hunk of junk in my office. Sometimes, you can't beat low tech. Start purging the front-facing systems. Pretend like we're doing backups on the second-level stuff and cut off all devices to the third tier and above until we can plug any holes in our security. Sir, do you think it was Stark? Hill asked. His AI could have easily torn through our systems like what just happened. I scoffed, grabbing the physical copies. Stark is many things, but he isn't that amateurish. Deleting the files right as we're looking at them. The mark of an amateur, if I ever saw one. No, if it was Stark's pet AI, they would have quietly disappeared right under our noses without us ever realizing it happened until it was too late. I tossed the pictures onto Hill's workstation. Regardless, Wakanda has some questions to answer. I walked out into the main control room, looking out onto the main floor, mostly empty. Get everyone on board, we're getting this helicarrier in the air and setting it right on their doorstep. It was time to get some answers, one way or another. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chaka, King of Wakanda POV. I looked at the piles of vibranium that had been tossed to the side like trash, and I felt my throat go dry. He did not take a single ounce of it. Well, this was certainly an adventure. The woman who appeared, wearing the garb of monks and a shaven head. She looked at me without a hint of surprise, nor Wakanda in general. It's a shame we met under these circumstances, King Chaka. I would have liked my second visit to Wakanda to have been a bit more pleasant. Certainly much has changed since I was invited by your ancestor, King Chada. Was that 1,200 or 1,300 years ago? She looked thoughtful. I suppose it doesn't matter. Second visit. King Chada. I recognize the name, for it is tradition for each king to memorize the names of their predecessors and pay tribute to them through the ancestral rites before taking the mantle of king. He was particularly arrogant, but he had a large heart. You should have heard the way he boasted about his heart-shaped herbs when he took me to see them. She chuckled, looking away from me. How could an outsider know about that? Not even all Wakandan know about the heart-shaped herbs, much less seen them. Goddess Bast. She said politely, as our goddess looked at her. Kamartaj thanks you for the peaceful resolution. The goddess let out a snort. Return to your temple, sorcerer. She nodded, and through the same method she arrived, what appeared to be magic, a portal opened, and she stepped right through it, disappearing entirely. Ancestors. Whom have we angered? Our armies lay defeated. Our precious treasures are treated like trash. Our heritage was trampled. And, Wakanda is revealed to the world. I fell to my knees as I realized the gravity of the situation. It should have been exaltation to bear witness to our goddess in the flesh. For each king that consumed the heart-shaped herb has met her when taking the mantle of the Black Panther, never in our history has she appeared like she has now. We should have revealed it in her honor, but no one celebrated. No one heaped upon her our thanks. Under her orders, we had admitted defeat, and in our hearts, we knew that no words could argue with it. Our pride lay shattered. Wakanda, for the first time in history, has suffered defeat. Our vaunted weapons, our superior technology, and even vibranium were all found wanting. The large shadow cast overhead slowly diminished. The great form of the panther goddess began to shrink until it was but the size of a person. Yet, no one stood up, no one dared to raise their head as the thousands of my people prostrated before her. The last time I appeared personally within these lands, it was to acknowledge a promise. The voice of Bast was not loud, but it reached the ears of everyone here. When your ancestor prayed and begged for help, the warring tribes threatened to consume everything your people loved and cherished. So, I bestowed upon him my blessing, he became the first Black Panther. It was the story everyone knew. The story that every Wakandan child is told when they go to sleep. Bast took slow steps towards me. She was the size of a normal panther, yet I couldn't help but feel her size truly didn't change. Do you know what he promised me, Chaka? She spoke, not expecting an answer. He said that the Black Panther would be a protector. The guardian of Wakanda. What have you protected this day, guardian of Wakanda? I could not answer. She let out a roar, one befitting a mighty cat. And with a swing of her paw, the earth was sundering, nearly blowing away my people from merely the force of the shockwave. Your people attacked the princess of Asgard. Her roar reverberated through Wakanda. Do you know how many worlds have been turned to fire and blood because of their warring nature? Do you know how many pantheons have fallen to the gods of Asgard in the days of old? I didn't know. I whispered. Her eyes bore down on me, a weight I felt down to my soul. If it were the old days, they would not care about Wakanda. They would have demanded answers from me. War, Chaka. A war between gods the likes you couldn't imagine. Worlds would be destroyed. Many of the stars in the sky would disappear. And it would have been your fault. She looked up into the air, the sky still clouded, darkened with rolling thunder and lightning. And it would not have been only Asgard. There were other blessings upon him, others have claimed him. She looked back down on me. Even our old foe, a taboo not spoken within our halls, was at his side. Why is it, Chaka, that in a conflict between your people and a demon, the demon is the reasonable one? Her voice carried with it another furious cry, shaking the very air around us, drowning out the thunder above. It's my fault. I will repent with my life, please don't blame Wakanda, mighty Bast. I managed to push the words out despite the fear in my heart. Her visible rage abruptly disappeared, but her piercing yellow eyes glowed with anger yet. If you had done what you did out of petty actions, I would be less upset. But what angers me most is that you let your pride blind you in taking actions you fully believed were for the sake of your greater good. She walked forward and I pressed my head to the ground, waiting her judgment. I felt her paw touch me. Then, I felt something seep deep into me, a pain like I have never felt. I could not scream. It was as if the time I had ingested the heart-shaped herb, yet I felt strength leaving me rather than entering. My heart hurt, my bones ached, I felt a weight land on my shoulders, and I collapsed under the strain, barely able to push myself back up. Floating between us, a heart-shaped herb appeared. Slowly, it turned to ash and disappeared unto the winds. I take from you my blessings. The mantle of Black Panther is now forever barred from you. Be thankful that I still allow Wakanda its protector, for I still remember the promise I made to your ancestor even if his descendants are lacking. She looked me deep in the eyes, penetrating my very soul. Thank you, Goddess Bast. I hit my head against the ground, tears in my eyes. The pain was nothing compared to the relief knowing that at the very least, Wakanda would not be without its protector even if I failed. Do not thank me yet, King. Her voice carried her remaining anger. The punishment is not over. The mockeries at the borders of your lands, you will not remove them. The means by which you hide from the world, will no longer be allowed. She tilted her head to the sky and roared. The storm clouds above dispersed, the sun peeking through once more. If your people can't survive any future hardships, then so be it. If you can manage to persevere, then you will remember this lesson. She declared, and no one dared to argue with her. This is the last act of mercy I bestow upon you and your people, King Chaka. Her voice became faint, her body slowly disappearing from sight. You will not like what happens if I am forced to return like this again. Line break. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 607, Chapter 549. I didn't immediately go back to Kamartaj. Truthfully, I was still pissed off, and I knew it was noticeable. I admit, it took substantial self-control not to make heads fly with my little visit to Wakanda. The thing is though, I don't know why I was still so annoyed. How many times has someone treated me like utter shit? I'm not usually the type to lose my temper when someone does something utterly stupid. Sure, I get mad, who wouldn't? It's a normal emotion to exhibit when someone does something like start shooting at my ship when Jean is on board. But once I'm done, it's usually easy for me to leave the negativity behind. So, I just wanted some time to cool off before going back to Jean. I know she would worry and get all sad if she could see me like this. And she doesn't deserve to have her time be taken up by my nonsense. May as well knock out something else too. Helheim was just as dreary as I had last been here. And it didn't take me long to find the single occupant here. Hela hadn't even moved. And I wondered if that was more literal than I thought, in that she had been sitting there this entire time I'd been away. I know I couldn't sit still like that for a couple days like she had. There was clearly a hint of excitement when she noticed me return. I'm back. I casually greeted her. There was something else, almost like surprise that I returned. I can see that. She said rather pointedly. I believed you would have stayed away. She grunted. If I wasn't coming back, I would have said I wasn't coming back. I responded simply. I can't say every word that comes out of my mouth is truth, but I don't blatantly lie about things like this. Maybe to mess with someone, I'll be a bit cheeky, but if I wasn't going to come back, I wouldn't have told her I would. She stared at me, though her eyes drifted upwards. Ah, I forgot I had my horns out still. I ran my fingers along them. Don't mind me. I recalled my demonic properties, returning to normal. I care not if you reveal your normal state. She rolled her eyes. I am not some mortal that will cower at the sight of a demon. Actually, this is my normal state. The horns, the tail, and whatnot are something I have to bring out with effort. I hummed. My human heritage took precedence. Funnily enough, I thought was I a normal human until I was about 18 years old. How could you possibly not know that you were a demon? She looked at me incredulously. Even if one of your parents was a human, surely there should have been signs. Nope. I chuckled. When it comes to being a demon, as you put it, I'm so untalented that I passed as a human. That was until a stray exorcist noticed and stabbed me through the chest. What is an exorcist? Oh, I suppose you wouldn't know that. It's something that popped up in the last couple thousand years or so on Earth, Midgard. I hummed again. A sort of devoted believer in a certain god that hunts monsters. Ah. She caught my drift pretty easily. I know the type. Surely your demonic parent wouldn't have left you alone. They're not ones for giving up something of value, and a demon that could pass as a regular mortal would be valuable in certain cases. Let's just say that my demonic parent is an asshole and leave it at that. I didn't feel like overly explaining the situation with my father. And what mortal creatures earned you ire enough to show off? Was she making polite conversation? It's a far bit detached from our first and perhaps second meeting. I would almost call it pleasant. All right, get this. I approached a country openly. I was very polite. I asked to barter for something they had. They have this metal, vibranium. Pretty good stuff, very resistant to magic, absorbs kinetic energy and dispels it, making it nearly immune to vibrations, hence the name. Hela tilted her head. Midgard has Helljamstal. She said a word that sounded somewhat foreign, ancient Norse, or I guess Asgardian in this case. Echo steel. I repeated in a more common language. That was the more direct translation. The name is old, from when it's forged, and the echoing of hammers reverberates far longer and further than normal metals. Hela briefly explained. Vibranium, I suppose, isn't a poor naming choice either. However, I was not aware that Midgard has Helljamstal, at least in quantities enough to trade for. Is it strange? From what I understand, a meteor of the stuff hit the planet a long time ago and there's a literal mountain of it owned by Wakanda, the country I went to barter with. Hela's mouth gaped. A mountain. Yes. How has your world not been conquered yet? She asked in disbelief before blinking. What am I saying? No one would be foolish enough to attack Midgard when it is protected by Asgard. She pursed her lips. How did I not know about this? If I had known, I would have taken it and armed my warriors with better weapons. I take it that it's a valuable metal elsewhere then too. It's not horrendously rare like you or adamantine or orichalcum. She waved her hand flippantly. But it is a very good metal that any civilization would gladly conquer a worlds for. The dwarves of Niovellir like to use it as components in some of their weapons. Even the Allfather has deposits of it in the vaults of Asgard. The mighty Gungnir has some minuscule amounts of it melded with various metals in its crafting. Not to mention the Destroyer. Destroyer? You mean the giant metal magical divine automaton? She looked at me strangely. Do tales of the Destroyer reach even demons and Midgardians? In a manner of speaking. She looked pleased with herself. It was my idea to have it craft. A weapon of destruction that knows not fear or fatigue. Fueled by the deaths of gods, powered by the Odin force itself. The ultimate protector and destroyer of Asgard. What? Why do you look like that? Hypothetical speaking. I raised a finger. How would you feel if your younger brother gave the destroyer away to me without a second thought? Her eye twitched. I should question the fact that I have siblings. But I am too overcome with anger to care about that. You have my destroyer. I dropped the remains of the destroyer on the ground. She let out a screech and threw out a blast of divine power into a nearby rock. I'll strangle him. Who? Whoever my supposed brother is. Oof. Sorry, Thor. To be fair, he did do this to it. I pointed at it. It can repair itself. Hela growled. Well, he didn't think much of it after fighting and beating it. That was after your other brother used it to attack him. How many brothers do I have now? 2. I replied. Well, that was what I knew of. I didn't want to make assumptions regarding others. And, a new sister. But she was just adopted rather recently. So, I have 2 siblings that squabble, one sends the destroyer after the other, and you somehow end up with it. She looked at me. I think she was hoping I would say it was a big joke. Yeah. What is wrong with Asgard? Where is Odin? As much as I loathe him, I am embarrassed by this. He's sleeping or something. She pursed her lips, calming down as I said that. The Odin sleep, of course, she scoffed. He must have overused the Odin force recently. It explains why the destroyer was defeated by my idiotic sibling. The destroyer without the Odin force to power it is like a sword without an edge. Huh, so it is stronger than Thor thought. I knew my instincts weren't wrong. Well, it's mine now. Her eye twitched again. The only solace I have from this is that Odin will be utterly furious when he finds out. I also have the casket of ancient winters. Did they just raid the vaults and throw all our treasures at each other? Hela threw up her hands. Honestly, I'm still kind of vague on the details. I figured it was best to distance myself from that mess after I reaped the rewards. Congratulations, you have more intelligence than seemingly both my brothers put together. She drawled. Please, talk about something else, I'm going to die of anger or second-hand embarrassment if this continues. She groaned. You mentioned some mortals that needed punishment. Right, the Wakandon. So, they have a mountain of vibranium. Hela groaned again. I don't know why this makes me as angry as it does. Knowing that Midgard has a mountain of the precious metal that we missed. If it makes you feel better, they have their own protector god. Hela perked up. Oh. Perhaps it's a god I know, what's their name? Bast, or Bastet, depending. Hela looked deep in thought. Perhaps it's a name I've heard in passing, there are far too many gods for me to remember all of them across the universe. Do you know the celestial Heliopolis? Her eyes lit up when I said that. The celestial Heliopolis. I know of them, they were a powerful tribe of gods, not ones that we would lightly cross without proper preparation. They were certainly among the ones that we didn't intentionally provoke while we waged war across the cosmos. Right, she's one of their number. That makes it more acceptable, I suppose. I don't know if we would have diverted the necessary attention to excavate a simple mountain of Hljomstal at the cost of war with them. I vaguely recall them having some attention spent on Midgard along with some other pantheons. Olympians. Hela scoffed. Don't even mention them. There's a story there. What about Takamagara? Hela tilted her head. That sounds familiar, but I do not recall anything specific. Svarga. The Hindu name for heaven. Ah, them. Hela nodded. I've met several of their gods, very strong. The celestial bureaucracy. I know not that name. It sounds odd. Ah, the Jade Emperor. Her eyes lit up in recognition again. You mean Tion. She spoke in a distinctly not Norse language. Another powerful pantheon. She nodded. I was just a little curious, so I threw out some names I knew. But I went off topic. Wakanda. I asked to barter, they shot at me. They're apparently the most advanced civilization on Earth, but they've completely hidden themselves from every other country. Nobody even knows that they have a mountain of vibranium. That sounds utterly idiotic. Hela gave her own opinion. I said the exact same thing when I found out. Which may or may not be a thing since I left. And I was very petty in destroying their illusionary barrier. Anyways, I was understandably upset. I went with good intentions, I was polite, etc. They shot at me, and they shot through my hat. I of course couldn't let that stand, so I may have done something that they found insulting. One thing led to another, and they attacked me when I was out and about doing other things. I visited their little country and Bast made an appearance. We negotiated and that was the end of it. It sounds juvenile. Honestly, in hindsight, it kinda was. But the funny thing is, I had the moral high ground the entire time. They're the ones who kept escalating and doing some pretty illegal things in other countries. I can freely admit that most of my actions came out of pettiness. Still pisses me off though, don't know why. Already went over to give them a good slapping, but my anger hasn't disappeared. Why did you not simply kill the mortals? She asked me like it was the most obvious thing. Pardon. You allowed mortals to attack you. She pointed out. And you, did what? Gave them a stern talking to from the sounds of it. If it were me, they would have all been killed and their treasures looted. I wanted to just roll my eyes and dismiss her, but I actually paused to consider it. Why didn't I just kill them? It's not like I'm a very good person. I've killed a lot of people without batting an eye. But I always do it with a clear conscience. I was morally, objectively, in the right when I went to express my anger at Wakanda. Yet, I most assuredly treated them with kids' gloves. I can't say that no one died when I tossed them about, but I didn't intentionally kill anyone. Pride. Maybe. I have no qualms about killing powered individuals who would have done the same shit. But, they were normal humans. Albeit normal humans with fairly advanced technology, but normal all the same. I let out a sigh, realizing the answer. I think I just don't want to let myself become the type of person who kills whenever he's angered. Realistically, I was never in any danger from their actions, even if they deserved a thorough slapping. How novel, a demon with a sense of morality. She snorted. You're going to get taken advantage of because of those useless ideals. Maybe, but it's the choice I make. Oddly, I was starting to feel a little better. She didn't seem to care to comment on it further. You said that I have 2 brothers, what are their names? Thor, the god of thunder, and Loki, the god of mischief. Though, I'm fairly sure Loki is adopted. If I'm not mistaken, he's a Jotun. Hela scoffed. Of course, the hypocritical old man would do something like that. You should have heard all the things he said about the frost giants in the past, then he goes and adopts one. Ridiculous. I shrugged. Thor actually spoke fondly of him despite the incident. Humph. She rolled her eyes. God of thunder, you say? That is not a bad domain. Zeus, Indra, he sits among exalted names. She paused for a moment. Does he wield a hammer? You mean Mjolnir? You know its name? She questioned. It's a fairly famous hammer. Thor and his hammer Mjolnir make up a lot of old myths and legends about your pantheon. She scowled. Of course that old man would give away my hammer. Your hammer. I was the one surprised this time. What? Does it shock you to know that I used to wield that weapon? She grumbled. Admittedly, I always felt that it wasn't meant for me. I suppose I now know why. Strange, most of the stories say that it was made specifically for Thor. I rubbed my chin. She barked out a laugh. It wasn't even made for me. Do you think that old man would give someone else such a powerful weapon? The only reason he gave it to me is because it outright rejected him to wield properly. And as I said it, tolerated me. Well, I'm learning a lot of things today. Specifically, it sounds like the Odin here is a gigantic asshole. Well, I suppose we should cut to the chase then. I said I would come back after thinking about bringing you out of here. She looked at me intently, and her desire was obvious, obsessive even. You know, if I let you out, you become my responsibility. Anything you do, anything that happens, it's my fault. I said outright, not sugarcoating it at all. And at this point, you know where I stand on certain things which may put us into conflict. She crossed her arms, pursing her lips. What are your terms? Am I to become your servant? Am I to be collared and used as your weapon this time? I suppose anything is better than this prison I'm in now. Oh wow, Odin really did a number on her, didn't he? I'll let you out to Earth. I told her. She raised an eyebrow. And what conditions do you demand? 10 years. I raised a finger. I want you to not go take revenge for 10 years. She dropped her arms, looking at me strangely. You want me to hold my anger in for 10 years? Yes. Why 10 years? Well, I don't think she even cares about Asgard anymore. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe the moment that 10 years is up, she's going to march up to Asgard and declare war. In which case, I would be responsible to stop her. But, if I was taking responsibility for her anyways, I may as well give her a chance. I admit, part of her situation did sort of hit me due to my own circumstances when I was younger. Obviously, things were significantly different, but it would be a lie to say I didn't empathize. I was fully aware I was projecting some of my own issues here, but I would take responsibility. And during this period, what do you expect me to do? She hesitantly asked. Nothing in particular. I have no overt demands for you. I have no tasks or goals. Just, live your life carefree. However, I do expect certain decency if you're going to live on Earth for a while. No wanton killing, no demanding worship or obedience. Just, pretend you're mortal for the time and respect the planet and its people and their rules. That's it. She questioned. Yes. I answered back. You make no demands of me but to play nice with the mortals. Essentially. I nodded. She looked at me with her mouth ajar. I would have willingly done almost anything with these terms as the reward. I shrugged silently. You are the strangest demon I have ever met in my existence. Have you met many demons? She blinked a few times. I have not conversed with many demons. Our interactions usually amount to me running a great many blades through their bodies as I hear them scream and beg for mercy. Kinky. You are a strange person. She notably didn't just call me demon this time. You give me much without asking anything in return. I don't know if I should be insulted or not that you think so little of my value. I can retract my offer if it makes you feel better. She shut up. I have a sudden change of heart. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, anything you want to bring with you. She gave me the driest look imaginable as I chuckled, opening a portal. After you. She didn't even hesitate. For all she knew, I was leading her to her death. But maybe, that was a better alternative than potentially staying here for eternity. Line break. Welcome to Kamartaj. I spoke as I followed behind Hela. Hela, well, her expression was hard to discern. That look of disbelief, like something was too good to be true. She stared at the sun for a solid minute or so before looking away. People walked by, they looked at her curiously, but otherwise didn't pay much attention. There is a lot of magic in the air, she muttered. This is a gathering place for earth sorcerers. I briefly explained, not given a chance to say anything else as Jean came running over and threw herself at me for a big hug. It wasn't just Jean either, the Ancient One walked over with a certain look on her face. It's just one thing after another with you, isn't it, Mr. Schweinorg? She stated with a bit of exasperation. I see you brought a friend. Hela looked at her, and she looked back at Hela. This is. I know who she is. The Ancient One cut me off as I tried to introduce her. Welcome to Camartage, Hela Inter. Hela's expression hardened slightly. I thought you said you didn't know who she was when I asked. I questioned. I said I didn't know who the person you vaguely described was. I am more than aware of who she is. The Ancient One corrected. You're incredibly lucky that the Watcher of Asgard cannot peer into Camartage. Heimdall. Who else would have that title? The Ancient One shot back. I know not this Heimdall, but the name sounds familiar. Which tribe is he from? The Ancient One looked at me, sighed, then looked back at Hela. He's Vanir, if I'm not mistaken. And if I recall, his mother was a Valkyrie. But I admit my knowledge on Asgardian history is not particularly thorough. I see. She said simply. What makes him earn his title? Mr. Heimdall said that he can see anything in the universe. Jean added helpfully. That got Hela's attention as she snapped her head at Jean. The goddess of death furrowed her brow a few times in contemplation. I can obscure myself if needed when I leave. Right, I had forgotten about Heimdall. Whoops. I'm afraid you would fail quite spectacularly in your current state. The Ancient One sighed again. It seems I will need to teach you some of our methods so you don't cause any unnecessary problems. Hela frowned, it was fairly obvious she didn't like how she was being talked to. I am a goddess. Quite. The Ancient One was nonplussed. Not many have gotten away with speaking to me in this way. Her eyes narrowed. I have killed for far less. The Ancient One smiled calmly. You're more than welcome to see how that turns out. I've had a bit of a day, so some minor exercise would not be remiss. There was a tense silence as the two women eyed one another. Slowly, the corners of Hela's lips curled up into a vicious yet almost genuine smile as she turned to me. I like this one. I was not aware that the Midgardians now had such spirit. You have been away for a long time, you will find that many things have changed. The Ancient One spoke. Perhaps I will. Hela seemed to back down, or maybe, she never intended to be hostile from the start, but it was just a small little game between the two. Camartage has a history of accepting those who are lost or need spiritual guidance. If you pose no threat to the world, I see no reason why you cannot stay. The Ancient One informed. Then, I will gratefully accept such accommodations. Hela returned rather politely. Well, I'm glad you both are making friends. I clapped my hands. Both of them gave me almost the same look. Oh, before I forget. I put a hand on Jean's head. Jean, meet your new sister. Hela, meet your new sister. Nay. Both of them made a noise of surprise. I was pretty annoyed earlier, but now, I was in a much better mood. And now specifically, I believe it was time Jean and I had a certain talk if that kiss was anything to go by. Line break. A/N. Hela comes to Earth, I'm sure this won't have any consequences at all. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/AstoryForum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 608, Chapter 550. Jean looked at Hela. Hela looked back at Jean. Jean smiled, but Hela remained emotionless as the goddess inspected her supposed sister. Do you want to see my cactus? Jean asked. Your, what? Jean happily took it out, holding it for Hela to see. His name is Hubert. It's funny, the stark contrast between how Jean was during the Grail War and now. When she wasn't bound by duty, she didn't have to force herself to be serious. She can be silly, whimsical, and playful. Not that she didn't have moments during that time, but the weight of her responsibility was rather clear. Now, she's just happy and playful the majority of the time. Your plant is very nice. Hela squeezed out. Additionally, it's funny because Jean isn't ditzy. She's extremely competent and intelligent, she's mindful and perceptive. Likewise, this side of her is also genuine. Similar to Jin, she just prefers this. Maybe it was just a result of a repressed side that she's finally able to indulge in. Their conversation sort of started and stopped like that. Not that I expected anything different, it would have been strange if they both just embraced each other as siblings right there. Well, Thor kind of did that, but I'd say that's fairly different compared to Hela. Regardless, it was funny to watch Hela try to wrap her mind around the current situation. Actually, I don't even know if Hela had the same mom as Thor. There were certain things about the timeline she spoke about that implied something different. I think the Ancient One found it amusing too because she made no effort to interrupt. I'm Jean Dark. Jean introduced herself. Hela. She replied rather awkwardly. You are the strangest spirit I've ever met. You remind me of the Einherjar, but different. Not the first time I've seen that comparison, and I'd call it pretty apt. And I'm not surprised she noticed, goddess of death and all that. Regardless, Jean brightened up that she was responding. Are you going to be staying here from now on? I'm sure you'll like it, they're very nice here. I am, not sure what my future holds yet. Hela seemed to relax a little. She most assuredly wasn't used to someone so happily conversing with her like this. I was different, I think, maybe a begrudging respect earned from her combined with necessity. Jean here looked genuinely ecstatic to meet her and talk. There are some things, presumably, that I need to learn. You're welcome to leave and be seen by Asgard. The Ancient One offered. Hela scoffed but didn't argue. Again, she seemed to begrudgingly accept that as well. I never had much of an interest in magic beyond killing and death. If it helps, think of it as killing Heimdall's sight of you. I offered. Hela rolled her eyes. I am not a child that needs patronizing. I am more than capable of learning any mortal magic. I'm sure you'll pick it up quickly. Jean offered it with her signature bright smile. Hela's lips twitched. I think she nearly shot out something sarcastic but held herself back when she realized that Jean was being genuine and not being cheeky like I was. Yes. She said simply. And I suppose I have not much else to do. It's not as if I will return to full strength anytime soon, perhaps it may be acceptable to pick up some tricks in the meantime. I've certainly heard worse reasons to want to learn. The Ancient One sighed. Why don't I show you your personal quarters? I'm sure you would like to settle in and perhaps freshen up. She means you smell. I elaborated, and rather quickly, I took a step to the side to dodge a blade that whistled through the air right where I was standing a moment ago. Hela was glaring at me. Though the blade wasn't sharp this time, so progress. I will happily accept. Hela said with lips thinned and the tiniest twinge of visible embarrassment as the Ancient One led her away. You were asking for that. Jean looked at me. Probably. I acknowledged. I do run my mouth sometimes. So. I inched closer to her, my fingers climbing up her arms until I gently pulled her towards me. Are we going to have a talk about what happened before I ran off to Wakanda? Rather quickly, Jean flushed and moved the cactus up to block her face. Maybe. 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 She repeated again. Maybe if you didn't hate it. Maybe I did not, in fact, hate it. I smiled. Really? Really? I nodded. She made a cute noise in response. I didn't want to pressure her with this, but she's the one who finally made the next step, so I felt like it was fine at this point to nudge her a little. Though, if you don't want to say anything, if you want things to stay exactly how they are, we can do that. Still, I didn't want her to feel pressured about it. A little nudge is okay, leaving the door open with unspoken words, but it was still another step. Nay. She pushed her head into my chest, thankfully, not stabbing me with her cactus in the process. You're mean. She said, words muffled into my chest. Am I? I rubbed her head affectionately. Bringing this up all of a sudden, I wasn't prepared. I could feel her shifting against me. Mama said that I'm only allowed to kiss boys that I like. She finally got out. Is that so? Is Mama Ark going to be angry then? I teased her a little. Nay. She looked up at me finally, cheeks puffed, but still pink. You have to take responsibility. She blurted out. You're going to make me take responsibility then? I chuckled. If you don't, then you're not allowed to touch my butt anymore. She threatened, still looking at me cutely, but she got quiet and looked away. Or do other things. She spoke in a really soft and shy voice. If I take responsibility, do I get more kisses? I hummed, pretending to be thoughtful about it. If you behave. She replied, returning a bit of sass despite her very obvious bashfulness about the whole situation. Then the most important question. If I take responsibility, will it make Jean happy? Her arms tightened around me, and she pushed her head back into my chest. Really, really happy. She muffled. Then of course I'll take responsibility, because making Jean happy is one of the most important things in my life. I whispered to her to hear. It took a moment, but I could hear her giggling, and her body rocked back and forth like she was having trouble containing herself. I wish I could tell Mama. She'd be so happy to know that I finally had a... Had a what? I coaxed her. Boyfriend. Though that seemed to finally tip her over the edge. I need to go to something B. She blurted it out in one breath and ran off without anything else. Well, we can work out the details later. It must have taken her a lot of courage to get this far. The most important thing has already been sorted, I suppose. Now. I was left alone and had no idea what to do next. Obviously, I wasn't going to go bother Jean while she most likely is sorting herself out. Likewise, I didn't want to leave while she was doing so. I needed to ask the Ancient One about some stuff before I tried using the vibranium I had. I admit that I felt a bit giddy myself. If it were any of my other girls, this wouldn't have gone on this long without me saying something, but since it was Jean, I had let her take things at her own pace. So, I was much more settled and confident in our relationship than she was. But that didn't mean I wasn't suddenly filled with energy that I had no idea what to do with. With a burst of Shuinpa, I shot up to the top of the temple, able to overlook the entirety of Kamartaj. It was rather beautiful, the untouched mountains that surrounded us. The snowflakes drifted through the wind, melting as soon as they got within the domain of the temple. I sat down cross-legged and took out my Zanpakuto, entering a meditative position. Line break. It took a few moments, but when I opened my eyes, I was inside my inner world. I was not expecting you today. My Zanpakuto spirit spoke first. However, I can understand why you're here at this particular time. Was I smiling stupidly? I can imagine that I was. I need to do something to calm myself down. A good calming down, not like how angry I was after the Wakanda thing, which I had done an almost complete 180 on now. Funny how things turn out. It's about time you continued your training regardless. Musu Tengai hummed. It's unfortunate that Drake isn't here, however. I'm sure he would like to watch. He added. I looked away. Wilhelm. He looked at me with a now deadpan expression. Check on Drake soon. I sighed. Fine. He's a big dragon, he can take care of himself. Let's do this. What am I fighting this time? My magical nemesis again. I looked at Musu Tengai. You already passed that round, it's time for the next one. He replied, shaking his head. Each one will be different, focusing on something different. It's for you to learn and conquer. He held his hand out, and a mirror sprouted from the ground. It was the same mirror as before, large enough that it was more like a doorway. And someone walked out. We looked at each other. This, I did not expect. Hey, you're telling me. My copy replied. We looked rather similar, except his ponytail was pulled lower on his head, and he most certainly wasn't wearing the same clothes as me. Actually, I think his muscles were a tad bigger than mine as well. I could see this because he was wearing a bodysuit not dissimilar to what CU and Scathach wear. It was easy to make this deduction because he held Gibalg in his hand. Do I at least get to use my sword? I looked at Musu Tengai. He answered me by dropping Gibalg top of my head. Dick. My copy snorted with a laugh. What's wrong with Gibalg? It's the spear our teacher gave us, isn't it? I'm a swordsman. I grumbled. Oh, that's unfortunate then. He grinned. For you at least. Jesus, you sound just like CU. I grabbed my own spear and twirled it in my hands. Did you end up with our teacher too? I knew that my copies apparently had their own history. Married. He smiled, less vicious and cocky. I recognized it as the same smile I had as well. What about you? Harem. But we're together. Huh, didn't think she'd be one for that. He tilted his hand, planting Gibalg in the ground, and leaned on it. Actually, nah, I can see it. She keeps it hidden pretty well, but she also craves that kind of connection, you know. If they all got along, I'm sure she'd love to have a big family. Yeah, that's one thing we always had to be cautious of, wasn't it? Making sure she was never lonely after the time she spent in the land of shadows. He nodded warmly. Honestly, I'm a possessive and greedy bastard. If someone looks at my Scathach a certain way, I get annoyed. But hearing that you're taking care of her. We're the same person. I adjusted my tie and started rolling up my sleeves. So of course we feel the same way about it. More important than any jealousy, the thought that they're happy. So, we are. He agreed. Or maybe we're not. I shrugged. Maybe we're not. An illusion, a copy, a dream. He took a stance with his Gibalg. None of that matters, does it? I suppose it doesn't. I copied him. I did not master the spear like he apparently did, nor Scathach. But that didn't mean she didn't teach me to be competent with it. Rules? I asked. No magic or other bullshit. Just you, me, and our spears. Without any more warning, his foot shifted, and that was enough of a signal. His spear came flying through the air, without him. He threw it, and I, of course, deflected it as best I could. It had a good amount of power behind it. However, my eyes widened because he was already within my perception. He had snatched the deflected spear out of the air and was already swinging it down on top of me. I spun my spear up and held it up to block. The resulting force sent out a shockwave, and I felt my knees buckle slightly. The moment he touched the ground, he disappeared. Fast. He was extremely fast. I think he was faster than me when I was playing my best. Just as he disappeared, I did too. The spear and the sword are different. Scat Hack always said, a spearman that's stationary is a dead spearman. So, I moved, and we began our dance. The scraping of steel sent sparks flying with every third step of Shuinpa or so. Our spears collided. I felt his spear slice my cheek as he dodged my own spear. Again, his spear found an opening and pushed about an inch into my chest before I could Shuinpa away. A flurry of his spear attacks made it harder and harder to defend. Gradually, cuts and stabs began to accumulate. While nothing debilitating, I was looking a mess, and my breathing was beginning to pick up. Compared to me, he had only a few nicks here or there. I was at a huge disadvantage. Without all my normal bullshit, he was about as strong and durable as I was, but he was noticeably faster, and he was significantly more skilled with his spear than me. And he never stayed flat-footed. As soon as it looked like he was about to stop, he had already stepped a dozen times, and his spear was piercing right towards my blind spot. I had to jerk my head back to avoid a deadly jab, only for him to follow up by trying to sweep my legs. I stabbed my own gi balg into the ground to block it. The large swipe of his spear hit it with an echo that reverberated loudly throughout the surroundings. However, his knee came forward like lightning, forcing me to grab it and throw myself into his momentum to avoid taking a big hit. I had tumbled across the ground, avoiding any damage, but he was back on my ass, and now I was without my spear. There was only a moment to consider, and I ripped my tie off completely as I jumped back to my feet, narrowly avoiding another stab of his spear, and went to grab it. Though, each time I tried, I merely clutched air. His speed at avoiding my grasp was just as stellar as his movements previously shown. I wrapped my tie around my palm, and then I committed. His spear shot through my defenses, and it aimed right at my heart. It pushed into my flesh. I could feel the searing pain, but it only made it about an inch as I grabbed the blade with the hand that I had my tie wrapped around, letting me get a firm grip. Ignoring the pain, I lashed out with my leg, aiming right at his temple. It was avoidable, easily dodged even, and as he moved to avoid it, he stilled for a moment. My shoe came off and smacked him on the side of the head. It was innocuous, not even something that could register as pain. But in a fight with this kind of speed and power behind each blow, it was something that he was forced to pay even a fraction of a second's attention to. Which was enough for me to grab his spear tight and throw my entire body's weight forward into him, and with a single movement, I jerked, and his spear went out of his hands and soared through the air before becoming impaled into the ground some 20 or so feet away. He was still standing tall, but I was breathing heavily and covered in cuts and wounds at this point. But I started laughing. He looked at me before he started laughing too. All right, respect. Teacher would kick my ass if she knew I had been disarmed. Not mad about the shoe. Nah, not at all. You do what you gotta do to win. It was smart. I'm obviously faster and more skilled, so of course you have to do what you need to even the playing field. You're a bit more wily than I am, something I'll keep in mind from now on. That's true, he's much more straightforward with how he fights compared to me. But if you start taking your pants off, all bets are off. I chuckled, and my eyes landed on my spear that was closer. And his eyes landed on his spear as well. I kicked off my other shoe, so I wasn't lopsided, and he let me. There didn't need to be words spoken, we both knew that now it was a content of speed. I could more or less guess the theme of this particular battle, so I obliged. I moved as fast as I could, and he did the same. With several bursts of Shuinpa, I grabbed my spear, pulling it from the ground, only to feel a searing pain in my chest as I saw a similar spear stabbed right through me. Reluctantly, my gi balg fell out of my hand as I glanced back to see my copy standing behind me. Good fight, I look forward to our next one. My copy smiled good-naturedly as my eyes forcibly closed. Line break. I gasped as my eyes shot open, and instinctively, I clutched my chest where I had just been stabbed. I don't think I was ever going to get used to being killed. At least when it was with my magic copy, it was quicker. Well, getting torn apart by Odin's spell was most certainly not something I want to experience again. But there's something particularly ruthless about getting stabbed to death. You did well. My Zanpakuto spirit spoke within my mind. I lost. I stretched, getting up. I do not expect you to win any of these fights the first time. If you could win so easily, would it be training? He did raise a good point. So is it speed this time? He hummed as if to acknowledge it. Perhaps. Perhaps other things as well. That's for you to figure out. What a noncommittal answer. I wasn't discouraged, though. As far as mountains to climb, this one felt a lot less steep than the previous. And I didn't dwell on it, because I had company. Is there something wrong? I asked as the Ancient One was standing there. You caused a bit of a commotion. I was merely checking in on you. No too big of a commotion, I hope. I didn't want to be a bad guest. Nothing particularly bad. She noted. Just enough for me to be cautious. Well, speaking of being a bad guest. I'm sorry for springing Hela on you all of a sudden. When I brought her here, I didn't think she would be forced to stay at Kamartaj. She smiled lightly. I'm aware, you don't need to apologize. It was my insistence that she stay and learn to hide herself. Granted, that was to avoid a potentially volatile situation, but still. It was my choice in the end. Still, I put more on your plate, and I'm sorry about that. I accept your apology then for its intention. She chuckled. However unnecessary it is. So please don't misunderstand my exasperation with dissatisfaction. She added. I was not lying before. Kamartaj has a history of taking in those who not just want to learn magic but need spiritual healing as well. Hela is in need of therapy. I offered. If there was a therapist that capable enough to handle this sort of thing, I may even sign up myself. She looked like she found the thought amusing. And I don't mind projects to keep me busy. I've never taught a god our ways before. It should be entertaining. I'm sure that's one word that can be used to describe it. Speak of the devil. I followed her gaze down onto the ground where Hela was walking out of the building. She looked significantly less frazzled. She wasn't wearing her leather armor anymore, but some neutral robes. Not the same as the sorcerers here, but something loose and comfortably looking. We both hopped off the top of the building to meet her down below. You look better. It's the first true bath I've had in thousands of years. She responded with a snort. I feel as though I've lost weight from all the dirt and grime that came off me. Have you tried? My words died in my mouth as I jerked my head upwards, and both of them followed suit. I'm sure they both noticed and weren't just following along, because a moment later, a familiar pillar of rainbow light came crashing down on the other side of the temple. The Bifrost. Hela grit her teeth, looking like she was ready for a fight. I thought you said they couldn't see here. I shot a look at the Ancient One, as that was clearly the Bifrost. I said that Heimdall couldn't see into Kamartaj. I never said that they were never able to come here if so desired. She shot back, and rather quickly, we all moved to the other side of the temple at a quick speed. However, as we arrived, expecting new visitors, we only saw the fellow sorcerers of Kamartaj, grouped up in a circle around the place that the Bifrost landed. At the center, there was a letter. All right everyone, disperse. The Ancient One quickly got them to move away as she pushed through the crowd. They probably have seen more strange things, so it didn't seem like this held much attention for them if she wasn't treating it as a crisis. Hela looked. I don't want to say panicked, but startled. Maybe a tad worried. There was certainly relief, I could assume, that Odin hadn't appeared and started throwing hands. But I'm confused. If they can't see into Kamartaj, then why send a letter? The Ancient One picked it up and ripped it open without hesitation. Well, that's a relief. It does not mention Hela in the slightest. So that Oldman still doesn't know I'm not in that prison any longer. She scoffed. There's no way he would remain silent on the matter if he knew. An army would have more assuredly appeared on your doorstep. Well, that's reassuring. Then what? It seems, Mr. Schweinorg. She cut me off. That you have been cordially invited to Asgard at the behest of Odin himself. And of course, they wish for Miss Ark to join with you. Though, it takes great measure to emphasize the point of the dragon that's currently sitting in the middle of their city. Well then. I know nothing about a dragon, and no one can prove otherwise. Line break. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. If you can't use the above, I have a boosty under the same name.